Yo, what's going on, guys? It is Dives, Mr. Crockpot on Twitter. Welcome to the Painted Lines YouTube channel. If you're new to the channel, make sure you like and subscribe. We did it, guys. We freaking did it. Well, happy draft day, everybody here that is watching. Make sure you comment. Make sure you subscribe. Today, we are reacting to all the draft picks tonight. We got a long night ahead of us. And joining me today is my man, Austin. You know him on Twitter at NBA Crow. What up, Austin?
What's going on, Dibes? It's always a pleasure. Wow, we have 80 viewers already?
Cheers,
what?
brother.
What? That is insane.
We're not here for the look.
98?
It's all those scouting reports you did since March, Austin. Go check them out at thepaintlines.com. Also joining us today is my man, Dylan. He is the host of the Faithful Fanatics podcast. Follow them on Twitter at FaithfulFans2 on Twitter. What up, Dylan?
Always a pleasure, Dibes. Al Horford will not be wearing red, white, and blue or black this season, so that's good news to start the night.
Yeah, let's jump right in because obviously we're a Philly-based podcast and major Woj bombs happened just before the draft. The 76ers agreed to trade Al Horford to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Sam Presti, man, loading up on all these draft picks. Danny Green is part of the deal. As also, Philly will be sending the 34th pick in this year's draft. Hopefully, Isaiah Joe is still there at 36. We'll get into that in a little bit. And a lightly protected 2025 first-round pick and Serbian guard Micic, which I can't believe that guy is still on this team. Austin, how would you grade this trade, and what was your first reaction?
Well, my first reaction was they traded out Horford. So, I mean, that in and of itself is a pretty big success. And so they get off that deal. They also end up getting back a shooter that fits what they're trying to do. I mean, let's not kid ourselves here. I mean, Danny Green is making $15 million this year. He's making, I think, like something similar to that next year. I don't know the exact number, but the bottom line is this: it gets you were on the hook for 4 years of like $97 million of Al Horford guaranteed. It's like 40-something million across the next 2 years that you would have been on the hook for, and you're now clear of that. And you get off of interesting little tidbit here, but I'll get to that in a minute. You get off of the Danny Green deal in like a year or two.
A year, right?
So yes, I mean, you're basically going to have the Al Horford memory wiped of the salary cap. By the way, the next free agency class after this season is astronomically better than this class. So they have really good chances to really revitalize themselves. John Clark reports here Sixers will receive trade exception and amount is being determined. Could be around $7 or $8 million. The difference between the difference in this trade, what goes in, what comes out, brings the Sixers open up roughly $8.2 million on their books. They do have room to acquire Zach LaVine should that trade come down tonight.
Yeah. That makes me think of that Anna Horford reaction on Twitter. Did you guys see that?
Destroyed on Twitter.
Did you see that? Just like because they never threw hate towards Boston Celtics fans. Crazy. There's no ill will toward Al Horford. It just didn't work out. He didn't shoot well enough. It wasn't a good fit. I wish nothing but the best Al Horford. And I got to throw it to Dylan because my man was actually live. I've never broken a story before while live. We do live pods here all the freaking time. And my man Dylan got the first one. What was your reaction, Dylan?
So my initial reaction, right, same with Austin. Okay, Al Horford's off the books. Al Horford's not a Sixer anymore. But, one of my co-hosts read it because I didn't see it initially. And he said that the Sixers are sending Al Horford, second-round pick, and a first-round pick and I'm waiting for the name, and it's Danny Green. And it should have clicked in my head that Al Horford and 2 picks aren't acquiring you anything big. But I was just like, oh, Woj bomb, here we go. So my initial reaction was, what's the first-round pick, right? I should have figured it's not tonight's pick because it would have said the 21st overall pick in tonight's draft. But I had to find that out first, because if you're sending the 21st overall pick for Danny Green, there's an issue with me. Once I find out it's a 2025 protected first rounder, a second rounder, and you get that awful contract off your books for a guy who's on a back-to-back championship spring, maybe he brings some luck to Philly. I know he had a down year last year with the Lakers, but he can still play defense really well at a high level. Shooting, I hope he, performs better than he did with Los Angeles last year, but who knows?
I love this comment by
there is a new report. The Thunder are in talks to acquire the number 17 pick from Minnesota. The Thunder are wheeling and dealing. Sam Presti is one of the best there is in the game. He has more picks than I can even count. Like, I can't even count to the number of picks that he has. It's that much.
The treasure chest is full. It seems like is that Sam Hinkie or Sam Presti? I'm not sure. We have Big Shane Gillis saying, per source, what's going on?
That's me, sorry.
Stop hitting buttons. Per source, Ben Simmons would largely in favor of Sixers acquiring Zach LaVine. So is this happening? What is your thoughts on this, Austin? You've been on this guy's train, I think, since mid-season last year?
March, April?
March? So what would he bring to Philly, man?
So, first of all, there's this misconception out there. First of all, who the hell is Brian Mike Jacobs? Anyone know who that is?
Some loser. I don't know.
Is he credible? Yeah. Anyway, so the thing about LaVine is this: there's this misconception out there that he is not nearly the shooter that Buddy Hield would be. Buddy Hield makes $7 million more per year than Zach LaVine's going to make. Zach LaVine averaged 5 or 6 points per game more, and he's only a slightly worse shooter from 3-point range than Buddy Hield is in just general 3-point percentage. You can break down to the nitty gritty of it and where it is on catch and shoots and whatnot. But he's a much better player, much more inexpensive, and he adds shot creation to this team. And from everything that I've heard, Ben Simmons has been in favor of the trade. It's why he sort of emerged in their war room above Buddy Hield has. And I think it's going to be it's going to come down to this: how well can Daryl Morey and Elton Brand manage and soothe that relationship that that they have with Mark Eversley in the front office in Chicago. And I think that's going to be a huge factor in this. I do know that Mark Eversley was huge in their drafting Matisse Thybulle. I don't know how they feel about Thybulle in Philly. I know that they love Thybulle. The vibe that I get is that they would make him available in the right deal. Good. But the packages that have been coming into them that they haven't been initiating themselves for that include Thybulle have not been desirable up to this point.
All right. Big Shane Gillis goes Brian James. We know Brian. Brian's our fearless leader here at the Painted Lions. If you're watching here, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like. Thank you, everyone, for commenting. Keep the comments flowing. It's going to be a long night, and we wouldn't be here without you guys, so make sure you keep the comments flowing. Love Brian. We're just playing around. We love Brian. We got Coyle is big into Zach LaVine. Benjamin Dew is also on board. Zach to the Philadelphia 76ers. What do you think of Deni Avdija? This is actually a really interesting question, and I think it falls, where do you think he's going to be drafted, especially at that Golden State area? There a lot of talk between James Wiseman. I think Edwards is going first. And then I think the discussion happens between Deni Avdija and James Wiseman. I like Deni Avdija. I think this is one of the best, most talented players in this draft. Modern NBA forward. I really like him. What about you, Austin?
I love Deni Avdija. I thought he was a little slow moving, but he's generally regarded as a really high IQ player. Improved as a shooter throughout throughout the season. I think his stroke is very, 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 very good. And I expect him to go in the top 5-6 picks tonight. And I just think it's going to be I think he's going to be one of the better players in this draft. Dibes, what is so funny?
Coyle goes, I think he produced Boy Meets World. So Brian Michael Jacobs actually was not our Brian, another Brian. He was a producer of Boy Meets World.
Right.
What comment of the night so far, right there by my man Chris Coyle. Any thoughts on Deni Avdija, Dylan?
No.
Okay. We've got JR joining. What up, JR? Let's go, boys. Huge night. Going to be so much fun. I can't wait. A lot of talk about the Sixers making another move right now. This is just one of those really fun drafts. I think the lottery is a crapshoot this year. It's not a strong lottery. It's not a very strong at the top of the draft. But I think where this draft is really strong is in that like end of the lottery to like the mid to late first round, where you're going to find some real role players. I don't think you're going to find some stars in this draft, but I think and getting Darren Moore is so huge, especially for this. Because you're going to be able to find some real key role players moving forward. JR says, excited to see my guys. Missed y'all. Need Brian and Jason on. Jason Blevins will be joining us in a little bit. He's got Sixers duties tonight, but he will be jumping in and on, off and on. Definitely will be on soon. I think he said like something around 7:30. So we'll see. Gal says Avdija with the 4th pick. I could definitely see him being a top 5 pick for sure. As you said, my man, Big Shane Gillis, it's widely known Bulls GM is very fond of Matisse.
Hold on, I have a call. I have a call. Hold on.
Go ahead. We got you. He's a busy man.
Break some news for me, buddy.
So it would be likely a necessary piece to make the trade work. I am 100%. I love Matisse. Matisse was my number 1 target in last year's draft. It kind of sucked that they traded up for him and lost a pick, but I like Matisse. I think he's my personal preference with draft picks is I like guys that provide the defensive side. When you're picking late in the first round, you always kind of, if you have that background of a strong defensive presence, that always is a plus, especially in that back area of the draft.
Matisse isn't untouchable to you, though, is he?
No, absolutely not. I love Matisse. There's no way that guy holds up a trade for Zach. So absolutely, he is on the table. I like this Danny Green trade for the fact that the Lakers were a pretty good defensive team. Danny Green is known to be a solid catch and shoot shooter, which is absolutely critical when you put someone like Danny Green next to Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons will get you the ball on the perimeter, but that's been the Sixers' issue. They don't got guys that can make open threes. Don't watch that last game. I think, wasn't Danny Green the one that missed the wide open 3, or am I thinking of someone else?
No, I think you're right.
All right, but Danny Green was
I think what had happened was the window was open and there was a large gust of rim.
Well, you're the shot doc, so
the shot looks good. His shot is quick. It's efficient. It's a high release. It looks good.
All right, let's go. These 3 idiots right here. Absolutely.
Who is this guy?
Absolutely. I don't know. James,
thanks for watching, Janice.
Yeah. I mean, she's not wrong. So how many minutes till the draft? We are. Why you change the channel?
I didn't know you wanted it on.
Yeah, we're watching the draft. This is what happens when we're live. My wife comes down and changes the channel.
I didn't change the channel off screen.
Would not be surprised if Deni went number 1, to be honest. That's really interesting. Who do you guys think is going number 1? I think it's Anthony Edwards. I think in terms of shot creator, ceiling, defensive potential, I think Anthony Edwards is the clear number 1 pick. What about you, Austin?
I texted with some agents earlier today, and they said that they were hearing that it was really his comments were really off-putting to some people. They just weren't sure. Like they were like I don't know anymore. A lot of these guys have not been very good in the interview process.
Interesting.
If I had to guess, so right now I can tell you what's happening right now. You have like 6. You have the Minnesota Timberwolves, and you have like 18 different phones ringing in their front office, and they're just trying to get off that first pick because they really don't want it. And the Warriors are trying to field trade calls for that pick, for their second pick too. I would say in a normal year, if you're assuming fit, probably Minnesota probably goes with Anthony Edwards. If they can trade that pick, I think the chances of it being James Wiseman go astronomically higher.
Jeremiah Brotherson says LaMelo Ball, pick one. Is that we've got a Woj bomb. Is that confirmed? Can anyone check that out real quick? Anything out there about that? LaMelo number one?
No.
Well, according to Rashad Phillips, they're going to trade Ben Simmons to the Golden State. Golden State's going to trade the second pick to Toronto, who's then going to give Philly Kyle Lowry. So I guess hashtag talk soon, right? Is that what the phrase is he uses?
JR says, what is Krell sipping on? Gin and juice?
I would never. I'm sipping on something very good Kool-Aid.
All right, let's go on to Cole Richards. Thanks for joining, Cole. Do you think there is a chance that Elton Brand will take a shot to get Harden or Westbrook? I think the Drew Holiday trade fucked everything up. I think that and the Rocco, like Drew getting 5 first-round picks and Rocco getting 2 first-round picks, like that screwed up the entire market for James Harden. Any thoughts on that, Dylan?
Well, the first thing is no, Russell Westbrook is not going to be a Philadelphia 76er, and they're not going to reach out for Russell Westbrook. James Harden, I agree. We talked about it on my podcast a little bit over an hour ago. The Drew Holiday deal. First of all, I want to talk about how Robert Covington took 2 first-round picks. But then Drew Holiday comes out and got the 3 this year. Plus, what was it? Bledsoe and George Hill. Like, just a haul for Drew Holiday. That really changed. Like, it set the market, right? Yep. Like, one of the first trades of this offseason sets the market. So now, like Kai Carlin was saying on my podcast earlier, if you're Houston and you're dangling around that of James Harden, here you go. Well, I want half your team and 8 draft picks. Like, they can ask for anything. So, it really screwed that up. But, no, Russell Westbrook, definitely not. James Harden, obviously, there's been links to it, talks of it, between them and the Nets. Does he? I don't even know if he gets moved. I have no idea.
Chester Floof says, what about the trade that happened with – what's up, Dylan?
The one thing that I thought was interesting is we're sitting here talking about, the trade with Al Horford to free up cap space for Zach LaVine, and ESPN had Stephen A. Smith on right after the trade, and their attention went immediately to cap space for James Harden. Yeah. So take that for whatever you will.
Chester Floofs is joining. Thank you so much for watching, dude. What about the trade that happened with the 76ers and Thunder? As a Sixers fan, we're all pretty much overjoyed that you were able to kind of correct the mistake. Horford was not a fit in Philadelphia, not a fit with Ben and Joel. To be able to get out of that contract and get, a couple solid pieces in Terrence Ferguson and Danny Green, I think is a solid move. But getting out of that contract was literally priority 1 this offseason. And I think for a 2025 first rounder, who the fuck cares, man? That is absolutely fantastic. Chris Coyle, I think Harden deal needs Ben. I'm not trading Ben for James Harden. That is just me personally. What about you, Austin?
I've been saying this from the beginning of the trade rumors. If you believe in your sincerest of hearts that James Harden makes you good enough to win a title in the next 3 years, as Daryl Morey hinted in his first presser, then you do the deal. If you win the championship, it doesn't matter what it took to get it, you got it. Now, if you don't think it's going to win you a championship, I don't see the need to trade away your 24-year-old for a 31-year-old. But if you think it's going to get you closer to a championship, then you have to do it. It's your job to do that. You can't. It's a business at the end of the day.
What about you, Dylan? What are your thoughts on Harden for swapping Harden for Ben?
Probably not. All right, so here's what I said when it first leaked, right? So when it comes to Ben Simmons, there's not many players in this league for me personally that even give me a thought to get rid of Ben Simmons. I think he's that good. Like, I know everyone loves to bitch and moan that he refuses to shoot the ball or that he can't shoot, whatever it is. But to me, he does everything else in the game at an elite level, at a top 5 level, in my opinion. So, no, he's a generational talent, in my opinion. He's a freak athlete. But there's not a lot of guys out in the NBA that give me a thought. James Harden gives me a thought just for the fact that if you pair pairing Embiid and an all-around pure scorer, probably one of the best. I'm not saying the best, but one of the best pure all-around scorers in the league or ever. To pair with Joel Embiid, a dominant big, probably the most dominant in the league right now, It gives you a thought. Well, I can't say that I would do it, but there's a thought there.
All right. Fox M Cloud 21 is joining. Thank you so much for watching, dude. Late round sleepers. All right, here we go. I've got Devin Dotson, Isaiah Joe, Emmanuel Quickly. Who else, Austin? Who are some of your gems in this late round, second round area?
You know what I'm going to say.
Jordan Nwora.
Jordan Nwora.
All right, quick.
I love Jordan Nwora.
The Jordan Nwora trade since March.
It's only a joke, partially.
I mean, he was killing it in the combine. He was one of the best shooters during this combine. He would be absolutely a terrific second round pick for the Sixers, probably for anybody. I mean, what he brings to the next level, I think a lot of teams could take Jordan Nwora. Let's roll on. Big Shane Gillis, thanks for commenting so much, man. Really, really appreciate it. Love you guys. I don't want Harden if we can trade anyone that isn't Ben or Joel for LaVine. So 100%. Hot take. James Harden or Russell Westbrook for Simmons and Harris. Wowzers. I actually never thought about that as a duo. I don't know if Harden and Westbrook want to play together anymore. I don't know about that. Cole Richards, those contracts don't match. There it is. I like this one. Adversity captains joining. The Sixers need Josh Green. That's my pick for us tonight. I like Josh Green. I think when we did a sleepers and most overrated podcast last week, Josh Green was one of my sleepers of this draft. I think in terms of defensive potential, guy that can just shoot from three. He's very young. He's got a high ceiling. Maybe Paul George. We're getting crazy with the comparisons here. But in terms of like getting a guy with a high ceiling in that mid to late first round, a guy that in a draft that is very kind of a crapshoot to begin with. You look at the lottery, the end of the lottery guys, Precious Achiuwa, like there's a lot of guys that are boomer bust guys. I have no idea why Josh Green is like projected mid to late first round. I think he's right up there in terms of ceiling, maybe higher bust potential. We have Jason joining. You know him on Twitter at JBlevins NBA. What up, Jason?
Yeah, I just got a text from the 76ers. Sorry I couldn't join earlier. When I got confirmation of the Horford trade, I said, let me guess, this is just the beginning. It's going to be a late night. The text back was very late night. Fire up the coffee pot.
Oh, my God.
Can I tweet that?
No, you can't. But anybody watching
watching
got that one. Don't tweet that, though.
My vibe is like the Terrell Owens, like, get your popcorn ready. That's all I hear from Jason right there, man. I'm psyched.
So we know that we do know that Daryl is talking tonight after the draft.
Great.
Right? So that'll cover whatever trades happen plus whatever picks occur. I'm getting the sense that it's going to be an interesting night. Yeah.
We've got Ryan Harrison joining, making fun of Austin's drink of choice, Kool-Aid.
On the work week, this is called Kool-Aid. Once Saturday hits, once my professionalism can take a break, it's going to be something different. Don't worry.
All right, I heard from a source the Warriors might trade down and send the number 4 pick and Wendell Carter Jr. With this trade. Warriors have so many assets and wings. I think if I had a top pick in this draft, whether I'm Minnesota, Golden State, I'm trading back. Hands down, that is easily my first priority. I am not a fan of majority of these prospects. We'll get into that when the draft actually starts. What would you do there, Jason?
I would take Wiseman if he's there too. Pretty simple. I think the Warriors they have a track record of making those kind of guys at that size really effective. Wendell Carter is 6'10". He's not 7'1". I like him as a player, but I don't think they take those really raw sort of athletic guys. They put them in the exact right spot to just be huge bodies in the middle. I think Wiseman fits that better than what you'd get at 4. I don't like anything at 4. I wouldn't want to be at 4 is the one pick I wouldn't want, right? I'd rather have 8 than 4. I'd certainly rather have 3 than 4. But if I'm 2, I would either trade out entirely to do a home run swing if I'm them, for swing for an established player they know can help, or I'm taking Wiseman, or even LaMelo at this point with the Klay Thompson news. Why not bring LaMelo in and get your other 6'7" guy and showcase him just like you did with D'Angelo Russell?
Kyle Newbeck reports, despite some earlier buzz on LaVine, I'm hearing there are no current discussions between Philly and Chicago.
All right. Okay.
But the night is young. That's not part of the report. That's just something that
I mean, a lot of this does make if you look at the trade that Detroit and Houston made, that saves Houston about $8 million in real money. The Sixers now have a way to offer Fertitta a significant real dollar savings of about $10+ million for a Harden deal.
Woj reports Sacramento Kings forward Bojan Bogdanovic plans to enter restricted free agency on Friday at 6 p.m. Sources tell ESPN.
So that trade is nullified.
That's great. That is
wow. Okay. All right. Let's take care of business real quick. This is the Painted Lines YouTube channel. Make sure you like, make sure you subscribe. If you love the NBA draft, you have some favorite NBA draft prospects, go to our NBA draft playlist. 30 NBA draft scouting videos over there of your favorite players, strengths, best fits in the NBA. I swear you'll love it. Let's throw it to Jay Blevin. What do you got going on, man?
I just got done a music podcast, so that's where I was at the beginning of this. I've been trying to stay up to speed all day on the draft. So I think my top 3 settled in about 1 p.m. today. I've got Wiseman number 1, I've got Ball number 2, and I've got Edwards, right? Anthony Edwards number 3. And I think it's a significant drop-off after that. I really do. And then I think the draft gets interesting again around, 14, 15, and through the middle of the second round, I think it becomes interesting.
All right. What about you, Austin? Where can we find you, and talk a little bit about your pod?
You can find me on Twitter at NBA Krell, where I will be tweeting furiously all night. Any information I can sort of squeeze out. Although nothing compares to what Jason or Ryan have, of course. You can find me on Twitter at NBA Krell. I podcast The Feed to Embiid. That could be undergoing a rebranding at some point soon. But just be on the lookout. We're always dropping good nuggets in on that. So
trying to take care of business before the draft starts. Go ahead, Dylan.
Faithful Fanatics podcast, part of the Painted Lines. Follow us on Twitter at FaithfulFans2. Follow me on Twitter at DylanJD98. We just wrapped up a pre-draft pod with Kai Carlin. Last week we had Paul Hudrick on. In a few weeks we're going to be having 97.5's Jason Mercedes back on the pod, so look out for that. We have Faithful Fanatic merch on the Painted Lines TeePublic store. Thanks to my man Jason down there for the great design. So yeah.
Awesome. Make sure you go check out thepaintedlines.com. Austin and I, man, we've been on the grind since March, pumping out these NBA draft scouting reports. This is like Christmas, man. I don't know about you guys, but this is the best fucking night of the year for me. I love the NBA draft, the whole process, college basketball to the pros, even the NBA G League. It just inject all of it into my veins. We're getting ready for the NBA draft. Not started yet, but how about this one? I wouldn't trade Matisse Thybulle except in a package that lands a star. I mean, I love Matisse. You agree with that?
Well, except in a package that lands a star.
All right. I'm pretty high on Matisse, but
I wouldn't have traded Matisse straight up for Danny Green. Let's put it that way. So I think I agree with Mark in that regard. You're not going to trade Matisse for a good fit, older non-star, but do you package him if he's the reason, if he's the difference between you getting a legit superstar or not, you have to let him go.
Yeah. We have Vladislav joining. Do you think Deni Avdija will go to the Bulls? Do you see that fit with Lauri Markkanen at all?
He's here.
Yo, what's up, Rob?
There he is.
I know people fell in love with Deni. I don't see it.
I like Avdija as a prospect, but not there. Not there. I think the Bulls will go a different direction there. Any comments on that, Austin?
I like Avdija a lot. I would say I like him in Golden State. They've traded back. It wouldn't shock me if that was the guy they targeted at like 4 or 5. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. How many more minutes to the draft? We're waiting for this baby to start. We're watching here. We're going to be just talking about announcing, grading, discussing every pick tonight. So fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a very long night. What if Deni Avdija is Dario 2.0? Is he worth that pick that high? That was we've talked about that when we were doing a scouting report. Is this a rich
I don't think he's that good.
You don't think Denny's better than Dario?
I really don't. I think he's closer to Furkan than he is to Dario. I don't think he's got the same vision, creativity. He's probably a better shooter, but he's physically not nearly as strong. I think Dario has some speed challenges, but I mean, he came in physically ready to compete in the NBA. I'm not sure Deni has that physical strength. And let's face it, that's been the number one weakness for Furkan is his physical ability to be on the floor, right? And to move through contact and to play defense.
Absolutely. Thank you, everybody, for commenting here. Rob, what's going on, dude?
First of all, I got yelled at because I was in the middle of a very important conversation with my wife when the Al Horford news broke, and I started jumping around the kitchen and totally threw off the conversation, and it did not end well for me. So not only am I in my basement to be on the show with you, but I think I'm actually relegated to my basement for the evening after that moment in time. But Woj is dropping. So Bogdanovich is not going to Milwaukee. Now, did I miss that? Was I getting yelled at that point?
Rob,
a couple hours ago, there was whispers that he had not agreed to this, and Woj just confirmed that it's pretty much canceling the trade.
Canceling the trade is done, and he's going to go in.
Now there is some line of thought that in order to avoid the tampering issue, they call it off for now, and then as soon as it opens up back again, they'll be like, "Oh, trade's back on. We're good."
Yeah. Business. Rob, plug your podcast, The Madness, man.
Yeah, well, the madness will come tomorrow, and there will be a lot of anger towards the Philadelphia Eagles. But if tonight continues on this path, I have no problem turning the madness into an all-Sixers show tomorrow. Because if I don't have to talk about Doug Peterson's arrogant ass and all the nonsense.
Breaking news: Klay Thompson has torn his ACL.
No, man.
I heard it was the other leg. Is that true? The other leg?
I think it was the same leg.
That's terrible.
That's awful. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Ryan Harrison, Klay Thompson just suffered a leg. That sucks, man. Come on. I love watching that guy play.
I guess now they keep the pick, maybe, right? I mean, why not?
I would if I was them.
This is your boy, Matt McGinty, talking about your boy, Austin. Lamar Stevens. What do you like about Lamar Stevens?
I was texting with our former coach together a couple hours ago. He was excited for Lamar. He knows Lamar much better than I do, much closer with Lamar. So I would think he probably knows something. We'll see.
Mark Bernstein says, I like Lamar Stevens on a two-way. That is a solid late second round pick for the Philadelphia 76ers. We're catching up to all these comments here. Yeah, a lot of Klay comments. Big Shane Gillis. Dario had more hype coming in than Deni. And the league's gotten significantly more competitive in the last 5 years alone. Okay. I got you.
Agree.
I'm a little higher on Deni than I guess you guys, but I think Denny's going to be really solid. I like him a lot. And he says, damn, that's horrible for Klay and really terrible timing for Golden State. Yeah, man, just terrible timing.
It may be, though. But, this probably nudges them to take a guy at 2. And it could be a blessing in disguise.
How long till the draft starts? I'm looking at the timer. We've got 24 minutes. Woj is on the TV right now talking about something. I would imagine it's Klay Thompson.
He's calling me actually right now.
He's calling you on his phone in your dreams.
You sure he's not calling Vin Fosh?
Yeah.
The true insider. The true insider.
Oh my God.
My favorite memory was I woke up, like we were talking about this all night last night. I love you, Vin. I wake up this morning. It's like 6 a.m. I'm in the shower, and I have 97.5 morning on. And sure enough, Jamie Lynch, Mark Farzetta, Bob Cooney are talking about Vin Fosh.
It's crazy. He did it. He did it. He pulled it off. It's anyone over a certain age knows who Andy Kaufman is, and Vin has managed to pull off the Andy Kaufman.
Man on the moon.
Unbelievable. I mean, I have people not on Twitter texting me because they see that like I talk to people who talk to Vin, and they're like, "Yo, is this guy legit?" Like he has broken Twitter. Like he's broken Twitter.
I can't tell you how many people I've gotten DMs from, like just like the no face egg profiles that are like, that are like what do you know about Ben Fosh? Is he real? And I'm like, you know what? No comment anymore.
Yep, no comment.
Fair. That's respect.
I actually can't tell you who I got a call from asking me about him 2 nights ago, but yeah, he's on many people's radar.
That's awesome.
Good for you.
We have JR asking, do you see the Sixers doing anything with their 2 high second round picks? So 34 is gone, but they still have 36. I still want Isaiah Joe. He's been my guy. My draft, my mock draft has always been Tyrell Terry, Isaiah Joe. Tyrell Terry, Isaiah Joe. Could he fall to 36? Grant Riller, Devin Dotson, ball handlers, shooters, playmakers, period. That's what the Sixers need. I think all those guys would check the boxes. I would love – I don't even know if it would happen, but like Desmond Bane falling and getting in the top of the second round, that would be nuts. But who knows? Who knows? Anybody here have a second round hopeful? Austin, who do you want to see the Sixers take in that top of the second round?
I've been thinking about this a lot today, and I think one guy, and not necessarily in the top of the second round, but a guy that I really like in the second round is Mason Jones. I think he has a really, really, really good story. And I think that story speaks volumes as to how his game can translate in the NBA. Like he was like 260 in high school, like whatever it was, dropped like 50 pounds per year. It might have been 360, dropped like 50 pounds, whatever it was per year, ends up playing basketball his senior year of high school. And now he's become what he's become. I mean, he's very aggressive. He's not afraid of the big moment. And I think it speaks a lot of his mentality of what he can be, what he can become. I like him a lot in this draft for sure.
Oh,
not as much as Perkins does take him 21st overall, but
we got my, oh, go ahead, Rob.
You guys are throwing around Isaiah Joe as a second round pick, and I, because I'm a degenerate, was on DraftKings today looking at and so the odds for the player to be selected as the 21st, now they don't give it to a specific team, but right now, obviously, that's where the Sixers are. The best odds for the 21st pick are plus 150 Isaiah Joe.
Wow.
So does that mean that the Sixers are good? Like, that they love this guy where he may be a guy to get in the second, but they're going to, they may, for lack of a better term, reach to get him to make sure he's theirs if they pick at 21? And I'll ask that to you guys who followed it a lot closer than I do.
Are you saying this is another Jalen Reagor versus Justin Jefferson situation?
No, because I've won that bet. That bet is over.
Whoa. It's not over yet. It's not over. I wouldn't. I'm big on Isaiah Joe. There's definitely better options. We got to see the way the board falls. Obviously, you can't take Isaiah Joe at 21. You just can't. This is not Jalen Reagor. I take it back. This is not Jalen Reagor's situation. Isaiah Joe has a lot of range. He has a huge wingspan. He has defensive potential, but just not in the first round. Absolutely not.
Here's what I think. Yeah. I love him as well, and I don't think he's plan A at all at 21. But if they love him, I understand why, because I really think he's an NBA player. And I'm guessing they're trying to use 21 as part of a larger secondary move after the Horford move. But if that doesn't come to fruition, it wouldn't bother me if they took him there just to make sure that he doesn't fall to that he doesn't get snapped up at 32, 33, 34. It wouldn't bother me because what I saw, I look at him and I see where he fits in the NBA. And a lot of those guys, you really have to squint to see where they fit. But he's not one of those guys. I can see pretty clearly what he does for a team.
We have my partner in crime here. Loretto's joining. He is a Golden State Warriors fan. He is my co-host for the Suit Up Geeks podcast, our other podcast where we talk Star Wars, MCU, DC Comics movies, comic book movie reviews, all that kind of stuff. Thanks for joining, dude. We have Brandon joining. Brandon After. Make sure you follow him at BAfter23, man. Thanks for joining. You guys only discuss Philly. I promise you, we're waiting here. We've got 20 minutes.
It's almost like Party on Broad is a Philly podcast.
What? What? Is that true?
I don't know. Maybe don't listen to a show that's about the team that is blatantly about a city that you're not interested in.
We've talked to at least 4 or 5 top 6 or 8 picks so far. Right?
Yeah. We're going to really get into it once the draft starts. We are less than 20 minutes away. 17 minutes, in fact. I see Adam Silver sitting in a lounge or having an interview. So we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Mario, stay with us. I promise you, we're going to do grades. We're going to discuss and do our initial reactions. It's going to be so much fun. Mark Bercy's, I love the Philly talk. There it is.
There you go.
What time is it now? Thanks for joining from Australia. Oh, my God. Nathan May, thanks for joining, dude. It is 7:43 p.m. Eastern time, so we're getting there. It's going to be a long, long night. I want the Warriors to get Wiseman and an okay shooting guard because Klay is injured. Maybe we can add Jordan Poole and maybe Wiggins to package for a good shooting guard. So I think widely considered the second overall pick is James Wiseman. I know James Wiseman's good, but do you think James Wiseman fits that win now mentality for Golden State, Austin?
Well, so here's what I think. I think this whole Klay Thompson situation now probably has them thinking a different direction. I mean, they have. I mean, think about it. They go from a team that is basically deciding, do we get the bridge player to the next era of our franchise when Steph and Klay are gone, or do we trade this for an asset and try to get back into the thick of things for a title this next upcoming season? Now you don't have Klay Thompson, so you're probably not going to be in that conversation. So now what do? Maybe you add a big. Maybe you kind of, all respect to Klay Thompson, but you say we need to fortify our wing again and look at somebody else. I also think this. I don't think anyone's high on this draft at all. And I think that their prize they have is Minnesota's first-round pick next year.
Okay.
Yeah, is Wiseman – he's at least as good as JaVale McGee, right? Right now.
Jason, come on.
Come on. He's at least as good as that right now.
Jason, he's way better than James Wiseman. No, wait. He's way better than JaVale McGee.
Okay, so JaVale McGee was a useful player for Golden State because anyone that is 7 foot plus has a really easy job with those guys, right? You got Steph Curry on the floor. Remember, Steph was hurt last year. You got Steph Curry on the floor. It makes sure if you can run and Wiseman can get up and down the floor and you can grab offensive rebounds, that's the whole job, right? Protect the rim, grab boards, run the floor. Steph Curry makes that really easy, and you've got you have a lot of pieces around to make a center's job really easy in Golden State.
Here's what I see for his ceiling. I think his floor is
Hassan Whiteside.
Hassan Whiteside, maybe like DeAndre Jordan. I think his ceiling is Joel Embiid. I really do.
What?
I really do.
Well, then you have to take him number one.
Yeah, I've been saying that since I first started scouting him. I would take him number one overall, no question.
Yeah, me too. He's number one on my board for sure.
Yeah.
I find the whole Anthony Edwards, James Wiseman debate to be really interesting, especially with the state of the NBA as it currently is. Like, we see the NBA moving away from big men. Anthony Edwards has just as much bust potential, I think, as James Wiseman, and I think their ceilings are just roughly the same. I don't see Wiseman as Embiid. I respectfully disagree. But I'm really interested to see where this pick goes because it's going to kind of dictate where the league is moving forward. Sorry, Rob, what?
I said, Dives, that was so proper. I respectfully disagree. I don't know if anyone has ever disagreed with Austin that properly before.
He's not used to respectful disagreement.
Yeah, it was weird for me, and it wasn't even directed at me. That was insane.
I usually do this. If I agree with you, I answer. If I don't agree with you, I don't answer. There's no discourse with me. It's just either you agree or you don't.
We have Matt McGinty saying 21, Desmond Bane, Emmanuel Quickley at 36, Tyshawn Alexander at 49, Lamar Stevens at 58. Let's talk. How would you grade that draft for the Sixers? I think that's a solid A-. I think that's a really, really strong trade. Desmond Bane obviously is a very good shooter, can impact the game, passing, rebounding. He's not athletic. Don't expect this guy to set the world on fire with his athleticism, but he impacts the game in a lot of ways, keeps the ball moving on offense, which is huge for a Doc Rivers system. Emmanuel Quickley is one of Austin's favorite players, really fun player to watch, especially when you're watching tape and you can watch him and Maxey play. Tyshawn Alexander is one of the best pick and roll defenders in this draft, and I think Austin's probably going to give this an A++. Is that correct?
Sure. Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think Daryl Morey is. I'm much more intrigued in what Daryl Morey has up his sleeve for the remainder of the night than I am in like what he's going to do in this draft, because I just don't think this draft matters too significantly to Philly. I think it matters much more to other people, other teams. It's just the sentiment that I think.
All right, we have my man Coyle. Is Nicole allowing you to watch the draft tonight? So, like 30 minutes ago, I'm like, we're live here, and my wife comes down and the TV's right there, and she comes and turns the TV over to Dawson's Creek. I'm like, what are you doing?
I mean, Dawson's Creek NBA draft,
I mean, Joey Pacey, come on.
You could tell how much people did not want Horford back, given that Woj's tweet got 63,000 likes in 2 hours, and that trade was only for Danny Green.
Listen, it's the funniest thing is now, I think Danny Green's a nice piece to add to the bench here, but
sure.
To be able to get out from under that contract with giving up what you had to give up, I mean, my God, I don't know if you could have hit a bigger home run on that trade, and you open up, what was it, $8.5 million or whatever it might be, so that as you guys have been talking about, if there's another, if there's another plan here, I mean, that was just and we all knew that Daryl Morey was good, But we all kind of thought this was going to be a tough sell to somebody to get out of that contract and to do it and bring back a couple guys. Now, like we said, who stays, who goes. But really impressive way to start off draft night for the new regime.
I love it.
Also keep in mind, I forgot.
You know the only way to make this an A+ offseason so far? The only miss the Sixers have done so far is this. That's it.
Yeah.
I disagree.
I mean, if they were to reveal the throwback black jerseys, it would have been a perfect offseason for me. That's just my personal opinion. You disagree, Jason. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I haven't written this down, but I don't think Chris Heck should have apologized for saying that Philadelphia has matured in its culture and has an art scene and a more mature nightlife than it did in the past. I'm not a uniform guy. I'm not a jersey guy at all. So I don't really have a take on the aesthetic of the jersey itself. But Boathouse Row is one of those uniquely Philadelphian things. And what I liked about it was it's something that you have to have visited the city to really know about. So we are so parochial where we only care about what's going on in our city. It's a nod inwardly to our people that, someone in Denver, some random person in Montana that's just following the NBA wouldn't connect with. So to me, it was a nod to the city. And again, do I think it was a beautiful jersey? I'm not qualified to judge. I don't care about any jerseys really. So I think the Wilt Chamberlain red, white, and blue, the basic jersey they have now is like the best possible version. So I don't need all the alternate jerseys. But I don't think you should apologize.
I live there. I used to run and exercise on Kelly Drive right there, Boathouse Row, all the time.
Yep.
I went every weekend.
I went to a rowing camp there once, and I think I knocked the boat over by accident.
I quit the Temple rowing team after 6 weeks because I didn't have an oar, and I couldn't sit in a boat and not row. So
seriously, if you live in Philly, they shut down. What is that? West River Drive, I think, and you can just run it. And on Sunday, it's beautiful. Such a beautiful area. I don't disagree with that. There was an anticipation of saying that they could bring back this, and it might grow on me. It might not. But that disappointment.
Spike Gaskin tweets: sources close to the Sixers tell me they're close to a D.
A what?
Close to a D?
A DE. I don't know if that's a joke or it's just a mistyping, but that's what he says.
Oh my God! All right. Mark Bernstein says Killian Tilly as a Sixers second rounder. That is one of Thiago's favorite players in this draft. So Thiago will be joining at some point.
Yes,
he will be joining. Obi Toppin. We did a pod on who is the biggest bust in this draft. Obi Toppin was mine. I think that was a unanimous decision. I don't like his foot speed. I don't like his ability to shoot contested shots. He doesn't do it well. And I don't like, obviously, his defense. He's going to get exposed defensively. As a top 10 pick in this draft, I'm very excited for the Knicks to take this guy, and I'm just going to be laughing my ass off the rest of the night. That is something I'm very excited for. That is going to be hilarious. Oh my gosh, we have so many comments. Thank you everyone for commenting. Oh my God, I can't even keep up. This is the YouTube channel of The Painted Lines. Make sure you check us out over at thepaintedlines.com. Like, subscribe, comment. It's going to be a ton of fun. Trash talk. Disagree with us. This is all in fun. Make sure you let us know what you're drinking tonight, eating, all the above. Let's move on to.
This is not water. I just want people to understand that.
I'm out of water, but I am going to get some more.
Yeah, this is my made from a Tito's bottle glass with my Tito's in it. It was tonight was a vodka night, and I plan on pulling at dives and maybe falling asleep by the end of the draft on the live stream.
That never happens.
That's a jab at me because we do these movie drafts, and the one time I was hosting it, and it was like 3 hours in, and I was so drunk that I blacked out during the pod. Jason, you were there.
I was there. I briefly took over hosting duties.
You blacked out during a live podcast.
I blacked out. I passed out in my bathroom.
Yeah, you were gone about 40 minutes. It was fine. Look, fuck it, we'll do it live.
Exactly. I don't care. All right. Brandon Apter says thoughts on Nerlens returning as a backup. Is that official? Did you get any official news on that?
No, but
it
makes sense.
It does make sense. It does make sense. I also believe they're going to guarantee Norvell Pell's contract. And damn, that's really loud pouring into the glass.
Bro, I didn't know Kool-Aid came in that bottle.
This is a nice type of Kool-Aid bottle right here.
I love it.
Yeah, I think he fits he can defend in space. He's got quick hands, plays defense, protects the rim. He is I agree that there's no reason for Norvell Pell not to get picked up. It's like a $1.5, $1.6 million option to guarantee that. I think it's pretty safe to say he'll be back. Let
me report it, Jason. Don't ruin it for me, please.
All right, love it. My first thought of Nerlens Noel is the steals. The steals in the paint with Matisse and Ben. That would be absolutely insane. We got Brock joining. Follow him on Twitter at LandisBrock. What's up, Brock?
What's going on, guys? I appreciate you having me. I'm glad to talk basketball. I'm glad to talk hoops with my colleagues. So I hope we're all ready for a crazy night.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun. By the way, we are 3 minutes and 3.5 minutes away from the draft starting. Again, we are going to be giving our grades. We're going to be talking about how each team picks and how do they fit into that roster. We are just almost there. I cannot wait. I expect a busy night, not just for the Sixers, but for the entire NBA. Oh my gosh, so many comments. This is absolutely insane. Let's go, Brock. We've been talking for a while now. What do you think of Nerlens coming back to Philly?
I like it. Any former Sixer I like coming back to Philadelphia, and specifically Nerlens, because in his tenure with Philadelphia, he was asked to do a lot on a team that was a losing team, and he proved that he could be an effective ball player. Even more specifically, this season with OKC and a world-renowned point guard in Chris Paul, he's been really effective. His true shooting percentage is up close to 70%, and he was effective from the field. He had a great season catching alley-oops, dunking the basketball, and defensively, he's an anchor. He can do what you said, steal the ball crisp, but he's an elite shot blocker too. So if you could get a versatile defender in Nerlens Noel to play 15 to 20 minutes in a backup role, you can occasionally pair him on the floor with a passer that has great vision. Ben Simmons, he's got pretty good vision. And also offensively, if you give him a couple of shooters or you disguise him on that end of the floor, I think it could be a very effective ball player. So I love the idea of Nerlens here.
And what's your quick grade on the Horford trade?
I think it's a great trade. I mean, Chris, I would rather pay you 1 year, $15 million.
Nobody wants that.
Horford,
Nobody wants that.
Each season for the next 3 years. So, in my opinion, you don't have to give up too much draft capital. Hopefully, Philadelphia doesn't fall apart before 2025 and surrender a top 6 pick. But you didn't have to attach too much draft capital. Like I said, you get much less of a commitment for much less money, more than $10 million you're paying for Al Horford on a season basis. So not only is that a benefit, but you also get a great addition on the offensive end. Danny Green, an elite catch and shooter, and he does it consistently.
How's yeah? Make sure you follow my man Brock on Twitter at LandisBrock, and he is the co-host of the Feed to Embiid with my man Austin over there. I hate how it's like backwards. There's Austin. But anyway, we are getting ready for the NBA draft to start. My man Dylan, thank you so much. We are not live streaming.
I didn't do that. That must have been Crow.
That was me.
Thank you, Austin. We are not live streaming the draft. We are reacting and grading every single pick. It's going to be a long night. Get your popcorn ready. What are we drinking tonight, fellas? We have my man Chris Coyle drinking some Dogfish Head 60-minute IPA. I had that as my signature drink at my wedding, FYI. Just one of my favorite drinks. Brandon says, Rob drinking straight beer knob from the glass?
Time out. You don't know. I am a vodka snob, all right? You're not putting anything in my glass that isn't Tito's or better, all right? I don't play the Smirnoff game. Popovs and me had bad experiences in Burnett back in college, okay? It's classy, all right? It's Tito's with a splash of club, just enough to get that little burn going down my throat. You got to remember, I haven't drank in like 3 weeks, all right? My ass was dead for 14 days on the couch. So, like, I must be hammered off of one vodka. Like, that might
Cheers. I'm also drinking vodka, doing some Tito's. What about you, Dylan?
Rob was definitely a UV blue kind of guy in college and high school.
You know what I was, right? So I actually, for me, most of my drinking took place those first few years out of college. Like, my early 20s were what most people would probably call a disaster in their life. Because I was out there, I was drinking bottles of Ciroc a night. Like, I was just pounding Ciroc vodka. I would start drinking Nuvo just to have a shot of Nuvo. It didn't matter to me. If it was vodka, I was drinking it, but I was drinking a lot of it.
Woj reports the Timberwolves remain on the phones discussing possible trade scenarios with the number 1 overall pick.
That's a good move.
Sources tell the Painted Lines. No, I'm kidding.
Listen. In reality, I was thinking this today. Imagine the anxiety that the people in the front office have for the first overall pick in a season when there's not a clear-cut first overall pick. I couldn't imagine that. I feel like I'd rather be in a position where I have the 3rd pick or the 4th pick because you have the first 2 picks to do the job for you. Then at 3, you still get a pretty good player, and you don't have to make that decision.
Big Shane Gillis says, tired hands. Any Philly heads, please try some tired hands. Excellent brewery. Absolutely delicious. And who's hosting this?
We'll send our invoice to these companies, by the way.
Dobbs, we have
free advertising.
A wide demographic here.
I guess so, but tired hands is delicious. We have Tiago. Follow my man. I'm drinking nothing because I'm 13.
Hey, you know what? Kudos to this young man coming on here.
Ice water tonight.
Yeah, kudos to this young man for standing up for what he believes in. I was the same as you, my friend, but I got to tell you, you're going to hit 21 and something's going to change, and you're going to realize.
he said, don't tell him that.
You're going to hit the ripe age where Rob began drinking, which was 16.
On nights that you may let it slide, but kudos to you for for sticking to your guns at 13. As a teacher, as an educator of people your age, I appreciate that.
I would like to announce that Tired Hands is now the official sponsor of. No, I'm just kidding. We got my man Tiago joining. Follow him on Twitter at @Scabia. What up, Tiago?
What's up, Chris? You ready, man? I see your jersey.
Man,
you ready to go?
All of our hard work has come down to this moment right here.
I've got me up top left, and I got Tiago in the bottom, and I got Austin top right. It's like the flying V right here, man. We've been like really grinding with this since March, and I'm just so excited. This is Christmas. Adam Silver is officially on the podium, saying that the draft is officially open. Here we go, guys. Who do we all think is going to be the number 1 pick? Dylan.
I'm going to go with Anthony Edwards.
What about you, Austin?
I'm going to go James Wiseman, and then trade back after they draft him.
Rob.
I'm going to go with Anthony Edwards just because my degenerate self-taught DraftKings give him the best odds to go number 1.
Rob.
Let me go crazy here. Say LaMelo Ball.
Woo! Oh, that would be wild. What about you, Jason? Who's the number 1 pick here?
For me, it's James Wiseman.
Tiago?
I think they're going to go with Anthony Edwards, and I think that backcourt of Edwards and D'Angelo Russell is going to be awesome to watch. Not so much on defense, but definitely on offense.
That team give up 140 points a night.
Yeah.
I'm Team Edwards. Absolutely Team Edwards with the number 1 pick here. But if I was Minnesota, I would absolutely trade back. I think that's a no-brainer.
It's going to be Anthony Edwards.
Is it? Is that official?
I don't want to ruin it, but yeah.
We got like Woj Jr. We got a Woj bomb.
We have a Krell bomb here.
Krell bomb is going off already.
All right, let's. My man Loretto, Dogfish is fire. Oh my gosh, there's way too many comments here. All right, I don't even know. Yeah, they're still. Adam Silver's still doing his intro.
Also, shout out to our viewers. We have eclipsed we're now almost 350 viewers live.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Oh, nervous.
All right, Minnesota is officially on the clock, guys. We are live. The draft has started. We all are kind of in between there. We've got some Anthony Edwards. We have some James Wiseman. We have LaMelo Ball. So, yeah, where are you guys at? Do you see Karl Towns staying with the Minnesota Timberwolves moving forward? What are your guys' thoughts?
Who the fuck knows?
I mean, they build everything around him. Why not? What's not to like for him other than the weather? It's a really cool town, right? Minneapolis is a great town. He's a pretty cultured guy. He's a really smart guy. What's not to like? They're catering everything around him. So why would he want to leave?
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think he should leave, but that new management team they have in Minnesota, like they have no attachment to Towns whatsoever. So I wonder if they kind of soured on him, especially on defense. I don't know. I mean, we'll see what the draft tells us.
They can't both draft Edwards and be soured on Towns because of defense.
Right, but if they go Wiseman, then perhaps that's a sign that they might, be ready to move on from Towns.
Yep. I like the fit between Wiseman and Towns though, because they can both Towns can stretch the floor. So his ability to operate from the outside, as well as both of them will be able to rebound. I kind of like it, and I think Wiseman could be a guy that could clean up some problems on the other end. Allow Towns to play a little power forward.
Do you think Towns can defend the floor though? That's the question mark. I think you would have. Can he get out there in the perimeter? And
most of these fours nowadays are Kevin Love types that are, just trying to shoot out there anyway. Mm-hmm. So he can kind of rest at that position a little bit more.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we are counting down right now. The Minnesota Timberwolves are on the clock. Tiago, what was your take on the Horford trade?
I loved it, man. I absolutely loved it. I think T. Ferg is a guy who is if he stays here, he's gonna be a great defensive player. So the fact that they got him and Denny Green out of that whole mess is a plus trade for me. And anytime you get Al Horford out, it's the biggest win of all. So I loved it.
You just said it. Like these people that are getting mad at this trade and saying, you get the first and a second. No. You're missing the point of this trade. They did what many people thought was not going to be able to be done, and that was get out from under an Al Horford contract. That was a lot of money for a guy.
Yeah, I don't understand what's so hard to understand.
Yeah.
Well, I think unless you get out from under Tobias Harris also, you're still way over the cap, approaching the hard cap. So it's not like you just spend that money that you save. You still have to package things and trade for matching salary. It's not like you have now $10 million in open space that you can move a guy into, or even if you don't bring those guys back next year, that you now have all of that Horford money to spend. It's no longer there because of the Ben Simmons extension. That is not money to spend on free agency anymore. It was last year. It won't be next year. So I don't think it's quite as simple as we just got out from under it. I think breaking it up into smaller pieces allows you to make the next move. So that's good. But it's not as simple as you just cut $27 million off the books.
All right.
I'm seeing the Athletic out of Minneapolis, the Krasinski, is saying Anthony Edwards, which I don't like the fit there at all.
So what do you guys think about the Klay?
They're going to enjoy They're going to enjoy Deion Waiters.
Austin, you're being a little bit unfair to Edwards.
I don't think he's young.
I do worry about his motor a little bit. And like D'Angelo Russell is not a high motor guy to begin with. And Towns a little bit of a on and off kind of switch kind of guy. So there's a lot of like game off potential between that trio, but there's obviously huge offensive upside.
I don't know how they defend anybody on that team.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the grave they buried themselves in with Russell and Towns. And actually, the Minnesota Timberwolves are running out of time here. We should be seeing a pick very, very soon. I like this one. Big Shane Gillis says Adam Silver looks like he should be announcing the Hunger Games. May the odds be ever in your favor trying to defend the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Woj and Shams just said that it's Edwards.
Is it Edwards? Okay.
Yeah, I don't like it.
I don't believe it. I got to see it with my own eyes.
You can argue he's the best player, but I don't know how that makes any sense in Minnesota.
All right, Austin, you did a scouting report on Anthony Edwards over at the Painterlines.
I'm going to actually start plugging them real quickly as we pull them up.
All right, that'd be great. Thank you. Should I wait to throw it to you then?
No, I can take it right now. So the thing about Anthony Edwards is that there's a lot of questions about his motor. And just as a general, like, does he give a shit kind of thing? I thought he was an explosive athlete, really good shot creator. You were wondering where that energy was, and like if he had that extra oomph in him to go to the next level and kick it in overdrive when it became time to win basketball games. That's also an issue you have with LaMelo Ball as well. I like him from an athletic standpoint. If he actually gives a shit on defense, he's going to be an elite two-way player. And if he actually cares about basketball, which the reports over the last couple of days are that he doesn't, if he does care, he can be someone like Donovan Mitchell or Victor Oladipo.
I mean, Edwards, you nailed it, Austin. It really boils down to his effort and his basketball IQ. But if that guy clicks, one of the highest ceilings in this draft. And that's I like this. When you're pick number one, you go with the guy, I think, that has the highest ceiling moving forward, best player available moving forward. But you're right, Jason.
And
you talk about fit. I don't know about that. Go ahead, Austin.
And I get the sense that Minnesota is also out on Jarrett Culver. That was something that an agent told me a while back. They would like to move Culver if the deal was there. They just don't think that he's going to be what like he's going to pan out to the way that they would like. So I think that sort of fortifies that belief with drafting Anthony Edwards number one overall.
Tiago, what are your thoughts on Anthony Edwards to the Minnesota Timberwolves?
Yeah, I mean, it goes back to what Austin's saying. I mean, he has all the athletic tools to make an impact in the NBA at a very high level. But we go back to the game I was watching early in the year with Kentucky. And in the first half, this guy was like a no-show. 0 points, like 1 rebound, 1 assist. That typical kind of half where you're like looking around and you're like, man, like what is this guy doing? Yep. Second half comes out like something like 16 points, 4 assists, got to the line, whatever he wanted. So it's a question of like, is he going to get the coaching that he needs to take his game to the next level? I mean, the potential's there. Defensively and offensively, the potential's there. But, it's going to be on him. And that report that came out, I think it was either today or yesterday, like that is very scathing. A guy who's like not committed to playing basketball is something you have to think about, I think.
You guys nailed it. Like this guy's ability is all there. It's just a matter of how much Anthony Edwards wants it and how much you nailed it, Tiago, how much the Minnesota Timberwolves are going to be able to coach him up to kind of get every ounce of that potential out of his body. Anybody else have thoughts on Anthony Edwards? Good. All right.
I'm just going to drink with you guys and every now and again throw in a one-liner. That's kind
All right, so he's 18 years old. He played 32 games for Georgia his freshman year. One of the top recruits in the nation. He averaged 19.1 points a game, 5.2 boards, 2.8 assists, 2.7 turnovers per game. He shot 77.2% from the free throw line. Anthony Edwards is now meeting with the media right now. 40% from the field goal percentage, 29.4% from three-point range. And you look at the Minnesota Timberwolves, man. Like,
Golden State has taken James Wiseman, number 2.
What?
Wow.
Okay.
What does that say about Ball?
Great pick.
Great pick.
R.I.P.
Well, there were reports that Ball was falling. So yeah.
Well, you guys heard that Klay Thompson report, right?
Yeah,
About
that
the
sucked.
Yeah, we talked about it a bit.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
talked about it.
So I love this. I think this sets the great situation for Wiseman in Golden State.
Yeah, that defense with Draymond and Wiseman, that front court, high potential.
All right. So we'll get there. Let's talk about that when Golden State's officially on the clock. Any other comments on the Timberwolves and this backcourt of Anthony Edwards and D'Angelo Russell?
What if he's like Wiggins 2.0? How
I
funny
mean,
would
there's
that
a
be?
concern there. Absolutely. Like, there's
Only Minnesota.
I mean,
We get rid of one guy, you can bring in the other Wiggins.
this is just a terrible draft to have a number 1 pick. But you're not wrong. I mean, there's some similarities there, not between like prospects, but in terms of just superstar athletes coming out of college or coming out of high school. And I mean, Anthony Edwards was all that when he came out of high school. So we'll see. We will see. That's a really intriguing. Let's get into some comments. KAT and D Russell won't get you a title. Tobias Harris for D'Angelo Russell. Anybody would do that?
I'm not a huge D'Angelo guy. I'll be honest with
No.
you. I am not.
I watched him be very easily baited into every terrible shot in that Nets Sixers round 1 2 years ago. He lost them that series. He was so easy to force into settling for 18, 20-foot pull-up.
Wow.
Just inefficient player.
Pick is already in for the Golden State Warriors. Adam Silver has not come out yet, but this looks like it's bang, bang. They're not using any clock here for this second pick. Go ahead, Dylan.
Woj is already past pick 3 already. So.
Is he?
It's pretty easy.
I'm working on it.
Should we avoid the Woj tweet?
I think we should. Let's react a little bit, right? Let's at least save it. Let's at least save it because I plan on cutting this up and we're gonna have some videos here. I don't want to be talking about another.
I'm playing this at my wedding. I'm playing this on repeat at my wedding. This entire draft.
All right. All right. I guess we're playing the waiting game now. By the way, 371 people are watching here at the Paint and Line CP channel. 390. So if you guys are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. Tons of NBA draft content here between me, Austin, Tiago. We've been killing it. You had an amazing podcast, Dylan, with my man Kai Carlin, despite his poor Batman takes. Check that out. Really broke down the Philadelphia 76ers. Pick is in. We're still waiting.
Doesn't Kai Carlin dislike Kit Kats also?
He's a fraud.
Wow. Shots fired.
Wow.
I'll give
Like Kit Kats.
a little bit of Kai Carlin's secret thing. At the arena before the game, he loves throwing Sour Patch Kids into his ice cream. And I'll never understand it, but he loves it.
Listen, I mean, my daughter's 5 and Kai Carlin's a grown man, but my daughter will put Sour Patch Kids in her. Yeah. There is now actually Sour Patch ice cream out there that you could truly buy that my daughter is, and she lives off of it. So, I mean, she's 5, Kai Carlin's a grown man, but hey.
He's ahead of his time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always gave him a couple of looks. I had my Oreo crumble on my ice cream in there, but yeah, maybe he's ahead of his time.
You haven't lived until you had a s'mores with Kit Kat. Man, that is delicious. I don't know if you guys have tried.
That sounds special.
It's good, man. It's good. It's good.
And I'm a fat guy, so I mean that kind of stuff it excites me.
All right, guys, we're getting some pick reveals in the comments. We're not going to touch them. Let's stick to Golden State at this moment. Obviously, Woj has changed the game. And Big Shane Gillis says the draft was more fun before the Woj dynasty. Oh, here we go. Golden State.
What a fit.
Adam Silver
I love this fit.
on the podium. The pick is James Wiseman. So James Wiseman is officially going to the Golden State Warriors. I mean, it's probably the secondary story, I think, for the Golden State Warriors tonight. For real. Klay Thompson, wish you a healthy recovery. Was it an ACL or an Achilles? What was it?
ACL.
ACL. That sucks, man. This guy is so fun to watch.
But this, this is a hell of a shot. It's the right this time.
The right knee? Okay.
Is that the same one? I don't even remember.
I have a tweet right here that says his Achilles.
His Achilles?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I saw ACL, so either way.
All right. In the comment section, let us know if it's Achilles or if it's ACL. I hope it's not Achilles because he's gone for a while then. I like watching Klay. I like watching Golden State. I guess James Wiseman is going to be doing – that guy thrives in the transition, obviously. So he fits really well with Golden State's kind of pace and space style. Did we talk to you, Tiago, about James Wiseman in Golden State?
Yeah, I think he's a prime candidate for that front court role with Draymond defensively. He's going to make an immediate impact. Think about like the space, and I think even without Klay, they'll be able to generate enough space with Steph and perhaps a little bit with Andrew Wiggins. They'll have enough space there for him to run and catch lobs and do a lot around the rim. So
yeah,
I agree with Jason. Like, it's a really solid pick. I do feel bad for Charlotte because I do think he would be the ideal fit in Charlotte had they worked something out there or had he dropped another spot.
Wiseman only played 3 games last year. 3 games. Although
that wasn't like it wasn't a health thing and it wasn't a attitude thing. It was just that Penny Hardaway situation.
It was a ridiculous ruling. Ridiculous.
It was.
I remember the ruling being like really stupid.
Yeah.
It was like he received impermissible benefits because Penny Hardaway helped them move to Memphis when he was like in high school, and Penny was a high school coach. Like way before Memphis was a thing.
It was like $10,000. It was like $10,000 moving expense or something like that. It was ridiculous.
But he's the kind of guy where, do you really need 30 games of watching that guy before he pops out? Like, yeah, that guy can play in the NBA. He's got timing, the ability to catch an offensive rebound behind your back and then put back dunk all in one motion. At his size, these are rare abilities, and he didn't even need multiple games to round into shape as a freshman. I mean, this guy came in and dominated. He only played 3 games, but he dominated in those 3 games.
Yep. James Wiseman, that Memphis recruiting class was absolutely ridiculous. 19.7 points per game, 10.3 boards, 3 blocks a game. Obviously, small sample size. You talk about physical tools, man, off the charts. 7'1" frame, 7'5" wingspan, 9'5" standing reach. Like you guys said, that the guy's potential in like a pick and roll system, rolling to the basket, getting lobs is ridiculous. Austin, you wrote an awesome article on James Wiseman over at thepaintlines.com. Quick grade on this pick.
A+. I think he's the best player in the draft. I don't think there's any questions about it. Really, really, really just awesome floor running center, massive, massive reach. The jumper, he's not too confident in the jumper yet, but I think his mechanics are there. They will, and with repetition and with in Golden State of all places, I'm not worried about a jump shot. So I do believe in that, and I just think he's one of the most exciting players in this draft. And Golden State will surely be, in the upper ranks of my my league pass rankings in the coming weeks. So I love it for them. I think they're awesome.
All right, let's see if we got any comments here. I'm trying to keep it, on the Golden State Warriors right now. Yeah, we're really apparently Woj is going well ahead of this draft, but the pick is in for the Charlotte Hornets. I like this draft's moving. I'm a big fan. Oh, here we go. Adam Silver is now at the podium announcing the Charlotte Hornets selection. LaMelo Ball to the Charlotte Hornets. All right, quick reaction, Austin.
Yeah, I have concerns about LaMelo's general giving a shit on defense. I mean, I he's often very disengaged. Is in the wrong position in the passing lane, has opportunities with his length to get steals, or just doesn't because he's not looking in the right place. I really like his court vision. I think he has I think he has this savant, this basketball savant to him, but his shot selection is horrendous. So, I mean, we'll see. I think the potential to be great is there. I just don't know that. Like, this kid, his entire life has been a celebrity. He's been told he's been great forever. He's had teams built around him his entire life. What does it look like now that he's in the NBA? I just don't know, because they had Devontae Graham there for now. They had Terry Rozier there. They have PJ Washington there.
Malik Monk.
Malik Monk.
Yeah, Malik Monk. I don't know. And we do have a riser. It looks like a very shocking riser. I will save it for the draft. I'll save it for the real time.
Save it, man. Let's save it. Let's keep it cool to the because I want to make these like separate pods. Tiago, what's your take on LaMelo Ball?
I think Austin touched it right there. Like, you got probably one too many ball handlers in that backcourt. So does that make Malik Monk expendable?
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, Malik Monk's a guy who's 21, 22. I did a write-up on him. There's a lot to like about his game. He's progressed from year 1 to year 3. So has he figured out the off-court stuff out? Can he stay on the court and be effective? And is Charlotte willing to deal a Malik Monk to another team? I think that's something to think about.
I think, honestly, this is a pick that they're banking on LaMelo Ball just to have the highest ceiling in this draft. This was not about fit, because you look at Terry Rozier, you look at Devontae Graham. They're just hoping that Charlotte can get a star. I think that's really what it boils down to, at least in my opinion.
I don't know.
I didn't like the defense. I watched the tape. We did a video scouting report on this guy. The defense is Go ahead, Austin.
I tend to disagree. The reason being that we don't know what they would have done if it hadn't been.
Okay.
If Wiseman hadn't been taken. Like, they really wanted Wiseman. They were all in on James Wiseman, and then he gets taken at 2. And they were even, I don't know whether they really wanted him, but I mean, the bottom line is that it was a 3-player draft essentially from the 1 to the 3, and that's really what it comes down to. John Krasinski reports that Timberwolves are in talks to trade for the 17th pick to Oklahoma City for picks for Ricky Rubio and picks 25 and 28. So Ricky Rubio. What?
So let's go back to LaMelo and Charlotte, because I could make a case that, one, LaMelo is big enough to play some small forward, defend small forwards in a 3-guard lineup. And I could also make a case that, Malik Monk looked like a star when De'Aaron Fox was his point guard. De'Aaron Fox is 6'5", super long wingspan, great defender. He's not had that. He's had a bunch of undersized point guards with him in Charlotte. Graham is undersized. Rozier is undersized. You put a LaMelo Ball next to Monk. Monk might look like a different player because you now have a 6'7" guy with a long wingspan next to him. So, does this make Rozier expendable? Probably, definitely. But, at this point, I know Charlotte loves Devontae Graham, but is his value ever going to be higher than it is right now? His contract is great. He's shown that he can score. He's shown that he can score in volume and in big moments. So for me, they need an anchor.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jason. Sorry, but we have the Chicago Bulls are making their selection right now. The Bulls select Patrick Williams, the high riser of the draft. Wow, this guy was all over the place, especially starting this draft process. So there it is. Chicago Bulls select Patrick Williams, one of the most measurable prospect in this entire draft, right up there with James Wiseman. Crazy measurables like the Jonathan Isaac right here. Let's talk about quick reactions. Who did Patrick Williams? Wow, I was not expecting that.
I couldn't talk myself into him. I tried.
Ricky Rubio has been traded back to Minnesota. What a wild turn of events.
Patrick Williams, I remember starting this entire draft process, and he was like a late first-round pick. And that guy just climbed and climbed and climbed and climbed. And there it is, Patrick Williams. Tiago, what's your take?
Listen, man, if you're going to sell me on defensive upside, this guy has one of the biggest upsides of anybody in the draft, right? He's probably going to defend 5 positions, right from the start. Is he worth the 4th pick in the draft with guys like Killian Hayes and Deni Avdija on the clock? I don't think so. We talked about that in our pod, Chris. Like, he was going to get overdrafted. He was getting way too much hype.
Wow.
I don't get it. I'll be honest with you. He's a high defensive upside player, but he's attempted like 53 pointers the whole year, shot like 32%. Yeah, maybe there's something there, but I don't see it.
You got to take Tyrese Halliburton there. I mean, if LaVine trade rumors are real, Tyrese Halliburton followed in your lap. That was one of my favorite players in this draft. And Tyrese is falling, in my opinion.
Well, that's the thing. Sorry. Like, if you want that defensive element, you can go with Tyrese, and he can do way more than Patrick Williams. Like, he can handle the ball. He can shoot a little bit better. So he can do a lot more than a Patrick Williams. Williams right now is pretty much like a defensive stopper. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, but Williams only has a 6'11" wingspan. So he's 6'8" with a 6'11" wingspan. We're not talking about a Draymond Green. His frame might look like that. That is not the kind of defender he's going to be. Markelle Fultz has a 6'10" wingspan at 6'5". He's got a positive wingspan, but he doesn't have a crazy burst. You're going to count on him really getting into like super cut, perfect physical condition to unlock some more athleticism. I thought 4 was the worst spot in the draft, and this is like a really potentially bad. You look at him right now on the screen, narrow shoulders.
Yeah.
He's a guy that's not going to dominate physically, and the skills aren't really there yet.
No.
I couldn't talk myself into him.
No, this is way too high.
Well,
I would probably grade him like a C. What about you, Austin?
I would hope that maybe they have plans to make him the number 1 option on their team, Chicago, and they plan on trading their first option to someone else. But yeah, I mean, he's somebody that has really flown up the boards from the scouts that I've emailed with the last couple of weeks. He's been a riser big time. And people that has really sold, like he has this really good 3-and-D potential to him. He just been a guy that was like a dark horse riser in recent weeks. So,
yeah, I mean, Tiago absolutely nailed it. This guy is just defensive potential.
Oh man, the Cavs fucked up.
Oh my God, are you serious? Wait, save it, Austin. We're not
What's going on here in this draft?
Oh my God.
You get the Austin reaction.
I love it.
To see exactly what the reaction is.
The Cavs.
Oh man,
The Cavs are still on the clock. Let's wait to see
What
happens.
Go on Twitter right now just to see what Austin's laughing about.
If this is indication, I don't want to see.
I think I just saw it, and wow.
Are you serious?
they took
Nelson.
Jordan Wara.
Nah.
No.
Oh my God.
That would have been something though.
That's not. We're not gonna do this on live. We're gonna wait till the pick happens, and then we'll get into the discussion. Anybody else have a discussion on the latest pick right here, which was Patrick Williams?
Well, let's talk about Rubio back to Minnesota in a backcourt with D'Angelo Russell, who can play off ball, can shoot off ball, and now Anthony Edwards. You're going 3-guard lineup again, I guess. Who's your small forward? They're all kind of
And don't forget,
6'5".
they also got Malik Beasley from Denver. So it's another guy who they have in the backcourt. I know he's a restricted free agent, but I think they like him a lot.
All right, pick is in for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't understand what Minnesota's doing.
I have no idea where the Cavs could go here. I mean, Tyrese is a no-brainer. I know they have guards, but I'm not sold on either of
They
them.
got Obi Toppin. Didn't they get Obi Toppin?
So if they take Obi Toppin, I'm going to laugh my ass off. Don't say it, Austin. Don't say it. We're going to wait for it to be announced. I'm off Twitter. I don't even have Twitter up on my screen here. I like the reaction. I like the raw reaction.
Everyone who is watching us right now already knows.
I'm sure. But they won't know when we release these pods, when we have individual pods.
Fair enough.
All I hope out of this draft, like I think, guys, I've talked to you about it. Last year, I have never in my life been more devastated than when Cam Johnson went well earlier than he was, being mocked to go. A Carolina guy. So, like, I watched him all season that year, and, like, I was afraid that he would fall to the Sixers. And when he went as early as he did, the rest, like, I felt bad because I was so friggin' miserable once that happened. It didn't matter who the Sixers drafted. I was going to be a dick. And I really was. I was an absolute asshole after the Sixers made their pick just because I was devastated. Like, I just don't want that moment this year.
Thinking back
I remember that with Carson Edwards, and I saw Carson Edwards at pre-draft workouts, and I was like, why is everybody so worked up about missing out on Carson Edwards?
Was he that small, Jason? Live? Did it didn't look the part?
He's exactly as tall as Kai Carlin.
The pick is in. Here we go. Cleveland Cavaliers select Isaac Okoro.
Wow.
Oh my God.
What are we doing
I was not very high on Okoro. I was not high on
What are you doing, Cleveland?
What are we doing? Come on now.
Come on.
First of all, you're basically you're basically going to not be able to. I mean, he can't shoot. He's basically like Andre Roberson right now, and maybe he develops into like an offensive option. But right now, God. I mean, you really need shooting, and you need. I mean, his reputation is as a defender, but right now, I don't know how much better, like as an offensive player, or if he's better as an offensive player than like Matisse Thybulle.
Yeah, I do think his lateral speed is elite, though, and that's one of those things that is a must in the NBA. I think. Cleveland's got a lot of problems offensively anyway. Like they're not going to bring in a guy and what's their super high usage guard they got a couple of years ago? Sexton. He's not passing the ball to anybody anyway. So you need somebody to clean up his mistakes on the other end. And this guy does have that elite quickness to stay with guys on the defensive end. Yep. So he could be a stopper and lock people down. He's going to be an offensive zero pretty much.
Yep.
Wow.
Shut up.
So why not go with Halliburton? Because Halliburton could do a lot of that stuff, and
I don't know.
Shoot a little bit.
I was just trying to play devil's advocate a little bit and defend. Cleveland is hard to defend in a lot of ways, but I was trying to find a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel for them.
Oh, I like this thought. Big Shane Gillis says, hopefully Chicago and Cleveland have set up a mudslide that allows us to pick up Maxey or the equivalent prospect.
I like that.
Could that be the trend of like these wild picks because of the draft process being impacted by COVID? That is a really interesting thought. It makes me really happy. By the way, the Atlanta Hawks are on the clock right now. Austin, you wrote an in-depth article on this guy, Isaac Okoro. My quick take on Okoro was I was not impressed. When I watched the tape and did the video, I was laughing because like his fun highlight reels made him look like a superstar, and it was not at all. It was just like I was not impressed. But if you watch the video, you look. Go ahead, though.
Kevin McCormick just tweeted, Okoro was a no-brainer pick for the Cavs. Fits exactly what they need. So I was just going to see what you guys think about that.
Drafting for need is
You don't do that there.
At
You
top
don't-
pick number 5. That's what they did. They drafted for a need, and I don't agree with it.
But they drafted.
I think they have
they
needs
draft-
1 through 5, right?
They drafted for need.
You don't
At a
take a role
position-
player at this point. You don't
But-
take a role player there.
But they drafted Okoro, who can't shoot like worth lick, and he's like a 6'5", 6'6" guy who, I mean, he's athletic, but basically all of his offensive game comes off of like back cutting and like dunks and like those type of things. He kind of reminds me like on his best day, like Jimmy Butler this past year. That's like on his very best day. But I don't think he has the 3 a.m. work ethic. So
Well, then forget him. Forget him.
Austin continues to make friends in every podcast.
Philly Heat finally started giving me a break and giving me replying without complete trash.
We have the picks really suck right now, other than Anthony and James. Really interesting draft.
I can't wait to the Knicks, man. The Knicks are so
The Knicks are going to fall into
I'm telling you, man, the way this is going, it's 100% Cole Anthony. I called that in fucking April. Cole Anthony to the Knicks. If this happens, I'm going to laugh my ass
Are
off.
going to be taken.
I really like the idea of like Kyra Lewis.
Oh, don't break my heart, man. Oh, the pick is in for the Atlanta Hawks. The pick is in. Here we go. Tyrese Halliburton's falling. Deni Avdija is falling. Man, I'm excited to see where this goes. So, who will be in the league longer, Obi or Isaac?
John Isaac.
That's a great question. I'm not high on either of those two guys. Oh, man. I think Obi has the highest floor out of these guys, probably just because he has a little more offensive skill set. I think the league is moving towards that way, but maybe Okoro. You can find guys like Isaac Okoro in the G League, point blank.
I don't know about that.
That's
guys that are athletic and can like provide positionless defense and have a bad shot. You can get those guys anyway.
Yeah. I don't know. There's something about his recognition on defense being locked in that I think is better than a lot of you see in the gym.
I don't know that he's worth top 6 or top 5, but I think he's better than a G League player for sure. So anybody got any plans this weekend?
Pick is in for the Atlanta Hawks.
I like this pick. We're going to talk about it, but I this is one I think we're going to like.
All right. Here we go. Adam Silver is walking to the podium. He's about to make the Atlanta Hawks selection. Pick is in. All right. Onyeka Okongwu has gone to the Atlanta Hawks. Go ahead, Austin.
I love this. Okongwu was the second best big man in this draft by far. He rose up a lot of boards, given how Bam Adebayo sort of took the league by storm, especially in the bubble. Really good pick and roll center. The outside game is getting better, but he's just a monster at the rim. Really good rim protector. Tracks the ball really, really well. And he doesn't like lose track of ball handlers as they drive. There were times where I would see him like switch behind his teammates if they were in the way and like block the shot at the rim. So he would like literally avert a teammate who's out of position and then get to the rim, still get him. So I really like this pick for Hawks. I see what they're doing with Trae Young, and that pick and roll is going to be awesome. If he can get a hold of that outside game and really hone that in, he can be something really, really special for sure.
So what do you think this means for John Collins?
Great
I know they've made him available, and I would suspect that maybe they have plans for Capella to get him out of there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they acquired Capella. So do you run with those three at the 4-5?
Trade him back to Houston. We got our center finally.
John Collins?
Or Boston. Just Boston.
No. What's his name? Houston. Oh, wait. Capella, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Capella's getting paid, right? He's about to get paid.
Yeah, for sure.
He got paid. I don't think Houston can afford to pay him. But no, I like this. I like this a lot. I just think it means John Collins is probably
Oh man. Sorry.
on the market.
Austin, quiet. I mean, I like this. I mean, guys, centers that can play small ball and defend multiple positions and protect the rim, man. That is a premium position in the NBA. This guy, 19 years old, averaged 16 and 8, almost 16 and 9 at USC. Not a shooter, obviously, but when you talk about guys that can defend multiple positions, that is a huge thing. And in a draft where it's quite frankly a crapshoot, why not? He fits a small ball system that I think Atlanta is going to run. So I think it's a pretty solid pick. How would you grade this selection, Austin?
Killian Hayes?
What?
No, man. You just blew the pick.
You picked the wrong guy to ask. You know he's on to the next.
I'm crushed
LinkedIn right now. He's
Wait,
like,
But I already told you about Okongwu. I mean, I like it. Oh, it's an A-, sure. A-.
All right, what about you, Thiago? What's your thoughts?
If you're gonna play with Trae Young in your backcourt, you need a guy like Okongwu at center. So I give it an A.
All right, A+. Good stuff. The pick is in for the Detroit Pistons. Oh man, so
you know who it is already.
By the way, back one last thing on the Hawks.
we
How
have
much
a
money did Bam Adebayo just make this guy? You know, he probably made him an extra $6 million on that rookie deal just for what he did in the bubble, because that's the archetype.
And I think that to Jason's point, like teams are going to look for that in the draft, like that ball handling, power forward, they can pass and shoot. So you're going to see guys get a little bit overdrafted, like that Achua kid from Memphis. You know, guys start falling in love with those type of players. So just keep an eye out for that.
All right. Detroit is officially the pick is in. Where do we see this team going? I'm probably the last one to know right now. I'm reacting to this TV.
I love the pick.
Everyone else probably linked to Twitter. What's that, Thiago?
I love the pick. I hate where he's going. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. So I can't believe Tyrese is falling. I'm shocked Deni's falling. Here we go. Adam Silver is at the podium making the selection. Killian Hayes. Okay. I fully agree with that, Thiago. I thought Detroit would be hunting star potential. I think Killian Hayes is going to be a really strong NBA player. I don't know if I see star in Killian Hayes. What about you, Thiago?
I do. I actually think when I watched Killian Hayes, to me, he was my favorite player in the draft.
I like Killian Hayes.
The comps, the James Harden comps are obviously they're a stretch, but there are hints of his game, of shot making ability and passing that project somewhat to what James Harden was in the NBA. So I love the pick. I think that Detroit needs a player like this who can grow and perhaps turn into a star. I just don't like the team, man. I don't like Dwayne Casey. I don't like Blake Griffin handing the ball. You know, I don't like that situation. But it's a great pick.
All right. What about you, Austin?
Yeah, I mean, I do get the how people like Killian Hayes. I just have this concern, like when he was playing professionally in Europe, the entire offense was catered to him, and so he was like given the leash to try things like step back threes, try things that, quite frankly, I don't know that he's going to get that opportunity early on in Detroit. And so my thing is this: if he struggles, what does he become? Like, does he become disengaged? does he like sort of lose that confidence? Because the ball needs to be in his hand. And I mean, maybe it will, but I don't know that they're going to have the leash because like there were games where he would have like 8 turnovers and they would still give him the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but should we like penalize the guy for like taking shots and having a high usage? I mean,
No.
I don't see the situation that it was in.
He reminds me of Lonzo Ball with better mechanics on his shot, but he's got sort of the thin lower body, so I worry a little bit about his ability to create his own shot. But he's creative. Per 36 minutes, he averaged 8.3 assists, 2-to-1 assist to turnover ratio. So he wasn't crazy reckless with the ball. 39% from 3 at the international level, which is much closer than guys you compare him to at the NCAA. So I think he's got pretty good mechanics. It's not a super quick release, but I think Lonzo Ball is a good player even with all of his flaws, and I could see him. I could see him really helping a team in Detroit. Sure.
The New York Knicks are officially on the clock right now.
Listen, we know what that pick is going to be.
Oh my God! Pray to God. Pray to God.
I know you guys all talking basketball stuff. I'm kind of looking at all the peripheral stuff. Did someone tell me who the blonde was sitting with Tyrese Halliburton? That right there, I wouldn't mind Tyrese Halliburton in my city if she's coming with at that point. So I just wanted to listen, I told you, I am here to bring Rob-esque moments, and this Rob-esque moment was brought to you by the blonde sitting on the arm of Tyrese Halliburton. Kudos to you, sir. I just got to throw that out there.
Best blonde in NBA history, NBA draft history, was without a doubt Mallory Edens. There's no comparison with that. Anybody remember that?
Dirk Nowitzki.
Dirk. I mean, if the Knicks here pass on Tyrese Halliburton, I'm just gonna laugh my ass off. And that's a perfect fit, right, Tiago?
Listen, man, you know what's gonna happen. You know who they're drafting.
Oh,
I can't wait.
Pick is in. Pick is in for the New York Knicks. We'll be announcing the pick soon. Oh man, please be Obi.
Here it comes, man. Here it comes. The Knicks. You gotta love the Knicks.
I'm like anticipating this pick more than the Sixers right now.
Big thing goes with the 8th pick. The New York Knicks select the blonde sitting next to Tyrese.
Yes. Give it to the blonde.
All right, still waiting on the selection here. The pick is in.
It just came across my TV.
I'm delayed, I guess. I'm delayed.
Yeah.
Here he is.
The host is delayed.
I'm delayed. Oh, here we go. Adam Silver is at the podium. Yes! Obi Toppin to the New York Knicks. It was always meant to be. It was always meant to be. Oh man, I'm sorry, Knicks fans. I
do want to ask all you guys because I know, like, the one thing I remember when you guys first started doing your draft stuff and you looked at Obi. No, you guys were like, what about it? What about him is it that you guys just are not crazy about? I'm curious from you guys that look at this.
He's a Julio Okafor of this draft.
Yes. So the thing that I got from him was super athletic. Like he can jump through the roof on offense. He's really going to be a fun alley-oop guy. He'll be great in the spotlights of Madison Square Garden. He just can't defend.
I love it.
Shit. He really just can't defend. Like he has no foot speed, no lateral quickness. He's going to get beat to the basket all day long. He's basically destined to be Julio Okafor.
Let me read these names, guys. So I want to read Julius Randle, Taj Gibson, Kevin Knox, RJ Barrett, Frankie Smokes, Elfrid Payton. Like, how does this work?
They look good in a uniform.
How does it
They look like
work?
NBA players.
They win the L.J. Smith Award.
How does it
We've
work?
been
Like
joking
if you were
about this.
casting a movie that was about basketball and you needed actors that looked like NBA basketball players, you'd draft those. You'd cast those guys, right?
You can't look at career stat. Like they're showing college career stats on this guy. I'm sorry, man. Like I apologize to New York Knicks fans here wholeheartedly. This is a terrible pick. Sorry, Jason.
I don't understand how this works. Like, who can score? Who can shoot off the dribble? Like, what is going on in that roster, man?
Oh my God, we've been joking about this for months, have we not? Like that, this would be the total New York Knicks pick here. This guy can't defend. He's got stiff hips. He's got slow feet.
Got a high center of gravity. It doesn't help him either.
Yep. Is it just me, or does it feel like almost every one of these picks so far, that team has kind of gotten stuck with it? We haven't seen anyone trade up. We haven't seen anyone trade back.
Interesting, yeah.
It feels like every team is kind of stuck holding their pick that they probably would have liked to. Maybe they like that guy, but they would have not minded moving back 4 picks to get the same guy.
Is this draft going the way the Sixers want this draft to go?
Yeah,
I would say so, yeah.
I thought Tyrell Terry would be off the board by now.
I thought Kyra Lewis would be off the board by now.
Yeah.
But Jason, it's funny you say that because as I'm watching, and
I'll be right back.
the one thing I always look at when I look at the NBA draft is all those trades in the top 10 of, a guy gets picked, but then he's getting moved. And it's just kind of going. Everybody's just making their pick. And I'm wondering, is that a sign of this weird season, the COVID shortened things, not being able to see these guys as much as maybe you normally would have access to them, and teams are afraid to make a deal like that rather than just, hey, we got to pick our guy and go with it. Like it's an interesting thing how that's happening this year.
Yeah, I think you make a good point. It's almost like all of these guys are international prospects where they just don't have as much intel on them.
Yeah.
And but then you also look at this draft from a raw physical skill set. There's only a couple of guys who you really say jump out at you as NBA level athletes. So you have this, like, you don't have enough tape to say, yeah, he's not an NBA level athlete, but look at this game where he got crazy hot and he dropped 40 points, 3 games in a row in the middle of January or something like that. So you just don't, I think you don't have enough sample size to trust things like your 3-point percentage or even your free throw percentage and your standard analytics. You don't have a large sample size. So now you're looking at a bunch of, you don't have a ton of elite athletes here. So what do you really have to get excited about? There's not that much.
It's interesting the way this, and I mean, I guess this year was different as it was, but like you said,
right,
who these guys are. It's curious to see it going like that. And as you look at the board, and as Sixers guys, where you think about them, none of the names have gone off the board that we had thought maybe could, maybe not. So the further you get in this draft, the further options it looks like they might have at 21 to get a guy. And I was talking to somebody who follows the NBA very closely, and you don't see too many guys that are going to come in and be ultimate impact players, but there are guys in that range that can be, play a role on a team. And the longer this goes like this, the more I feel confident that the Sixers can get a guy
maybe
who's going to be able to come in and make an impact from day one. They don't have to be a superstar. They just have to be a guy that can make an impact. So hopefully this continues.
I don't know. Because
hold on one second. Washington is officially on the clock and the pick is in. So the pick is in. Go ahead, Jason.
I don't think there's anyone so far that we thought was going to be picked after 21. So no one.
Wait a minute. Where did we have Obi Toppin in our big board guys?
I think we had him at 20.
He was pretty consistently top 10.
All right, here we go. The pick is in. Adam Silver's at the podium. Washington selects Deni Avdija to Washington.
Israel, let's go. The homeland, baby. Woo!
Well, I think I love Deni Avdija. Obviously, we talked before this pod. I think he's a professional forward moving forward. But I think the story of the draft so far is Tyrese is falling. Is that crazy, right, Tiago?
Yeah, man. I like him. I see him as a top 10 talent. I'm surprised he hasn't gone that yet. But Denny's a great pick for Washington. A guy who can handle the ball, can play positions 1 through 4. I like that pick a lot for them.
Yep. How would you grade this pick, Austin?
I don't. This is not released yet. This is not like something that's been reported. I'm not reporting it myself. I'm saying I really, really, really like the idea of Tyrese Halliburton in Phoenix. I really like the idea.
Yeah.
Disagree, Austin. Get Naismith in there. Get another shooter on that team.
Can we just acknowledge that we had a lot of people thinking that Deni would go number 4 and he slipped till 9. Yeah. I think it's a really good pick, especially with that backcourt. I think it's probably a big situation.
Anthony Edwards rookie deal is going to be 4 years, $44 million. What the hell?
Wow.
I should have gone to the NBA.
Yeah.
Don't they have a cap structure?
Whoa, Sean Berard, do not put that hex on me, man. Take it back. Take it back immediately. The Phoenix Suns should not draft Tyrell Terry. That's not happening. No, take it back.
No matter what, when the name Tyrell Terry gets read tonight, whenever it happens, the reaction from Dives is going to be priceless. Whether it's the Sixers or not, Dives' reaction has got to be like the promo video that you put up on Twitter after this is all said and done, because your reaction will be wonderful one way or the other.
It's going to be like, if we get to like 16, 17, like you will see me going, no, every single pick moving forward after that. But
that was like me with CeeDee Lamb back in April.
Exactly. And the Dallas Cowboys trade up. Who's going to be the team that trades up in front of the Sixers and takes Tyrell Terry? Oh my God, I'll die. I would absolutely die. So, any thoughts on Deni Avdija to the who just made the section?
Who does he guard in the league?
I kind of liked his toughness, and I thought that he could like kind of handle power forwards, but I think he's going to be a tweener, which is going to hurt him. Like he's not quick enough at least yet to guard threes, not big enough yet to guard fours. I think it's going to be a struggle. But then again, keep in mind, like rookie year, those guys typically aren't going to be positive impact players. So I mean, maybe he's neutral, maybe he's negative on a bad Wizards team, beefs up a little bit, and can actually hang with power forwards year 2.
I think he's going to get targeted early on. I don't think he's going to be great defensively, but I think he's smart in that Dario kind of mold. So, obviously he doesn't have great lateral quickness, but I don't think he's also going to get killed there either. So I don't think it's terrible by any means, like in terms of defending on the perimeter. But I think Austin's kind of nailed it. Just what position is he truly? I think the talent and the ceiling is there, obviously. I mean, it's all relative, guys, right? Like we're talking about guys that top to bottom in this lottery are crapshoots. So, I mean,
what do you have to lose? You're Washington, man. You're like,
yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a good spot.
Yeah.
Brian Jacobs makes a great point. Why has no one tweeted out the 10th pick yet?
Aha! It's being traded.
Interesting.
I'm just speculating.
The Sixers move up and draft Kyler Lewis.
The Sixers move up. They move up and they draft Jordan Nwora. Be a great draft.
I would be so happy. I love Kyler. Obviously, you guys know Kyler Lewis is one of my favorite players in this draft. Him and Tyrell Terry are like 1A, 1B. Obviously, Tyrell's 1A. But Kyler Lewis is fantastic. I mean, just downhill, off the bench, spark plug offensively, can put pressure on a defense, thrive in transition. That would be so much fun to watch. Just a young kid develop. Just a guy that can blitz a defense would be a blast.
So, okay, the pick is in.
Whoa.
But did we have a trade?
Hold on.
Wow.
Crap. So you guys are ahead of me?
Just announce it. Just announce it.
JB, Jason Blevins, you're gonna like this. You're gonna like this one. This guy, you love this
Hold on,
guy.
guys. Just wait a minute. The pick is in for the Phoenix Suns. I'm obviously on a delay, but let's kind of play it as we see it here. All right, guys? For entertainment purposes. Big Shane Gillis. Sixers trade up and trade for the 10th pick. All right. God, I'm starting to freak out here. This better not be Tyrell. I mean,
why would they take Tyrell? They already have 6 point guards that all are going to be really good.
I know. I'm just like a pessimistic Philly fan, man. That's
the Sun should lend a point guard to Philly.
The minute it hit double digits in picks, and now that we're at pick 10, Dives is going to be just stressed out for the next 11 picks.
Oh, God.
James Jones is up to some funky stuff.
I'm sitting here, and I know where Dive stands on this because I asked him the other night, but I'm curious where you other guys that are big on this stand. If it gets to the Sixers pick, and both Terry and Cole Anthony are both on the board.
Easy.
Wait for it. Here it comes.
Well, my pick is still in. Hold on. I'll announce it. Just wait for it.
Ooh.
How am I on a delay? Okay. I don't know what the pick is, so we're waiting. The pick is in. Here we go.
What are we doing?
Are you serious?
We're recording a podcast right now.
Yeah, I know. We are. I just saw the pick.
Wow. Okay. I don't know the pick yet. Okay. Adam Silver is walking to the podium. The Phoenix Suns are about to make the 10th pick in the draft. The Phoenix Suns select Jalen Smith. Sticks is off the board. Okay.
At this pace, Dive is about to announce that the Sixers select Joel Embiid number 3 in 2014.
All right, guys. Jalen Smith, I actually was a big fan, but this has to be like Okoro, one of the biggest reaches in this draft. Jalen Smith was a really fun player to watch on tape, wholeheartedly. I had a blast watching this kid in terms of measurables. He's got a lot of talent, but at 10, my gosh, Tiago, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I don't understand I think they drafted Jalen Smith for shooting purposes, right? I think he's got a lot of potential to stretch for type. But why not go with Naismith? You got a guy who's ready to come in and stretch the floor for you right away. I don't understand that pick. I think either him or Tyrell Terry would have been a phenomenal pick for Phoenix in that spot.
Unbelievable.
I think what you're looking at is the Bam Adebayo effect again. And count me, I think a few days ago, I said that I was pretty in on Jalen Smith. He's one of my favorite guys in this draft.
My whole thing, my biggest projected winner of this entire draft during our pod last week was the New Orleans Pelicans. And to be able to bring in a guy like Tyrell Terry to the Pelicans that can fly off screens and provide spacing for Zion, I think the Pelicans are going to get a prospect. Damn it, Cheerios. Are going to get a prospect.
Chris, hold on. Are we waiting until the pick is officially announced and then talking about that pick? Or are we talking about the next pick?
No, right now we're talking about the
Jalen Smith,
pick, which is Jalen Smith. Sorry.
Suns, right. Okay.
So this is the thing, my problem with them trying to find a Bam Adebayo type in every pick. Jalen Smith had 40 career assists in college. I know people fall in love with that prototype, but I feel like it's kind of a stretch when you start projecting him in that role for Jalen Smith. I don't know. Maybe I'm in the wrong here.
Well, I think you're not necessarily wrong, but I do think that coaches evolve to learn how to coach that skill set, and they're going to convince themselves that they can replicate what Adebayo has done. We forget that Adebayo is really, really highly rated out of high school, and then his draft stock kind of fell during his freshman year, and then he got drafted, and he's actually popped really well since he's made it to the NBA.
Interesting development here. The Phoenix Suns are expected to part ways with Aaron Baines per Kevin O'Connor.
Okay.
I heard that for a few weeks.
That could be an interesting development for the Sixers.
Yeah.
All right. Actually, a little fun fact: we had Jalen Smith ranked 14th on our big board, so there it is. So
I like him a lot.
I'm looking at our big board here. Let's see. JR says the suspense is killing me. Where are we going, Sixers insiders? I think Sixers fans should be very happy with how the board is falling right now in terms of fits with the Philadelphia 76ers at 21 if they make a selection.
I think we are so due for a trade.
Yeah.
Somebody draft this man Halliburton so this girl can give him a kiss for the love of God.
Hey, well, as soon as he gets drafted, you won't see her again. As long as he's stuck in the green room, you're going to see him every 5 minutes.
Yo, Thiago.
What was that?
Tyrese to the Spurs is like one of the awesome picks of this draft. I hope that happens.
Yeah. Either him or Sadiq Bey.
I think it's gonna. I heard a couple days ago that Jay Wright said at a banquet that they were gonna pick Sadiq at 11, or that it was likely to happen.
Okay. Interesting.
He's just a smart, team guy that I'm sure Pop wants to.
That's my Nova guy right there. That's a Nova product right there.
Yeah.
They built him smart. I don't know if they built him good, but they built him smart.
Hey Thiago, you know what?
Hey, I'm from Penn State, man. Penn State. I got no skin in the game.
What are you? 0-5 now?
The thing about the Villanova guys is they don't really bust. They're not a bunch of superstars, but not a lot of busts come out.
They leave that. No, never mind. I'm not going to say it.
They leave that to their sister school in North Carolina.
That picks in.
Oh yes, I love this pick. Oh yeah, I love this pick for San Antonio. Oh, I love this. This is a great pick for San Antonio. Oh man, I love this kid. I thought he was top 5. I loved him.
Pick is in. Pick is in for the San Antonio Spurs. Pick is in for the San Antonio Spurs. We'll see where they go from here. Waiting on Adam Silver to walk to the podium. All right. So obviously, my man,
really threes in Phoenix now, right?
What's that?
Sean Berard says, if I'm Phoenix, I would have grabbed a point guard, but Chris Paul's in Phoenix now.
Yeah. He was out on vacation last week.
Yeah.
Precious Achiuwa to the Magic. Fine. I mean, the Magic need offense. I don't know how great Precious Achiuwa is at that. I guess getting buckets in the paint. He's right, man. Phil guys are good. The UNCs are bust time and time again. No Villanova love here. Not allowed. Not allowed. This is a Temple podcast, right? Austin?
I absolutely love this pick. I love it for San Antonio.
All right, we're still waiting.
Oh man, I cannot wait.
I will announce the pick. Here we go. Adam Silver. We'll throw it to you, Austin, right after we announce it. The San Antonio Spurs select Devin Vassell. Okay, yes. Okay. But pure, I mean, the Spurs need a wing. This is a great fit. Go ahead, Austin.
Devin Vassell, really, really, really interesting guy. He is just a long dude, 6'7", 194 with a 6'10" wingspan, shot over 40% from 3 on 3.5 attempts per game. Not a lot of on-ball stuff he can really do. He can really sort of fit, space out well, can move well off ball. But he also does have the ability to handle a little bit. Not a great handler, but can kind of work it in tight spaces. I did see some flashes of off the dribble game that I really liked. I think he has a chance to be a star. I really do.
How would you grade it? A+?
Oh yeah, A+ for sure.
There it is. What about you, Thiago?
What I want to know is, Austin, is this shot legit? Did you see his off-season modification? And are you concerned about what you saw?
Everything that I've read has suggested that wasn't a real shot, which is really I'm sure his agent saw that and was like, Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Just like it's costing yourself money. But I think it's legit. The release is high, and I'm really excited for San Antonio. Really good fit there.
Yeah.
Buys into a good role, and I just think that under Pop he could be really, really good. If he can get that handle tightened and can get comfortable shooting off the dribble, he's so long, can shoot over anybody really. I just think he's going to be sick.
Just a great 3-and-D prospect. I love this fit with Greg Popovich, just to be able to develop this guy's shot. But
New Orleans is got trades coming in.
Uh-oh. All right, go ahead. Tiago.
I just think about from the lens standpoint, you got DeJounte Murray, you got Devin Vassell, now you got Lonnie Walker. Like, there's a lot of potential in that backcourt, man. I'm telling you, defensively, they're going to be much better. Much better.
DeRozan is gone, right? DeRozan's got to be gone if they're.
I would hope so.
DeRozan's probably gone. DeRozan's probably gone. Yeah.
All right, Austin. What was the trade? Because Sacramento, the pick is in. What is happening?
Oh no, it's not. It involves New Orleans. So New Orleans made the trade. It sounds like. Yeah.
All right. All right. Yes, you're right. The Sacramento Kings are officially on the clock. The pick is in.
So looking at this right before the pick comes in, this trade is probably due to the fact that you've had some reaches. Means somebody liked somebody that they thought would go in the 5 to 10 range, and they're still on the board. So somebody's moving up to 13 to get that person. So,
this is my nightmare. That can't happen.
No,
I reach to the Celtics. That can't happen.
It won't happen. It won't happen.
I was just about to ask about it.
No,
and he just got drafted. So I'm curious. After Prestige, who got drafted here, why you guys think it took to pick 12?
All right, Sacramento is making their pick selection right here, man.
Yeah,
Sacramento Kings select Tyrese Halliburton to the Sacramento Kings.
So how does this make any sense at all?
I actually like it a lot.
For the Kings?
Yeah, and here's why. I think it really enables them to play more open court style of game. And there goes the hot girl. I also think this means to them, like, hey, what do we do with Buddy Hield now? Because you can't really play Hield at 3. Halliburton, I think, can play not really a 3, more of a 2 or a 1. But I think you can sort of play him across positions. I'm very intrigued to see what they do with Hield now. But I like this pick a lot. I think Sacramento is going to be a fun team to watch.
Well, Bog just became a restricted free agent. That trade is off.
Bog doesn't know where he's going.
Yeah, but okay. So you're assuming he's gone.
They got Harrison Barnes.
Hield is still there. Hasn't been traded yet.
Guys, not that I want to cut all of you off with this wonderful basketball analysis, but I think we have to give a toast to the wonderful blonde.
Cheers.
Tyrese Halliburton. It's nice to know you for an hour and a half tonight.
Hope you enjoy Sacramento.
You did it, Sacramento. You picked the blonde.
Yeah. They didn't pick Halliburton. They picked her.
There she is. First time I saw her, actually.
That was the creepiest yet greatest response of all time by the
Yeah. I don't want to get any part of this conversation.
Ryan says y'all need to get laid.
That's true.
A lot of talent on the board, man. What pick are we in right now? Pick 12?
13.
13? We are 8 picks away from the Sixers. There's a lot of talent.
By the way, I know we're dive stands, but especially Austin, Jason, Tiago, Cole Anthony, Tyrell Terry, both sitting there. If they're sitting there at 21, which way do you go? I'm just curious where you guys stand on that.
I'm team Cole Anthony all the way if he's there at 21. And I know that Tyrell Terry is probably like the best fit, but I'm thinking like long term, I see Cole Anthony as a better prospect.
He's a shot creator.
He's that kind of guy.
They're really fielding trade calls. It sounds like wow.
Scares
Who's
me
that?
to death. Guys with that kind of pedigree that don't really pan out scare me to death because I've heard a lot of bad things about him as a teammate.
Who?
Cole Anthony.
Oh, Anthony.
Yeah, so have I. Yeah.
Yeah, and his play never matched the hype, but his ego is clearly pretty strong. So, he's going to have to get really roasted in practice, learn to overcome that. But to me, it looked like he settled for a lot of bad shots, a lot of high difficulty
Kinda
shots
had to.
because he wasn't physically dominant.
You're right.
But how much do you think is the function of the
If
team?
we're going based on the draft suit, Tyrese Halliburton should be number 1 overall. That's an awesome suit. That is a sick suit.
That is a nice suit.
That's nice.
I mean, Carolina was putrid last year. They were like Sixers processy bad.
Well, that's what I was
Right?
going to say. That was one of the worst North Carolina teams that I've watched
Yeah,
in all my years.
like Connor Johnson in Delaware told me. He said, if guys don't just absolutely stand out in this gym, they have no chance at the next level. Like they have to be entirely dominant, and the really good players,
I'm sorry,
they
buddy.
show up, and
No.
it doesn't matter.
No.
You can't just say that they had trash around them. Like he got every shot, he got every possession he wanted, and he settled for a lot of like bad, difficult shots. And just it's only going to get harder.
Austin has me panicking. Austin has me panicking right
Damn
now. I'm not. This is
Ruined
not.
me.
So who's moving up to
I mean, it was going to happen.
Like, we might lose Dodge after this one.
The
guys.
New Orleans Pelicans are on the clock right now. The pick is not in on my end. So we're still waiting. We're waiting. Where are we at? What pick are we at? I don't even know.
We're
13.
13. We're at pick 13. Did I nail it?
It was going to happen. You knew it was going to happen.
Fuck me.
Oh,
No, thank you.
This is not good, guys. This is my worst nightmare.
You would act like Dive's daughter went missing.
It's pretty close.
Wow.
I'm just kidding.
Steve, you know his wife's not right there right now.
Nicole got the Legion Product Scream to slap him right in the face.
I'm very lucky that the Crown just released. Like the NBA gods were so on our side when they released the Crown new season, like right at this time. So she's watching the Crown.
There you go. I have to agree with Chris Dunn here that the number one Google search right now has to be Halliburton's girlfriend.
I think
That's
you
weird.
drove those search results. You're the first one to mention it.
I mean, listen, a girl like she was a very beautiful young woman, and she just stuck out to me,
Right.
Pick us in.
The odds.
I'm telling your wife. I'm telling Jess. I'm telling everybody.
The
I mean,
heart
you
wants what it
can.
wants.
I'll go upstairs right now. Listen, I've been married 7 years. I got 3 kids now. Like I'm a good teller.
Wow.
I love this pick, by the way. I freaking love this pick.
Pick us in for the New Orleans Pelicans. We're waiting for Adam Silver to make the announcement.
It's my favorite pick.
And possibly ruin Dodge's day.
We just see Dives is drinking, flying across the room, hit like a wall.
Oh,
It came out. I love this pick.
Well played, Krell. Well played.
I've been Dives been disappointed his entire life. I'm just trying to let him down easy.
Chris, you knew it was gonna happen, man. He wasn't gonna
I
be
nailed
like
it on our
21.
show. I nailed it
Yeah.
on our show.
He's perfect for that team, man.
I cannot wait.
Pelicans select Kyra. Okay, Kyra. I thought it was Tyrell. I'm good with that. All right, Kyra Lewis goes to the New Orleans Pelicans. That was my 1B. Kyra Lewis is fantastic. Obviously, one of my favorite players in this draft. All right. How does that fit with Lonzo? How does that fit with Lonzo, Tiago?
I guess that means that they're gonna trade Lonzo.
I don't know about that, man. think about Alonzo, Kyra, Zion. That team is going to be
I-
crazy on the break. That team's going to be
Jason?
nuts.
I was going to
Jason?
say, I like that Kyra and Zion
Yep.
connection right
Oh,
there.
It's
I
great.
like him. He gives me De'Aaron Fox vibes.
Yep.
I think he's a little smaller, but
Yep.
but
He's
yeah,
fun.
he's
I mean,
fun.
he's wild, but he grew so much as a pick and roll like ball handler. Like Zion's gonna have so much fun around him, and I think that's the
Oh
kind
my
of player
God.
like that Ben would benefit from playing next to. A guy who's
That's
gonna
the
run is
pitching
gonna
game.
Oh
he-
man.
So Austin, what were you trying to get my attention about?
I think you know what's going to happen with Lonzo Ball. You and I have talked about this a couple times.
All right. The Boston Celtics are officially on the clock. We were rolling.
Well, why? Do you have something
Oh man,
about Lonzo?
Boston's gonna get a good player.
I just think that Clutch thinks he's going to get traded.
Oh yeah. Okay.
All right. Who's
Yeah,
still
I think
available
they
for
do think
Boston here?
Boston's gonna get a good player, man. I hate it.
I mean, Boston screams taxi, right? I just feel like
They're gonna be a pain in the ass with this guy, dude.
really.
It's almost like they said, and I'm thinking about this from like just like an outsider perspective. It almost under the draft thing, I'm like, how can we make Sixers fans really pissed off this time?
I can't believe he dropped.
I honestly believe Danny Ainge has that on his list of things we must do with our draft picks. One is piss off Philadelphia. Like I've honestly gotten to the point where I think that's what that's part of his game plan.
There is no doubt in my mind this guy is going to hit like a sidestep dinger, like just in the face of someone to close out a game. And I feel bad for the Sixers fans, that's for sure.
He should not be available this late in the draft. I'll tell you that.
All right.
Tankathon had him going 16. So some people,
I can't believe Tyrell Terry and Cole Anthony both fell.
And Tyrese Maxey. Maxey's out there too, man.
Yeah.
That's why I thought it was going to be Maxey, but I guess I was.
I
wrong.
said to someone today that I wouldn't be surprised if Cole Anthony and Terry are somehow both there at 21. And look, they still may not be, but I got this vibe they would both be there. And then I got the vibe of every Philadelphia fan ever that the Sixers would draft neither one of them if they were both there and would pick some random ass dude, and we'd all just kind of be sitting here, and I'd be begging you guys to explain to me what the hell just happened.
So okay, Austin. Let's go back to what you're implying. If the,
Man.
Oh shit!
There he goes.
if the Sixers were to trade pick 21 and
Oh.
change,
You're not gonna know yet, guys. But
if the Sixers traded pick 21 and change for Lonzo Ball, how would everybody feel about that?
Thumbs up for me.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
I don't know. I guess it would be a good deal. I mean, I think they've sort of set this expectation that they're going to go for Zach LaVine. That I don't know how fans would feel.
Yeah, but let's say that doesn't come to fruition, and they move 21 Zaire Smith, and they somehow maybe Furkan or something to make the money work. I mean, how much do you love the pick 21? You guys are really starting to get your heart set on some guys because it's getting closer. But like,
Jason,
these guys.
let me put it this way. Like,
you want to hear something really crazy right now?
yeah,
You know how many views this video has already hit?
1,000,
More.
wow.
2,000.
More.
Tiago, what were you gonna say?
If the pick, let's say the pick is Bane at 21, right? I know Bane is a good player. He probably did more on the court than a lot of these guys, but you can get a Jordan Nwora in the second round. You can get guys like an Isaiah Joe in the second round, can do a lot of the same things that Desmond Bane is going to do. So, yeah, am I going to be upset if Desmond Bane is a pick at 21? No. But to your point, like the value is like in a guy like Lonzo Ball who can do multiple things on the court, play defense at a high level. So I'm with you. That trade would make sense for me.
Yeah. Brock did a really good video on
guys, is this true?
What's that? No, it's more than that. We just hit 13,000.
Wow.
Good.
Yep.
Thank you to everyone watching.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we have do we have an
We really
have an-
appreciate it.
do we
Thanks
have
to
an autograph session yet?
Santiago and Dibes. You guys you put in 7, 8, 9 months of work leading up to tonight. Kudos to you guys. I watched all videos. I got smart by watching your work, so I appreciate that. And thanks to everyone who's watched.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone here watching. It means everything.
Thank you, guys.
Speaking of that, the dreadful Boston Celtics pick is in.
Yeah, it's
We're going to see Adam Silver here step to the podium.
I got to stop on Twitter because the next 2 picks have just broke my.
Whoa. Aaron Neesmith is verified at 197 followers. This is horseshit.
What? Dude?
Just you gotta let these things go, Austin.
This get under my skin.
You gotta.
All right, after this pick, Mark, thank you for that great comment. We're going to run down the picks and pick our winners of the draft so far. So hang tight. Boston Celtics, Adam Silver is making the selection right now.
Aaron
Smith for the Boston
Man.
Celtics.
Let me.
Great selection.
I was told that if you were verified, you were immune.
Guys, let me tell you something about Aaron Naismith. Do you know where he ranked in catch and shoot possessions in college?
What?
100th percentile. This can freaking shoot the ball.
By
man.
far the most pure shooter in this draft.
This guy can shoot the ball, man. He's gonna get so many open looks on that team. He
was my third. I told you I had a 1A and 1B in Kyra and Tyrell. For Sixers fans, I'm sorry, but Aaron Neesmith was my 3. I thought this is the best shooter in the draft, period.
I'm looking forward to the moment when Al Horford gets traded back to Boston, and then he sets like a massive screen on like Ben Simmons, and Aaron Neesmith hits like a game-winning shot against the Sixers. That's gonna be great.
Should Sixers fans just become Celtics fans? Because
Yes.
so many of them are just constantly whining about how much better the Celtics players are.
Yes, they should.
I wouldn't mind having half of that.
The Carson Edwards, last year,
I gotta tell you.
was heartbroken.
I fell into that trap last year.
I mean,
I did fall into that trap last year. But like I said, I think for me, I was just so devastated that Cam Johnson went when he did that everything else was just going to seem like shit to me. So I just was looking for things to bitch about. But I understand what you're saying, Jason, because the more I sat back and thought about it, it was one of those things where he was the typical guy goes nuts in the NCAA tournament and everybody falls in love with. And that was what Carson Edwards was last year.
Yeah.
I mean, he had an unbelievable tournament. It was one for the ages, and everybody just fell in love with it because we knew the Sixers needed shooting and all that kind of stuff. But you saw that he wasn't necessarily ready to go.
We have this is a great comment. You either die a Sixers fan or live long enough to become a Celtics fan. I love the Batman reference. That's
wait, it's Big Shane Gillis secretly Joel Embiid.
Maybe, I don't know.
Oh.
All right, the pick is in for the Orlando Magic. Sad that Precious Achiuwa hasn't gotten picked yet. That does not fit with the Orlando Magic. The Magic need shooting. The Magic need offense.
The Magic need to consolidate. They need to trade because they have a bunch of decent guys. They need to consolidate by trading 3 or 4 packaging for one legit guy.
I hated Orlando, and I just have a feeling that I'm going to hate Orlando more after the selection.
I know what this pick is now.
We have a trade. We have a trade.
We have a trade?
The trade has been finalized. Minnesota is acquiring Oklahoma City's Ricky Rubio, 25th and 28th pick in this draft for a package that includes the number 17th pick.
Okay. All right, so the Orlando Magic pick is in. We're getting ready. It looks like they're going to go to a commercial, which sucks because we're going to have to wait.
Well, let's review the draft. Let's review
the draft. That's a great idea. All right. Let's go.
Pick 1, Anthony Edwards to Minnesota. They also get Rubio. What is Minnesota doing? 3 guards?
I mean, I think Edwards could possibly play a little wing as well.
Yeah.
But I like it. I think that was the best pick in my opinion. What about you guys?
I'm with you. It was my number 1 guy on the board.
Yeah, I don't like it. I don't know how they play any defense. I guess Rubio can defend opposing point guards, but nobody is really going to defend the rim right now on that team. They need a rim protector in a serious way, because although Edwards could turn into a defender, I don't think he is. And D'Angelo Russell is not really a defender, so I don't like that team. I don't like what they're doing. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
All right, number 2 was Golden State went with James Wiseman. I think this was Austin's baby, who compared him to Joel Embiid ceiling wise. I think it's an interesting pick.
Very happy for my son, my much bigger son.
Yeah, I think it's a great fit, great pick, great situation for a guy where they've proven to turn centers into they've done some reclamation projects, and this guy is
the Brooklyn Nets are trading the 19th pick per a pooch.
For a what? For what?
Yes, Anthony Puccio.
All right. So do we know who traded up?
They traded something.
All right. So we don't know yet. We're still waiting for the Orlando Magic. The pick is in right now.
Charlotte, LaMelo, Charlotte.
I'm not a LaMelo fan. I don't like what he is on. I know he's creative. I know he's a good passer. I'm not a believer, especially with ball on defense. What about you guys?
Are we talking about?
I kind of convinced myself. I talked myself into LaMelo in Charlotte because I think it just opens up a couple of different options to unlock other players. But I think it also makes Graham a sell high option for them, and Rozier obviously is available, very available now.
Yeah.
Come to Philly, Rozier. Come to Philly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And who is number 4?
Who even fucking remembers this one?
PJ Williams, man. The steal of the draft, right?
Patrick Williams. Not
Patrick Williams. Sorry, Patrick. I don't even know the guy's name, man. That's
Jason Kai just tweeted. Really? Jason Kai just tweeted. Really? Isaiah Stewart? That's something for the Pistons.
He is a long-suffering Pistons fan. I've never talked more Pistons than I have since I've known Kai.
Kai is a Pistons fan?
Oh, my God. He's a Detroit 4-for-4 guy.
I didn't know that. A Detroit 4-for-4. That's a real thing?
Yeah, yo, you're right, Rob. What the?
Wait, why is Spike Lee doing with?
Hold on. The Orlando Magic are making their selection. And Adam Silver's at the podium right now.
Is that a red flag or not?
Cole Anthony to the Orlando Magic.
Why the hell is Spike Lee in the Anthony house?
He's a New York guy, right?
Yo,
I mean, I know
that guy just lost so much street cred. Oh my God!
Not only that, he's in there doing a weird ass dance. What in the hell? You know
So,
what?
I know Cole Anthony is from New York. Cole Anthony is from New York, and he's
He's a New York point guard.
From New York that don't have Spike Lee in their home.
Guys.
I mean, Spike Lee is the number 1 NBA fan probably of all time, though, if you think about it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm okay now.
no. That's why I thought he was going to the Knicks, because he's a New Yorker. So there you go, Greg Anthony. Cole Anthony's got basketball in his veins. He's been brought up around the NBA. He's had pro scouts his entire life. So not pro scouts, trainers, for a good portion of his development. We've talked already a little bit about Cole Anthony and why he struggled, especially with shot selection on a terrible UNC team. Tiago, talk a little bit about how you think Cole Anthony fits with the Orlando Magic.
I think, thinking about what they have in the roster right now, Markelle Fultz, right, being their point guard. What does he really bring from floor spacing standpoint right now? Not much. He's a good shot creator, can get down the lane, get guys open shots. I think Cole Anthony's role with Magic to begin with is probably going to be more as an off.
Wow.
Something go up. More as an off-ball weapon, and then over time he's going to develop a little bit more of that point guard kind of role. So I see him slowly progress as a point guard, but perhaps becoming more as a off guard to start with. I like the pick.
How would you grade it? Like a B plus?
B plus, A minus.
All right. What about you, Austin?
Yeah. I'm a Cole Anthony guy, man.
Yeah.
Can he defend anybody?
No.
Listen, that team has a lot of defensive guys. So can he defend? No.
I agree.
You
can hide a guy.
You can hide a guy on that team for sure.
Wow, I didn't even realize Tyrese Maxey is falling. That is an interesting name to keep in mind.
So I wonder if all of you guys are falling. If when it gets to the Sixers pick, the Bulls are like, whoa. We would like him.
Yeah, I think that's an important part of this is like the reason you wouldn't have an agreement yet is they probably have a few guys that they like, and if one of them is there, they'd be more interested.
Yeah. Now, as for the Cole Anthony thing, how does it break for Markelle Fultz is my question. Like,
well, let's not pretend that Markelle Fultz, every time there's a victory lap of his comeback, he's had 15 different comebacks where people do a victory lap. Like he's
a bad player, man.
It's like we're on the point where it's like he didn't pump fake his free throw by accident.
Let's call it like it is, dude. He's a bad basketball player. He's a bad basketball player. I mean, the guy, he's bad, dude. He's borderline unplayable.
Look, he's got the yips. There's no shame in it. The guy got the yips. He may or may not ever recover fully. He was pretty clearly the number one prospect while playing college basketball that year. And he's never quite regained that loosey-goosey, comfort that he had that made him so hard to predict, made him so sort of elusive as a scorer. He's never gotten it back. And if he doesn't get it back, I wouldn't hesitate to draft a replacement. Because look, if you got too much pressure on you in Orlando, you can't play in the NBA. Like I get it, Philly was like a microscope, not Orlando. Nobody's paying attention to the Orlando Magic.
Wait, so 3 picks before the Sixers: Bay, Maxey, Terry, Bane, Hampton, Precious are all still there.
Maxey's the guy for me. I
didn't love Precious. I wasn't a big Precious guy. Mm-hmm. I thought he was like a lower motor version of what's his name? The Manimal. The Manimal.
Isaiah Stewart to the Trailblazers? What's going on here?
Yep.
No, that's gonna go to the Pistons.
That's the Pistons
in the trade.
All right, that's the Pistons pick.
Yeah.
I don't have a comment on Isaiah Stewart. I'm sorry. And we didn't even get Rob to comment on Cole Anthony. I'm sorry, man.
No, listen. I look at it this way with a kid like Cole Anthony. I think the kid's a gamer. I do think he is just a pure basketball player. And I look. I watched every Carolina game until the shutdown last year, and that team was devastated by injury. On top of just not having as much talent as the North Carolina team, and people forget. He missed quite a bit of time with an injury, and I don't think he ever was able to really get himself back last year. He's a kid that I will not be surprised if Cole Anthony's one of these kids that has a really, really nice NBA career. I understand what Jason's saying, and it's obviously a concern. And look, when people first started talking about him in the NBA draft way back when he first started at Carolina, he was an early pick and then he kind of fizzled. So there is concern. I just think deep down, if they can right the mentality as far as being a teammate and all that, I think a Cole Anthony can be a really, really good NBA player.
All right, let's quickly dive into Isaiah Stewart. I got nothing on this guy. What about you, Thiago?
I'll defer to Austin. I watched like half of him, and I was like, I can't watch this guy.
I mean, I think he has he's a very broad guy. I mean, I think he He'll be.
I can't watch this guy, man.
He'll
I'm
be-
sorry.
You just called him a broad? Is he a female?
No, I did not call him that. I said he's a broad guy.
Hey, broad.
7'5" wingspan.
Yeah, he's massive.
6'9".
He's huge, but he's just a little bit undersized. Like he's not like I don't think he can play NBA center.
Well,
But
hold
I-
on now. It doesn't matter how tall the top of your head is. It's your standing.
Wait.
reach.
The
He's
Clippers,
gonna have-
the Clippers are trading Landry Shamet to the Nets for the number 19th pick in the draft.
Landry Shamet's on
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. Shamet earned him a 19th pick. Wow.
How does Landry Shamet, who
So
never
wait a minute,
points anyone, get traded twice already in his NBA career?
there? Wow.
Is this Timberwolves pick going to the Thunder?
That pick goes to the Detroit Pistons, correct?
So going back to Isaiah Stewart, standing reach is what matters for a big man, and with that kind of wingspan, he's probably got pretty good standing reach.
Who the hell is?
Just to put it out there, I don't think.
Wait. That's an overpay for Shamet, right? Like I'm not.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
imagining things.
100%. Shamet was unplayable in the playoffs, man. They
That's
had
what I
to
mean.
bury him
Shamet-
on the bench.
Look, Shamet can shoot the ball and everything, but the guy can't defend. He's an unbelievable liability on the defensive end right now.
All right, here we go. We're getting
Who's,
like
who's
we're getting,
defending anybody on that
this
team?
is going boom, boom, boom. The Minnesota Timberwolves select the Euro phenom Alexei Pastusex. I don't even know. I disrespect the name. Sorry, I disrespected
Shams
the name.
tweets, the Clippers are sending number 19th pick via Brooklyn to the Pistons and receiving Luke Kennard.
Wow.
All right.
Also, a guy who can't defend it.
Yeah, slightly better Andrew Shamet.
All
Slightly
right, no. All right, dude. So this is like the kind of the interesting Euro player
So
of this
Shamet
draft.
to Pistons.
Thiago, you wrote an article on this over at thepaintlines.com. Who is this guy?
This guy is a Serbian national, played for Serbia's under-18 team. 7 foot with a long wingspan, handles the ball, can play positions 1 through 4. Tremendous upside. Probably one of the highest upside players in the draft. The question is like, what is this guy in the NBA, right? So the guy has, the frame of like a teenager. I mean, there's no muscle in his body whatsoever. But if you watch him play, he plays with like a very cool flair. Like he runs up and down, does a lot of things like Lonzo likes to do on the open court. Very smart, very aware. Is a complete mess on defense. So, give it time. I think that is one of the highest upside picks in the draft, especially where they got him in that position.
So my concern with guys like this, like Stauskas, just could never put on muscle. Just couldn't do it. And but Furkan has had a lot of problems putting on any sort of strength, but he has gotten better. That's what you hope for, right? Because
Jason, he was getting muscled in like under 18 games, like getting muscled off the court.
Yeah. So
And
he's
that's
got
the problem.
so far to go, but he's probably a stash.
They're
Right.
calling him
You
a
don't have to get him beat up right away, and you just get him on like a Western diet and send a trainer, pay a trainer $200K to go live with him over in Europe, and try to get him to put on 25 pounds of muscle.
Yeah.
And he's still going to be too skinny at 25 pounds. Because what's he at, like 180 pounds or something?
Yeah, close.
Yeah.
They're
It's,
calling him a healthy Kristaps Porzingis. All right, well, hold on. The Dallas Mavericks are on the podium.
Kristaps if he was on a desert island for 4 months.
Adam Silver is announcing the pick. The Dallas Mavericks select Josh Green. Okay.
Wow.
Josh Green is
We're
off the board. By the way, who's falling?
Tyrese,
Tyrese Maxey, Desmond Bain, and Tyrell Terry.
Chris, I'm a little concerned by Tyrell falling. I'll be honest with you.
Are you really?
Yeah, because do NBA teams that just don't see it with him? I mean, he's supposed to be one of the best shooters in the draft, right? Why is he? We're pick 20 here.
It's got to be the weight. But let's talk about a little bit about the Dallas Mavericks pick, Josh Green. We did a podcast on sleepers and biggest busts, and Josh Green was my personal sleeper. I think in terms of potential, in terms of defensive potential, and just 3-and-D wing, I think this guy's right up there. And that's all relative in the fact that we're talking about a crapshoot middle of the first round, which we're trying to project guys not just in the middle of the first round, but in the lottery as well. I think Josh Green is really interesting. I think he struggled on an Arizona team that was a complete mess. And I thought he showed flashes. He's a freshman. He was a high recruit. I like this pick. And this is one of those, like, I think my first 5 years, Zaire, almost like going back to Zaire during when he was drafted, a freshman that showed flashes with athleticism and being a kind of a 3-and-D potential in the NBA. I'd probably grade this solid B+. What about you, Thiago?
Yeah, I think you touched it. Like, that Arizona team is a mess, man. They're probably the least fun team to watch. There's like no spacing. They're like terribly, terribly coached. So I would love to see what he looks like in an open NBA court, because the athleticism is like there, right, for an NBA guy. So I'm interested to see what they get out of him in the NBA. I like the pick. I think it's a solid pick in that spot.
Wow.
Jason,
how about
Jason,
Sadiq Bey falling?
Jason, he's not going to Detroit. He's going to Brooklyn.
No, he's going to Detroit. He's going to land in Detroit. He's getting traded to Brooklyn, but then he's going from Brooklyn to Detroit for Luke Kennard.
Okay.
Luke Kennard is going to.
That stinks.
On Twitter, it says that Shamet goes to Brooklyn, the Clippers get Kennard, and Detroit gets the 19th pick.
Oh,
So,
I got it wrong. Okay.
yeah. So that I just saw that get tweeted out. So that means whatever this pick is here is going to Detroit, is what it sounds like.
So
That's
whoever
right.
the Nets,
I know my shit.
whoever the Nets pick, I'm surprised your phone's not ringing this much, Austin. Just saying. Just say.
It is. It is.
You know who's on the board? Go ahead.
So the Nets are on the clock. So whoever the Nets pick goes to Detroit.
I am almost 99% sure that like Miami's gonna take Sadiq Bey, and I'm gonna have to like hate my life. I have to hate everything about that.
Let me ask you guys,
I'm going to
because
pick somebody.
I'm seeing people on Twitter. Does Sadiq Bey have would he fit with the 76ers?
Yeah, he would.
Yeah.
He
So,
would.
you're now 2 picks away, and you got Maxey, you got Terry, you got Bain, you got Bey. You got 4 guys there. So 2 of them are going to be there when the Sixers draft. So the question, I'm just curious,
Not even a question.
what outside of Thibes, what direction are the Sixers really?
Where are the minutes? Where do the minutes in a top 10 rotation come from to give to any of those guys?
I've been saying for the longest time, the NBA game needs to be 72 minutes. It makes things much easier.
There's no minutes for a guy.
Yeah, but like think about it from the standpoint of like if you're trying to make a trade in the future, like who's the
Damn
high?
it! Damn it!
Oh no.
Detroit got Sadiq.
Good.
Oh man, you gotta
Good.
wait for
Put him off the board.
Okay, so we don't have to wait out the week now. So
Wait, that means Tyrell Terry's still available. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's a logical
it
pick
would-
at 21.
it would definitely happen that he'll go 20 and Dibes will this will be CD Land 2.0, just destroy everyone. That's what I'm seeing right now.
The NBA draft is not the NFL draft. A pick in the 20s in the NFL draft is an amazing player.
Yeah.
An NBA player is a crapshoot at 20.
Right.
In this draft especially, I'd rather pick at 32 than I would at 21.
That's fair.
But
And by no means do I think Tyrell. Sorry, hold on. By no means, I'm
he's
meaning
getting emotional. Tyrell
By
Terry.
no means do I think Tyrell Terry is going to be like this bona fide starter in the NBA. I see him as an off the bench, flying off screens, shoot over screens, off ball weapon. That's how I see Tyrell Terry. I don't see him as this superstar. I see him as a perfect fit for the Sixers, if that makes sense. Oh, by the way,
where do the minutes come from? You've got Shake, assuming he's here. You got Ben Simmons. Where are you going to give this guy minutes? How's he going to get on the floor?
I don't think we know the roster yet. I think that's a little premature. But we'll see.
They should just take another center, honestly.
Well, they just traded their backup away. You got a slot.
All right, here we go. The pick is in for the Brooklyn Nets. What are our expectations for the Nets? Do you think they're going to be hot shit like we all think the media thinks they're going to be?
I think Kevin Durant's going to be the best center in the NBA for that team, and I think they're going to be really good, even though I don't think Kyrie is a winning player.
Yeah. All right. Adam Silver is walking to the podium. The Brooklyn Nets pick is in. Who do the Brooklyn Nets select? Here we go.
Delco's finest.
No. Sadiq Bey to the Brooklyn Nets.
Yep.
There it is. Austin's boy. What does Sadiq Bey bring to the Brooklyn Nets, Austin?
Elite shooter. He knows his spots. He doesn't. What?
We're getting Tyrell, baby.
God,
What?
I think 20, you're going to be dead.
You know it's the Miami Heat. You know it's gonna be Maxey. There's no doubt about it. But what do we know? What do we know about Sadiq Bey? So Sadiq Bey he's a really good shooter, 45% from three this year. Can't really move that laterally, isn't that athletic, but has a really good eye for the game. Doesn't shoot too much, has good shot selection, knows his spots. Can create a little bit. I like the pick for Detroit a lot.
Awesome. What about you, Tiago? What's your thoughts on Sadiq Bey with Brooklyn here?
He's going to fit Brooklyn's roster perfectly, assuming that he plays.
Detroit.
Sorry, Detroit.
My apologies.
Detroit. Yeah. Anyway, Detroit. I think what you get out of Sadiq Bey, you can get out of Isaiah Joe in the second round. So from a value standpoint, I don't like it.
Sadiq Bey, man, a little bit of a fall there. Is that a shock? Is that a shock for you, Austin?
What?
Sadiq Bey falling to this area?
I thought he was going to be a lottery pick. I really did.
I know. Like, this is like when you think of players that fell. Obviously, it starts with Tyrese, and then it goes straight to Sadiq. So pretty shocking. I think the media agrees that Temple is better than Villanova. So I'm just saying.
Yeah. When was Temple's last national title?
Shut up.
I'm just curious.
We got a fight breaking out here.
What happened?
This has been ongoing for a long time. Dibler, you're falling into the Earl Thomas trap. I don't even know what that
I'm
means.
going to ask you, right? Say Terry's on the board and they don't draft him. Where's your head?
I'm dead.
High stakes. Who knew?
I'm dead.
Who knew the stakes were so high?
Why would the Miami Heat select Tyrell Terry? They have Hero.
He must have been in the gym at like 1:30 in the morning, hanging upside down from like a rafter, trying to get longer so that way Jimmy Butler would like him more.
Whoever gets drafted here is definitely someone who dribbles the ball in their hotel room. The security has to come up and yell at them.
He loves to make coffee. Jimmy Butler.
He must be brewing coffee. This he must be brewing unbelievable coffee.
They will also have a negative wingspan.
Yeah.
Does that mean that his wingspan is lesser than his height?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ryan, that's a great comparison of Brandon Graham over Earl Thomas, man. I remember we watched that, bro, together at my house. That was brutal.
I think
they don't take Tyrell Terry here, man.
Tyrell Terry does not have a negative wingspan. He's 6'1.5", with a 6'1 3/4 wingspan. So he's a plus wingspan guy.
I'm telling you, man.
6'1" wingspan.
He's bigger than his size.
He's not Hero. He's not Hero. Yeah.
You can't defend it.
Yeah.
They don't make it. Name a 6'1" wingspan NBA player.
They're gonna take Maxey.
Name one.
No,
You
don't
think
take
it's Maxey?
No, fuck that.
Yeah, Tyler Hero just tweeted, I'm feeling Kentucky. So I mean, if you follow that. No, they didn't.
No.
They didn't do it.
Yeah,
they didn't do it. They
Max
did not
is
do
gonna
it.
be
They
there.
did
Max
not do
is
it.
gonna be
Oh
there.
my god. Oh wow.
Yo, let's go.
Wow.
Yo.
What's happening?
Wow!
I have no idea what's happening.
Miami's not drafting Maxey.
Yeah, they're not drafting Maxey, but I don't know what they're doing the way Charles reacting over here.
All right, we're talking about the Miami Heat or the Sixers?
The Miami
Heat.
Miami.
All right, Miami Heat are on the clock right now. We don't know.
Pick is in.
All right, on my screen, the pick is not yet in. We'll get there.
What the hell's going on up there in Lancaster that you're 65 seconds behind the rest of us?
It's Amish country internet.
Yeah.
Clearly.
I'm just like, oh my God, they took Ben Simmons number 1.
I just have an illegal hookup for cable because the Amish don't allow it up there. So they're 65 seconds behind.
So it looks like they also like the Bam Adebayo archetype.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Is this Precious?
No one tell Vibes. Let him figure it out next year.
All right. I gotta go like clean out my lawnmower over here. All right, pick is in. Miami Heat.
By the way, this is a great tweet that just came out about the Knicks. Obi Toppin is older than all of these current Knicks players. Mitchell Robinson, what's his name? Frank Ntilikina, whatever the fuck.
Ntilikina.
Iggy Brazdeikis, Kevin Knox, R.J. Barrett. So their pick this year is older than 5 guys on their roster right now.
Oh my God!
Did they pick Perry Ellis finally?
Do not screw this pick, Sixers. Come on. Sorry, Chris. Sorry. I know you like your guy, man, but Jason nailed it. 6'1" wingspan.
He's not wrong.
There's a reason why he's in 21, man.
Yeah, name an NBA player with a 6'1" wingspan.
What's Steph Curry's?
I don't think Steph Curry's got a negative wingspan. I'll check.
Doesn't matter what Steph Curry has. He's Steph Curry.
Yeah. What's Steph
Curry has a 6'4" wingspan.
He's got the Bible on his
side.
Oh,
here we go. Miami Heat are on the clock here. The pick is in. Adam Silver's about to announce the Miami Heat select. Precious the 2. There it is.
Yeah.
All right.
Austin, do not give out the Sixers pick.
Hey, Dive.
Austin, don't do it. I gotta
read
total
real time.
Total Bam pick, right?
Yeah.
How would you grade this pick, Tiago?
I don't know what they're doing, but I don't know. They must see something in him that maybe has a stretch forward potential. I don't know. Be honest with you,
guys. Give me
48 minutes of Bam.
Before I know who Sixers drafted.
They're going to do this. This is what Pat Riley is going to do. He's going to make sure that anytime there's a loose ball, you're going to have 2 Miami Heat players running towards the ball so large and so emphatically that they're going to be terrified of anyone else trying to chase it. Miami Heat are going to get every 50-50 ball. Just every ball that's a jump ball they're going to get. It's going to be wild.
I like it. I like it for them, actually.
Really? Why is that, Jason?
Because I am a big believer in when you create an identity, you want that identity on the floor for 48 minutes. So this allows you to not play Bam as heavy a workload. And when he comes off, you're throwing out another guy's just as big a nightmare, just as big a matchup problem. Because when you have a matchup nightmare guy, the other team can sort of stagger their rotations to shadow them. But when you got that for 48 minutes, there's not much they can really do. So I like it. I'm always in the mode of when you have something you do really well, you want 48 minutes of it on the floor.
We have Aiden Scott joining. He says, "I guessed it. Let's go. I guessed it. I guessed it.
Talking about
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. There it is.
Talking about Miami? Is he talking about the Sixers?
I don't know. It's I don't know.
If you talk about the Sixers, and if you scroll up and see some of his other messages, it's not. I don't know.
Oh wow!
No, come on, man! Don't say it.
Dude, I am like my hands are shaking. I'm just like,
don't say it.
This is a no-brainer. I mean, where are we at?
Yeah, but I think there was another name that was floating around over the last couple days. And I don't know. I mean,
man. I would be fine with Tyrese Maxey. He's got so much talent. No one questions with that. But
I have a feeling it's going to be nobody that we assumed.
It can't be. If he does that, then
No way, man.
I'm out. Then I'm unplugging and I'm out.
No way, man.
I like this.
He will make Precious a good player. All I think about is Gollum from Lord of the Rings. That's
I cannot believe that they took him.
What?
Are you happy? Wait. I know. Are you happy?
He was right there, and they still ended up going with Aaron Johnson. Wow.
What is he talking about?
I have no idea.
He's playing with you guys. Come on, let's go, Sixers. Don't screw this up.
I have no idea what Austin is talking about right now.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't wait, and I just saw who the pick was. So, I'm just sitting here, and I just can't wait to ask all of you to just, give me some insight here. You know what I mean? Just give me some.
All right. Well, the Sixers are on the clock right now. We're waiting to see if the pick is in. Some of you know. I do not know. I am not on Twitter, so we're reacting to this as raw as possible. At least some of us.
Thibes, I want to know we know who you want at this point, right? I mean, it's still the same guy for you.
Yep.
Tiago, where's your head at this point?
I want Tyrese Maxey. I think he's the best value at that spot right now. He's got tremendous potential.
I'm not going to ask Austin because his ass knows, but Jason, where would you go if you were the Sixers right now?
Well, I already know too. So I like the pick, and we'll talk about it as soon as it's.
Oh, well. Okay.
I just can't believe that they took RJ Hampton.
Don't go there, man. Not right now.
This is not funny now.
Not right
None
now.
of this is funny at all.
I just can't believe they took him. It's weird to me.
RJ Hampton's falling a little bit. I forgot about him.
They wanted Dante Exum Jr. They got him.
God, I hate you so much, Austin. I hate you. All right, Sixers are still on the clock here. Still waiting for the pick to be announced. Oh my gosh, Woj is on the screen here.
No, don't worry.
You know this one already.
We know that a pick has been made.
All right, we already know.
I'm so sorry they messed you up. They had a chance to get Tyrese Maxey and they went with RJ Hampton.
I hate you so much right now. I want to punch you in your perfect teeth.
Chris,
my teeth are not perfect.
Chris, at this rate, we'll get Terry in the second round, man. Don't worry about it.
Oh my God, I'm gonna kill all you motherfuckers. You're dead.
Wait, we thought you were gonna be dead.
I'll find you.
Now we're dead.
I will kill you all. I hate you. Oh, pick is in. Pick is in.
Come on.
Here we go.
Once again, the pick has been in on most television sets for 65 to 70 seconds. But in Lancaster, it takes a little bit longer.
By the way, Dylan's just chilling back and drinking.
Dylan!
I'm just having a good time.
Oh my God, I forget how that.
I can't believe they're going to trade RJ Hampton now.
I hate you so much.
Untouchable.
Let's go. Come on, let's go. Come on, Woj. Don't screw us over here.
You guys still don't have the pick?
I do.
No, I don't.
No, here we go. Here we go. Adam Silver's.
Dimes is like,
here we go.
oh my God, they took Matisse Thybulle.
Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go, man.
I need some. Give me your wonderful. You guys do an unbelievable job breaking all these guys down. Let me know about Tyrese Maxey right now.
All right, go ahead, Thiago.
Well, yeah, go ahead, Thiago. That's all you.
Rob, I want to talk about just the defense right now. You're talking about a guy with all NBA defense potential. One-on-one defender, absolutely elite. Ranked, I think, in the 97th percentile in one-on-one defensive possessions. So from a defense standpoint, you can plug him right away. He's going to help. He's not going to be a detriment. So right off the bat, to me, that's a home run pick. If you get an all-NBA defender at pick 21, that is a big-time steal, in my opinion. Austin,
oh no!
I'll pass it over
Vin got
to you.
it wrong. Vin got it wrong. He said it was Terry.
Oh, they got it wrong.
Vin said
Wow.
Terry.
He's the worst insider ever.
Oh man,
He's gonna lose about
chose
1,000
the wrong
followers.
source tonight.
This
Oh,
night
Vin
gets
said Terry. That's so funny.
this night gets better and better.
No, Tyrese Maxey is one of those guys where when I was watching tape on Emmanuel Quickly, my first thought was, who the hell is this Tyrese Maxey kid? He was by far better in terms of a prospect. Tiago, you named it. Like, in terms of flashes, he needs to work on his shooting. But in terms of flashes, like, this guy is terrific. I was surprised he even fell. We said it during this lottery that I can't believe Maxey's falling, because I had this guy pegged as like a mid-late lottery pick.
Yeah.
What about you, Austin?
So just to touch on that point, like, Rob, go watch his tape and go watch him play defense. Like, he gets glued to guys on the perimeter. Like, he does not leave their hip pocket. Knows how to defend without fouling. Like, that's big. That's big.
That's
At the end of the day, it's shooting, though. We're talking about shooting.
Right, but
Well, hold on. No, he shot.
Yeah.
I just looked at this. You know, free throw percentage projects better than 3-point percentage from college, and he shot 83% from the line. So, I mean, that means he's got good form. He's got repeatable form. Now it's just a matter of stretching that out to knock down threes.
Yeah.
But that doesn't tell me that he's got broken mechanics.
Tiago, did you do a writing breakdown of him?
I did not do one on him. Did you?
No.
I did a video breakdown.
You did a video.
You know,
Where is
I
it?
have
Where is
a,
it? Where is it?
It's on YouTube.
Where is YouTube?
So where does
the box?
But let's go back to it. Where does he get minutes? Right? Because
yeah, I mean, I don't see this as a pick that
They're going to create.
Good.
They're going to create a sixth position.
the Kings play 4-on-5.
Gave
They're
his
gonna play
time.
6-on-5. It's changing the game. Warriors changed the game again.
Tiago gave his time to Austin, thinking something meaningful was coming.
and this guy didn't watch him.
You thought wrong, kid. You thought wrong.
Listen, I think he has high potential operating on the pick and roll. Like, if you watch him, his vision is not good. So he plays with his head down. He misses guys passing lanes. So
yep.
I think there's work to be done from a ball handling standpoint. The shot, I think, is better than numbers indicate. And if you watch him in the pre-draft workout,
He's
like
streaky, man.
he's streaky, but he was working on his mechanics. So on the pre-draft TV show that they did for ESPN, like, he had a high release point, and he was knocking him down pretty well. So that's an indication he's aware of the things that he needs to work on at the next level. And then the shot may come around over time. Like, if you ask me, he's going to make an immediate offensive impact this year? Probably not. At least not.
What's the difference between him and Zaire?
He's a much more refined ball handler, shot creator than Zaire. Zaire was just a guy who would just run up and down the court.
He is not allergic to poppy seeds.
Well, no, but what we're talking about is using this guy as a pick and roll defender. So
and a pick and roll ball handler. No, I'm not talking about pick and roll ball handler. Like, he can operate your pick and roll. He just has to work coming off screens and passing. Like, he's got to see the court better. If you watch him at Kentucky, like, he was a straight line drive, put your head down and kind of attack a defender that way. But I think there's potential there, obviously. He's got a great handle. He's shifty. He can get around defenders. So I think there's a high potential offensively. He may not be this year, though.
I like Maxey, but in terms of off-ball, creating offense, creating spacing for Ben and Joel, it should have been Terry.
And you're going to get started pretty soon. We'll look forward to
someone's got shit happening.
Sorry.
Let's go to grades. Austin, how would you grade the Sixers pick?
They didn't fuck it up. So A, I mean, that's what it's come to with them. I mean, they got a ball handler, and they got a guy who can shoot it a little bit. Needs to work on that, but he can defend. He's a high energy defender in the wing. And I think if he can get that shot down, he has a chance to be a really high impact player.
What about you, Dylan? Any thoughts on grading this draft pick?
He fell, right? So they didn't mess it up in that term. So to me, it was between – I liked Bain or Terry at this point. the fact that Maxey fell, I mean, yeah, I agree with Crow. They just made a smart pick.
Jason.
I think it's good value pick. I think that's going to, as an asset, be good. He's not somebody that loses 30% value off the lot. I just listened to Doc Rivers talk about him just now. Called him tough, called him competitive, talked about defense, talked about Ben Simmons having the ball in his hands and just needing guards around him. And so they like him. I think everybody should like him. I'm surprised that he fell as far as he did. But, I think he's a guy that makes other players potentially available or would have value for other teams as well. So I'm not sure he's still on the team on opening night. But if he is, that means a couple of other guys like Zaire Smith may not be on the team. So, he unlocks maybe slots to make other moves.
Rob, any thoughts on draft grade here?
Yeah, I mean, listen, you talk about the type of player you want on the 76ers right now, and you want these tough, dog-like mentality guys. And judging from what I've heard you guys say, just doing a quick reading, he is a dog in a sense. He's going to go out there and he's going to work his ass off on that defensive end. Obviously, the offensive game needs to develop a little bit, but it's not like he has no offensive game. So, you're going to have that. And on top of that, look, we're used to the Sixers, picking guys that we're like, wow, where the hell did that come from? This kid slid. For whatever reason, he slid, but he was a kid a lot of people expected to go earlier in this draft. So because of that, I think you're already seeing the Doc Rivers and Daryl Morey influence where they say, hey, we don't pass this up. This kid wasn't supposed to be here at 21. He's here. He's the best player available for us to go get. Let's make a move. So I'm excited because to me, it's showing you the growth and maturity of this front office. And anytime to me, look, I coach high school basketball. The kids I love to coach the most aren't necessarily always the most talented. They're the kids that are going to go out there and scratch and claw and fight for every ball. And it sounds like that's what this kid's like. So I'm giving it an A, man. I'm happy with it.
All right. What about you, Tiago? Grade.
Rob's like, I want you to punch him in the face and trip him when he comes up the court.
Yes, that's what I want. Always. It's what I want.
Tiago, grade.
I give it an A. I gave you the reasons why I would give it an A. I think from a value standpoint, that is the best pick they could have made at that spot. And even if it doesn't work out, I still think he has enough of upside that you can flip him for something else. So A across the board.
All right. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed right now. I'm not gonna lie. We're like I had Tyrese Maxey. I know, I agree. I had Tyrese Maxey as one of my favorite players in this draft, but I think in terms of stone cold shooting, I'm a little worried about Maxey's shooting. He's very streaky. The Sixers cannot afford to have another streaky shooter on this roster. It's been killing them for the last 2 years. But you talk about defense. That is the selling point for Tyrese Maxey. You talk about flashes. I'm surprised that they went this route, to be honest. Because this is a guy that's probably going to take at least a year or two to develop a little bit. I don't see this guy as an impact guy. Whereas I think even you say 170 pounds for Tyrell Terry, I think, and I didn't think he's going to finish games ever. But in terms of Tyrell Terry, I think he could throw him in for 15 to 20 minutes, and he could get you 20 points once every other week. And that's the difference. Is I don't see Maxey making an impact this year. That is.
I'm just gonna. Sorry. I was gonna say that like Coach Cal, Coach Cal, right? He's a very hard on his players, and he said after the draft process that he compares Maxey to Jamal Murray, which is a big deal. Like Jamal Murray is a big time shot maker.
Right.
And he sees him in a similar mode as Jamal Murray or even like an SGA type. So that's high praise from Coach Cal.
He
And,
didn't throw anything like Jamal Murray, though, in college.
No, I didn't see that either. But coming from Coach Cal,
one thing, when he was in high school, and I'm getting texts from guys that have followed him. When he was in high school, he was labeled a shooter in high school. I mean, he shot 40% from 3 in high school. Now, I understand he didn't have he struggled with consistency at the freshman level. But this guy that I'm talking to says, yes, does it need to improve? Yeah, but he's 19.
Wait.
And he wouldn't call shooting an actual flaw in his game. It's just something he has to work on. So, if you think Tyrell Terry could go out and get you, I don't know why this kid wouldn't be able to as well. I mean, look, you're talking about a kid that if he was picked at 12, no one would have batted an eye at him getting picked at 12. You got him at 21. So, we'll have to see how everything plays out, how the roster's constructed and all that. But, I think the value is really good. And I'm not used to saying that about a Sixers pick. I'm not used to saying the value is good.
I think when you have a guy that shoots 83% at the line and 29% from 3, it's usually lower body stuff.
Yep.
And that's a lot easier to fix than, shoulders to fingertips stuff. So I don't think you should be too worried about the shooting. And look, if the guy can play defense, he can play in the NBA.
Yeah.
And then you figure the rest out from there.
That he will. He will play defense. I'll tell you that.
Now, to have a kid like this that's a good defender, does it make the Sixers a little bit more, willing to give up a Matisse Thybulle?
Well, I think that's the biggest take here. You're talking about Danny Green. You're talking about Terrence Ferguson, if they're on the roster whatsoever, moving forward. But that's clearly the focus, at least from paper-wise, that they're looking at increasing the Sixers' defense from the jump. That is their main focus. What do you think, Thiago?
No, I agree. I think you can feel that Thybulle defensive mode. I think he's actually a better on-ball defender than Thybulle is.
Right.
I think Thybulle's a better space defender.
That's why I compare him to
Zaire.
Zaire. Yeah, Zaire is an on-ball defender. So
Maxi's a guy who's he's gonna glue to your hip. He's not gonna let you breathe. Thybulle can get a little bit out of position from that standpoint. So they're two different types of defenders. But I do think over time you could make a guy like Thybulle expendable. Yes,
that makes sense.
All right, the New York Knicks pick is in.
It's
tomorrow. One of your boys.
It's hard to see that where they keep all of these guys, right?
Yeah,
right.
I think Zaire is probably. If you had to ask me, he's probably a guy who's going to be out on his way out.
By the couple of moves that have taken place today, if they plan on keeping these guys on the roster, it kind of lends you to believe that they're going to be more willing to give up a Thybulle in a trade, or is it Terrence Ferguson? Is it going to stay? He's going to be part of a package of some sort. You don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't think Daryl Morey is done in any way. I think not even if it's not tonight. I think Daryl Morey is going to get this roster where Doc wants it. However that plays out.
Yeah, I think the Sixers clearly need to get that defensive identity back. That's something they clearly missed, especially on the road for whatever reason. Big Shane Gillis said, minus Horford plus Maxey, Green, and Ferguson, our team is significantly better in a matter of a couple of hours. And he says, Austin, mute yourself.
Yes, please, dude.
Austin, you better have some breaking news for us for having not muted yourself.
Dad, they heard you. They just heard they heard our conversation.
Well, no, we didn't. We want you to break the news of the conversation.
We didn't hear it.
So my dad came upstairs in some sort of fleece and sweatpants with a soda in hand. And yeah, I mean, he was asking me about the different trades.
Oh, okay.
You
should have watched the live stream.
So I told him.
Okay, all right.
And then he asked, how do I watch a live stream? So.
Okay, let's get back to it.
Also, the breaking news: the fear is that Klay Thompson has torn his Achilles.
Oh, that's terrible.
That's
terrible. All right. Well, anyway, the Milwaukee Bucks pick is in. Where are we at? I don't even know what pick we are at anymore.
I don't know. I'll be back.
My goodness. All right. I would grade it a solid A- for the Sixers. I'm not thinking. I'm too emotional right now.
I mean, he's a guy that most mocks had around the 15 range. So
Tyrese, yeah.
So it's for value. It's a good pick. You can't argue for the value.
At the end of the day, you need shooting, man. I'm just tired of guys coming in that just lose it or just are so streaky and it doesn't translate. So I hope you're right. All right. So the Milwaukee Bucks are on the clock. The pick is in. I love Austin. He knows that. Whoa, what's this? Maxey will be packaged in a deal. They aren't drafting a non-shooter. Interesting.
I love these guys who just chime in like, I know what they're gonna do.
I mean, okay. So when you read that, that's there's logic behind it, right? Now he hasn't turned it into a full parody bit yet with his sources, but
here's the thing.
It's grounded in logic, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen. If Vin tweets it, it must be real.
LeBron James just tweeted, Tyrese Maxey, congrats, little bro. Proud of you, kid. The work continues. Philly got a good one for sure.
All right.
The clutch connection.
The Milwaukee Bucks select RJ Hampton, another like right up there with Tyrese, the guy that fell. RJ Hampton was am I wrong, guys? Like a projected lottery pick?
I didn't like him that much.
Austin had him going to Philly about 5 times before the Maxey pick was announced.
Yes, on completely legitimate grounds too. Yes. The thing about RJ Hampton, elite athleticism, can burst really well. He just sort of jumped off the page at you. His form and mechanics have been like gotten better from what I've heard. He's working with Mike Miller from Memphis on his shot, but he's not a great shooter yet. It's going to take some time, but I think he can have a future in the NBA. I think his floor is like Carter Williams, and his ceiling is like a better version of Dante Exum. Inspiring stuff.
You just named two busts.
Well, busts for the lottery, but not for the 26th pick in the
They're
draft.
both busts, no matter where they were drafted. They could have been second round picks. They were busts.
That is a ridiculous statement. That's a ridiculous statement. Come on.
Did either one of them play significant playoff minutes?
Have either of them been to the playoffs yet?
Yeah, I think FCW is with Orlando, right? We
I mean,
didn't even mention him. We were talking about Orlando selecting Anthony. So I don't know. I would call Exum and MCW bus.
I would disagree. Well, yeah, they're bust because of where they were drafted. I'm saying that at 25, that's not a bust.
Bust that they were drafted in 2013 and they're barely in the league. We're not in the league.
Wait, what's going on here? Maxey will be changing hats.
What? Yeah, they traded him. They traded him to the Suns for Mikal Bridges.
Hold on now.
Wow, your boy Austin.
Relax. LeBron James just gave Tyrese Maxey his stamp of approval. So that means one of these other wings is on their way out, right? It's pretty clear. One of these other guys is going to be
it's going to be Josh. It's got to be Josh.
It's got to be Josh, Zaire, some package.
I think there's going to be where you got a couple of those guys are going to be going out. Now, I don't know what you're going to get in return, but Josh, Zaire, I think they're as good as gone. I'll be honest with you. I really do at this point. I think those two guys in particular.
Oh, your boy.
Yeah.
Wow. I am very happy for Emmanuel Quigley. I love
boy,
him.
Austin. Your boy's gone.
Loved him.
So here's the thing, like quickly going ahead of Tyrell Terry, Chris. Like, what does that tell you right there? Like that wingspan, man. Like you need that NBA body, man. Like teams are not in love with that.
There's
So,
no getting
we
around.
we
It's
talked
just a
about
different
this.
league.
We talked about this a lot behind the scenes, and you are probably right on it, Tiago, about how Tyrell Terry has fallen over this last week in terms of like draft board, and I'm shocked. I am honestly shocked. You definitely nailed it with Tyrell Terry in terms of the fall, because I mean I think we all had him in our like top 12 for Tyrell Terry, but man, he's fallen. I like Emmanuel Quickley. He's great, but I think the consensus was Emmanuel Quickley would be great in the top of the second round. Not here, right?
Well, Austin was.
Well, we're basically these guys from 23 to 38 are kind of all the same.
By the way, during his draft day workout, Tyrese Maxey had posted a picture of a shirt. You know what his shirt said during his draft day workout?
Oh no!
Fall in love with the process.
You know it.
Tyrese Maxey is in love with the process, and now he's a member of the new process. Because that's
Hey, can I just say around, on Tyrell Terry, you can be a really, really, really good player of the game of basketball and still not be able to play at the NBA level, right? You can be really good at the sport and just not be a player at that in that league. And some guys are just that way, like Jimmer Fredette, like you put him against anyone but NBA athletes and he can score 60 points in a game. There are just some guys that they just don't have the physical tools.
Okay.
It's not really a knock on them as a player.
I agree. Like, look at myself, for example.
All the,
All right,
all
let's
the
be
physical
real.
tools. You
Let's
just
be
don't
real.
have the
Let's be real. Kai Carlin whooped your ass. Come on, let's be honest. Right, Austin?
I cannot confirm or deny. All I can say is that he rear-ended me in my car after the game. So everything.
We held that story for how many months? Nobody said anything.
That was my best source. My best source story.
I love it.
Wait,
First
am I the guy speaking? Didn't go through puberty? Is that me?
I don't know.
I would like a name to this, please.
Martellus Bennett, talk to us, man. Anyway, so where we at? We're at Boston. Boston's on the clock right now. All right. So I'm trying to recover a little bit. I'm doing my best.
I feel like the best thing would be if that was actually Martellus Bennett. That would make it so much better. If that was the Martellus Bennett.
By the way, John Calipari is speaking right now. Maybe he's talking about Tyrese Maxey. I can't tell.
Should we get him into the StreamYard?
Should we invite him to the podcast?
Yeah, can someone text Calipari to get him on with us? I mean, I don't know why the hell he's on
Let me
ESPN.
send him a quick note.
I'm waiting for a trade.
It sounds like somebody just texted me. It sounds like Calipari is doing his typical Calipari and just ripping every team for pass on Tyrell Maxey and basically saying you're all going to pay for this.
I love it. How can you not love that? That's for recruiting right there, man. He helps his recruiting, man.
Yep.
Chris, they're all there, man. Desmond Bain is there. Isaiah Joe's there.
That's great.
What's that? What?
Joe, Bain, they're all there, man. What, 10 picks away from the Sixers? 10 or
That's
so.
really interesting. Really interesting. I think this is like the complete crapshoot of the draft.
Wow.
Like this area, like no one knows what could happen at this point. Like it is a complete unknown. It is the outer rim. For our Star Wars fans watching, Light of the Jedi, we're gonna do a novel reading coming out in January.
Wow.
Outer Rim is like the unknown of the Star Wars verse. This is where the draft is completely crazy. Wait,
Wow.
where's Boston going here? The pick is in.
They made the pick that. Wow.
Tristan Thompson, although I don't trust him with anything, just said that Philly, you just got a knockdown shooter and a kid who isn't afraid of the moment.
Who?
The praise keeps coming in.
Yes.
Maxey.
Clutch.
Hey.
Clutch loves this kid.
Clutch. Is he a clutch guy, Jason?
I mean, he's got to be. They wouldn't be raving about him if they
Gotta
didn't
be
have
a
money
guy
on the line.
being out like every 5 seconds right now.
I'm watching your tweet video,
Yeah.
Thiago, and his form looks good, and he's doing a lot of work in the corners. So
Yeah, he got a little bit higher than they did in college. So I mean, it's an open gym. Nobody's
it's still a little bit in front, but it's fine.
Calipari's biggest quote, some people are taking away. Kyrie is a lot like Jamal. So
Wow. Okay.
I said earlier.
Yeah.
That's
I don't see Jamal Murray though. I mean, he's much thinner, much quicker.
He's not Jamal Murray.
Yeah, I don't see it either, but I think he means from a shot making standpoint. But the style of play is not the same. I agree.
The stats.
Whoa. We got to give this guy some love. This guy's from Ireland. Jack, thank you so much for joining. 3:33 a.m. Wild Draft Night. Thanks for
Thank you.
Jack, why are you listening to us at 3 a.m.? What the hell is wrong with you?
Sláinte.
All right, cheers. Thank you, Jack. Oh my God, that's awesome. Woo, Ireland. Oh wait, here we got a pick. Boston Celtics select Peyton Pritchard.
Listen, man.
What a
Teams like
bizarro
this guy, dude.
What is Boston doing?
There's something about this guy, man, that teams like. I mean, there's no athleticism there, but something about him. I don't know if it's a competitive drive or what.
He's the next TJ.
Yeah.
Did you guys have Nico Mannion going before now?
No.
Okay.
No.
Good.
Like mid to late second round.
I don't see how he plays in the NBA.
Yeah, like how do you pick Pritchard ahead of Malachi Flynn? Like, I don't get that. Like,
He's a leader. He's a leader, but to be in the first round is crazy.
Like, Malachi Flynn's still out there. Desmond Bane is still out there. I don't get it.
Oh my gosh, that is bizarre. What is Boston's picks right now? Does anyone have Boston's picks?
Do you think that Boston takes a pick like that because they look at their roster? And I mean, I'm not saying I agree with it, but internally, they look at their roster and think, hey, we have the ability to draft some stash guys or guys that may prove to help us somewhere else down the line. Because you're right. Like a guy like that, he's a second round pick probably. To pick him here, it's almost like you feel like, wow, we can do this because of the way our roster is constructed right now.
Devin Dotson, Malachi Flynn, those are way better guards at this point, man. That is terrible. Does anyone can bring up the Boston Celtics picks so far in the first round?
Well, they got Naismith, right?
All right, so they got Naismith. All right, so that was an A pick. All right.
I think where Boston's coming from is like, listen, right? We got a short window here between the draft and the season. If I need to get a guy and play him 5 minutes in a pinch, I want somebody who knows what the hell he's doing on the court. And Peyton Pritchard is a guy who's been in college for 4 years. He's a court general. He understands how to play the game. So you don't put a freshman in there who's like, what do I do? Where do I go kind of thing.
We're actually sitting here talking about Peyton Pritchard drafted before Tyrell Terry.
Yeah, the Tyrell Terry thing is interesting, man.
Okay, so
what am I missing? What am I missing?
All right, so here's the argument I would make for that. You take a guy like that, you send him up to Portland with the Red Claws, and he makes some of your other more raw prospects better because he's a floor general and he helps you develop your other raw prospects. Like,
all right, someone's got some audio. Austin, check your audio.
So, I mean, that's why you would get a guy like that with lower upside offensively.
Austin, check your audio.
Mute your audio, man.
I'm doing important things over here.
Then do it on mute.
So, I mean, that's the argument you could make, but I think you don't really draft that guy in the first round to put him in Portland to develop other guys.
No.
You draft that guy in the second round, but listen.
Oh, Coyle's on to the next going to some yards. That is a great choice. That is a great choice.
Yards is a great choice.
I love Yards.
By the way, I meant to say there's a good vodka distillery right in Philly, stateside. It's actually not bad. It's good vodka.
Yeah, you ever been to Manatawny?
I have not.
What about you, Tiago?
I have not. Where's stateside, Rob?
Stateside, I was there on a bachelor party once. I gotta look up exactly where it was. But they're selling like the stateside in stores. It's really not it's a good vodka. It's a nice vodka.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I ordered a bottle of it, the Ricky bottle. So I just got to go pick it up.
Yeah.
Coyle says love stateside. We have Brandon here. Oh my God. I'm on to Jack, Honey, and Coke. Right.
Jesus.
Nothing wrong with that.
I can't do Jack anymore. I had a bad experience in my younger years, and it just has ruined whiskey for me.
Just the smell of it, really.
Yeah.
With whiskey, really?
Not all of whiskey, but
Well, for me, it's all the whiskey. I can't do it, and part of that came from drinking all day at an Eagles game, coming home. And we were living. It was 4 guys living in the house that I owned, and my cousin, who wanted to be a jackass, started making us do shots. I didn't need a shot. I did the shot. My driveway then saw the shot come up on me. And I've never really been able to go back to whiskey. That between that and the 100 million SoCo and lime shots.
Yes.
There's certain liquors now where it ain't gonna work. Fortunately, I might be able to do it now because I can't smell anything still from my lagging of COVID that's still sticking around. I have no smell.
Oh man,
it's fun.
Is it still lagging? Is it still lagging?
I have my son. I feel so bad for this poor kid. He's a year and a half old, and me and my wife have not been able to smell now for over 2.5 weeks. So this kid will walk around the house for a few hours in a full-ass diaper because we can't smell it, and he doesn't make any sounds about it. So then he's all red and shit. I'm like, oh, I feel bad for the poor kid. I do. I feel bad for the kid.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So I see this tweet, another thing on Maxey. Warren Doles, who is the trainer for Haywood Highsmith, good friend of ours, says Tyrese Maxey's dad, he played with his dad in Texas, said his dad was an absolute dog. So it looks like he comes from a basketball family. I mean, there's a lot of praise coming in around this guy.
That's good. That's good.
That's
I mean, no
hear,
one can doubt the flashes. It's just what is his role moving forward is what I want to know.
But that's what you want to hear, man. He's not going to get like easy minutes here, right? He's going to have to earn them. He's going to have to fight for them, and that's good, man.
Yep.
All right. I hope you're right.
Tiago, I don't see a lot wrong with this form. Like, I'm watching the video you have. I mean, I think, it's something he's going to get to work on and get better at. But, I'm not going to look at this kid right off the bat and say shooting's a major issue.
Forgot to say, go check out my video on Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah,
the Paint Lines YouTube channel. Make sure you like it.
By the way, I think Thybulle's form is good also, and I think he will be a good shooter someday. I think he'll definitely develop into it. And it just gives them a ton of wing options right now. And they now have options to talk to other teams. If other teams fall in love with some of the wings on this team, they can go a lot of different directions.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, Brian Baker. Thank you for watching. You're the man. Love you, bro. This Jack Honey is better than Jack. I had regular Jack as my first shot when I was 22 and almost puked. My opinion is we absolutely grew up with specific liquors that we drink heavily and then we can't drink them anymore. Jack is one of those that is a constant that I could drink all the time. For me, it was Bacardi-O. Anybody drink Bacardi-O?
Hey, Dives, I got another one for you on Ty Maxey.
All right, let's go.
David Gardner says he is documentarian, Bleacher Report, Sports Illustrated. Ty Maxey is an incredibly fun dude. First time I interviewed him, we spent 15 minutes just talking about Marvel movies.
Ooh.
He predicted how Endgame would play out almost perfectly.
Get him on the pod, Chris.
Oh boy.
Get him on the pod.
Mike is over there going Tyrell Terry. Tyrell Terry.
My greatest. We talked about you guys did your Sixers mailbag, and I asked you, especially Jason, like, what was your favorite beat moment? My favorite beat moment was asking what was his Matt on the blue coats, Matt something.
Oh,
My God, what was his name?
yeah.
He was a point guard for the blue coats who hit a game-winning shot, and because Matt Farrell, before the season started, we did a comic book, Would You Rather, What If type of questions during media day.
Yep.
So I knew Matt Farrell loved the MCU, and he hits like 6 months from then, and he hits a game-winning shot. And I asked him, so what'd you think during the post-game show or the post-game presser? What was your first thought of the Avengers Endgame trailer? I would never, ever.
You gotta stay on brand, Dives.
Ever. I won't stop. I won't stop.
Never change.
Anyway, all right. Lakers pick is in. Lakers select Jaden McDaniels, your boy.
I love him. Love him.
What do you think his role is with New York, though, Austin?
He's going to go to Oklahoma City.
Sorry, Oklahoma City. Sorry.
So I think he's a guy who has some of the highest upside in this draft. Really high release, can create a little bit on the perimeter. Had a little bit of a disappointing season with Washington, but I also thought he played behind Isaiah Stewart a little bit. I am a really, really, really big fan of him. I think this is a great get, and kudos to the Timberwolves for really fortifying their perimeter, both on the defensive side as well as on the offensive side. I mean, if he really pans out, if he really works as Kraft and really like genuinely cares, he can be a serviceable defender, but a really, really interesting player on offense. My comp for him was Jonathan Isaac.
Wow.
Well, hold on. How can you say he's a serviceable defender and then compare him to John Isaac, who's entirely a defensive player?
Well, I just think more of the upside. The upside part of it is what I'm thinking of more so than anything. Like,
I mean, I'm the world's #1 John Isaac fan.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna welcome back Dylan. I'm welcoming back Dylan. Dylan's back.
Chris. Can we talk about the Knicks pick?
I thought you were going to talk about the Justice League Snyder cut trailer. Sorry.
Yeah, you got to explain that to me, Chris, at some point. Like, what happened that now it's the Zack Snyder cut versus the other? Like, I missed that whole story.
It's a cult. It's a straight up cult. It's nuts. But this is not the place. What about you, Tiago? Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, so the Knicks drafted Leandro Bolmaro, right? Or he's getting sent to Minnesota now. Oh, they're trading. They're trading to Minnesota.
My I don't know. My live feed is delayed, and I'm trying to keep track with the NBA picks, and that's delayed. So I don't know what's happening.
I'm sorry. Did you say your wifey?
No, my Wi-Fi. Apparently, my Wi-Fi is delayed because I'm looking at. I went to CBS, ESPN, Fox Sports, and it's all like 2 picks behind.
Dives, just with your pronunciation history, let me just make sure you know this. It's not Tyrese Maxey. It's Tyrese Maxey.
Did I say Tyrese?
You said my wifey. You just said.
All right. It's not even. Yeah. You guys are false.
That was all blurry for me. I had no idea what you said.
I have no idea. He just like froze.
That was all blurry.
You wanted the Matrix there.
All right. Tiago, did you say you wanted to talk about something?
Yeah, Leandro Bolmaro, who's actually going to Minnesota. So I watched a little bit of him. International guy, played for Team Argentina. Very crafty. Reminds me a little bit of Manu Ginobili. It's got a little bit of the Manu Ginobili touch and feel. So I think the Timberwolves might have something there in the future. A stash prospect. I think he's 19 or 20 now, 20 years old. So keep out for that name in a couple of years in the NBA.
How would you grade the Sixers draft if they got Tyrese Maxey at 21 and then like a Desmond Bane, Tyrell Terry at 36?
That's a home run draft, dude. Desmond Bane can come in right away and play. So that's a A plus draft for me.
Yeah.
And not only that, I kind of like the idea if their first 2 draft picks are guys that slid in the draft, guys that come in, a little chip on their shoulder, a little pissed off at the way things have broken down. I always like when you get a couple guys like that because they're out to do something.
My man Coyle, he knows me. All right, so we're at the Toronto pick. We're at the bottom of the first round, which means so the Sixers don't pick until 36. So
that's what 5 picks.
What's that?
7 picks away.
Yeah, we're 7 picks away. Who is like the top available on our big boards here?
I mean, for me, it's Desmond Bane.
Right?
That's my guy right now. That's who I'm keeping an eye on.
Malachi Flynn.
They already got the ball handler in Maxey. If you get Flynn, you're kind of doubling up on that.
Cassius Stanley.
Yeah, I mean he's high upside, man. But I think now is where you can get that shooter, right? So that's what you talk about getting that shooter that you want in Tyrell Terry. This is that spot for me. So Bane, like Ramsey's another guy who can really shoot the ball. Tyrell Terry, obviously, Jordan Nwora, those guys.
Are they still in on unless he went and I missed him, Isaiah Joe?
Look at this person.
Right, Isaiah Joe. Exactly. Isaiah Joe.
Stop talking about the Sixers for once.
Hey,
what are you watching?
that's the
What are
third.
you watching?
It's the little kid. It's the little kid.
Oh, that's the 13-year-old. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. He's got to understand. You can't keep coming at us about the same thing.
No. He's cool. He's cool. Let him in.
I deem you grounded, my young son.
Take away his PS5. It'll be okay. So the pick is in for the Toronto Raptors. It's been in for a while.
I'm intrigued by this because Toronto always makes a smart pick. Always.
They always do.
They always do.
Who's the Pascal Siakam of this draft? Who are we missing here?
I am always paying attention to Toronto.
Jamias?
Is that what they picked?
No, but I'm just saying, like, he's got oodles of potential.
Yeah. They seem to like those athletic type guys, so
like guys that can rotate, play multiple positions.
There it is. I'll let you say it.
Boston is trading number 30
to the Sixers.
That Peyton Pritchard draft selection, man, what?
I guess they're going to try to let go of Brad Wanamaker.
Interesting. But even that. All right, here we go. Toronto's making their selection.
This is interesting because I think it may mean something.
Yeah, I do too, Tiago.
Yeah.
Malachi Flynn, your boy, Tiago.
Yeah, but that means I think Rob and I are on the same page with that. With Fred VanVleet.
Yeah. I think this is their way of saying that he ain't coming back.
Yeah. I don't think he's coming back.
All right. What does Malachi Flynn bring to the Toronto Raptors, Tiago?
I mean, he's one of the best pick and roll ball handlers in the draft, like NBA ready. Again, a little bit undersized. The athleticism doesn't pop off the page, but he has one of the best passing visions off the pick and roll in the draft. And guy can shoot off the bounce, can work off the catch. So, yeah, he can come in and fill that VanVleet void pretty much right away.
I don't know how I feel about the family photo in the white beaters. Just wait till it pops up on your screen if it happens.
I hate you so much. Like, why? I hate how ahead of you guys. Like, I'm on a way too big.
Everybody else looked at and like have to do.
Oh my god, there.
Like I literally had to do a double take. I was like, wait a minute. Now they're all just. I don't know. Well,
what about Theo Maledon?
Teo Maladon. I love Teo Maladon.
He's kind of falling a little bit. You're going to be running a lot more pick and roll next year. Like that could be an interesting pick.
I can't believe Desmond Bane's going to fall out of the first round potentially.
Yeah, that's crazy. And Tyrell Terry.
Think Tony Parker when you think of Maladon. That's who groomed him.
He went to the Grizzlies.
Who did?
Desmond Bane.
Did he?
Who needs Memphis anyway?
That's right. We got Isaiah Joe waiting in the wings.
I'm watching the painted lines with 3 of you wearing Sixers stuff, and 1 of you don't care about jerseys, which is funny. LOL. And the other 2 came out of nowhere. I'm just playing around, super bored. I love it. That's fantastic.
All right, get a cup of water, go back to bed.
All right. Apter says, Bane to the Grizz. That is a great pick. Obviously, we've been talking about Bane for months. So, I mean, anybody want to talk about Desmond Bane to the Grizz?
I mean, that team is they're going to be a force to reckon with soon, man. That team is a lot of fun to watch. Morant, Jaren Jackson, now you got Bane. They're fun to watch. Definitely league pass type of team.
Yep.
Another Tyrese Maxey tweet. This one coming from Calipari himself.
So shocking.
And Calipari, and he tweeted. He's got a 1.5-minute video, which I'll watch later. But he said the Sixers got an absolute steal in Tyrese Maxey. You're gonna love him, Philly. He's another one of our guys who is just built different. Just built different. There you go. I'm sold. I don't need to hear anything else. I'm sold.
So what's your
We have a trade. The Nuggets have traded a lottery protected future first-round pick to the New Orleans Pelicans for the rights to R.J. Hampton.
Yeah, all right. So what's our ceiling for Tyrese Maxey? Could he be like a Pat Beverly? Like, what about? Go ahead, Thiago.
For me, the ceiling is a tertiary scorer on a playoff championship type team, and a third team All NBA defender. That's what I'm talking about with Tyrese Maxey. So at pick 21, man, like that's legit.
Right. Austin, any thoughts on that?
I am hungry.
There's no Chick-fil-A delivery service right now, or hibachi, or
I am very much considering General Tso's chicken. It's in the fridge.
Dylan. I didn't even realize you were here. Jesus, I'm getting drunk. How you doing, man?
I had to. Oh my god! I had to get off and get something to eat. I didn't eat tonight.
I should probably eat too.
Dives needs some water. Jason, are they still doing media availability tonight?
Yeah. After the draft is done.
Wow.
If you would like to go to
It's gonna be a
bed,
late night. What
if
time
you
is
want
it?
to go to bed, I know
It's already
somebody-
11, and we're just getting to the second round.
Yeah, it was a long first.
Oh yeah, would you?
I would.
Yeah.
When will the players be available, Jason? Do you know? Tomorrow already? Okay.
Tomorrow.
Oh, I'm getting comments.
I mean, that's the
Okay.
plan I've been
Apparently
told.
on my
Maury will speak tonight after the draft.
Apparently on my Cole Anthony video, I predicted him to go to the Orlando Magic. So I'm getting comments on that already. That's kind of cool.
The genius.
Dives the insider. I knew it.
The insider.
Yep. Vin who? It's all about Dives, baby.
Vin's
We're at 14,500 views.
Vin is actually Dibes' burner.
No.
Yeah, Dives does not want that frenzy coming at him.
I love Vin. Vin is the man, but
Yeah, he's so fun.
he has his stick, and that's what he does. Is Dives Vin.
Oh,
Vin, I've met Vin, and he's way better looking. Just saying.
All right.
It's literally 4 a.m. You can't complain. Oh my gosh, this is the Ireland guy, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
complain about it. He's
Thank
in
you.
Ireland.
Dude,
Well, he said ye can't complain, so he's from somewhere.
Jack,
He's obviously a Delco guy.
Jack, like what's some good food to eat?
You went to college in Delco. I don't want to hear it.
Me?
Yeah.
This is true.
Jack, if we're going to Ireland, like, where do Sixers fans hang out? Let us know. We should do a Painted Lines trip to Ireland. That'd be amazing.
As long as Painted Lines is passport.
I'm in for it. My
That'd be
passport's up
so
to date.
great. I've never been to Ireland.
Yeah, me neither. I want to.
Me too.
I had to cancel a trip the night before, a 10-day trip. I was supposed to go probably, golly, a long time ago.
Chris. Sorry, Jason.
Literally had to cancel the
I
trip.
hate you so much, Thiago, right now.
Yeah,
I hate you so much. I know exactly what you're saying.
The dream is over.
I don't know what's happening, but I know.
Sorry, Jason. Go ahead.
Oh,
Is this Dallas? Pick us in for Dallas.
so
I
walking
wonder
through
if-
the logic there, that makes no sense to me at all.
No.
You've already got your shot creator, your offensive juggernaut. What you need to put around them are catch and shoot defenders. How does Tyrell Terry make any sense in Dallas?
Oh, Tyrell Terry to Dallas?
We're in the second round now. Can we?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah,
Can we just sort of?
Wow,
Yeah.
I can't believe, like, Thiago, you nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. Yeah, so I can't believe you fell that far, and you said you were on top of it. Like, I think Tyrell Terry is going to fall, and there it is.
Yeah, I don't like the fit in Dallas, to be honest with you. To Jason's point, like they need some rim protection. They need some guys who can defend, and he's not it. So I don't know. I don't know.
This idea that teams think they're going to win games 145 to 143, I don't understand it.
And think about it from the standpoint, like you got to beat the Lakers, right? That's who you're shooting for. You got Tyrell Terry and you got LeBron James out there. Like
It's roasted. It's
over.
It's over.
All right, this guy says, who do you guys want if Terry and Joe are gone? Desmond Bane's gone. Austin, what is your target for number 36? Don't say it. Don't say it.
Tyrese Maxey is coming up on the NBA Zoom. I'm going to drop and join that. I'll be back.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, there are a lot of shooters out on the board still. So you got Cassius Winston can shoot. You got Ramsey who can shoot. You got Jordan Warrior who can shoot. Riddler can shoot. Hughes can shoot. So, yeah, the Sixers have a lot of options coming up here. They're set up to find a good shooter in this draft.
Isaiah Joe, you got a guard and a wing.
Yeah, Joe would be ideal. I'm not going to lie.
Yep. All right, man. I just want to say thank you, everybody here who commented. This is the Painted Lines YouTube channel. We still have like 61 people watching. Absolutely insane. Tons of NBA draft video scouting reports over at our NBA draft playlist. If you love the NBA draft, make sure you go check out thepaintedlines.com. My man Austin, NBA Krell on Twitter. My man Thiago at Tscabia did in-depth written breakdowns over at thepaintedlines.com. And of course, if you're watching us here on YouTube, like, subscribe. Thank you everybody here who has watched so far. So right now we are crushing into the second round, and we're really pretty much praying that I don't know who we praying. Who we trying to fall to the second round.
I think at this point,
Isaiah Joe.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty stoked if they can get this Isaiah Joe at 36.
Yep.
The kid from the videos that I watched, Dibes, that you put up, I mean, the kid's got range, like crazy range. You love his ability to shoot off the dribble. And look, you got a kid in Maxey that isn't known for shooting, but is known for a lot of other things. You want to, you've talked about it. You want to get shooters on this roster. Why not get a kid like an Isaiah Joe that you could develop if he's there?
I think Isaiah Joe, Grant Riller, You got to get shooters.
Yeah, you got to get.
You got to get Isaiah Joe. Grant Riller comes to mind. Devin Dawson comes to mind.
But Dawson now is a little bit redundant with Maxey, right? So
I don't know, man. Can Maxey run a pick and roll like Dawson though? I don't think so.
Not right away, but over time, I think he can grow into a better pick and roll player. I think Dawson's gonna come in and can like give you some instant like energy, but I think his ceiling is pretty capped. Like Maxey's ceiling for me is much higher than Dawson. I think if you get away, if you get Joe here in this pick, then you're set up, man. You just do whatever you want with the rest of the draft, pretty much.
Yeah, you probably just trade out and get cash considerations at that point.
Don't start selling picks here, Chris.
No, not yet.
No, we're not selling picks this year.
All right.
I need food. I'm about to go get some food.
Go after the Sixers.
We got Brandon saying, great work on those videos, Dibs, Krell, and Tiago. They've been very helpful to a draft idiot like myself. Thanks for watching.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is the other commissioner doing it? Yep. That is the way it rolls.
Wow.
I didn't even think about that name until now. Trey Jones has not been taken.
Yeah.
Here's the thing with the Trey Jones. If you're talking about getting guys that are shooters, Trey Jones is a weird tweener for me, and I don't know if he actually is going to really add anything to what you're trying to do right now. I like the kid. I think another hardworking kid went to Duke. It's hard for me to say I like anybody from Duke, but I do like the kid. I just don't know if he is someone that's going to be able to, crack a roster and do what we need our guards to do at this point here in Philadelphia when you have a Ben Simmons and you have Joel Embiid and you want to start getting shooters around them. That's my only downside on him.
I mean,
no bias, right, Rob? No bias. No Duke bias. North Carolina bias.
The Jones brother, Trey, and his brother Tyus, who's in the league, are like two Duke guys. Like I couldn't hate their game. Like I love the way they played the game, and it was so hard for me to watch them and appreciate the way they played the game because of that stupid ass D on their jersey.
I mean, that game he had last year against Carolina, the overtime game. He was unbelievable in that game, man. Oh
Rob,
my God.
you were a John Shire guy, weren't you?
Oh, there's a guy I wanted to punch in the face. I don't know, like the John Shires, the Greg Pauluses, they were the guys I wanted to literally, I saw their face and I just wanted to punch it. They drove me up a wall.
Kyle Singler?
Oh my God, another punch in the face guy.
God. I mean, the ultimate is Christian Laettner, right? That going back.
And you know what? And I hate to stereotype it, but any of those, hardworking white guys that Duke had, I've never liked. Ever. None of them. It was God, I would see it. I hated JJ Redick in college.
Grayson Allen.
Everyone did.
Grayson is the all-timer for me.
Everyone hates it. Grayson.
No one likes Grayson Allen. The guy's a scumbag.
I mean, he was legit scumbag. He poured a lot of nonsense from
that was the guy that tripped everyone, right?
Yeah, he was a pain in the ass, man.
Yeah, he's still doing it in the NBA. But
whoa.
It was because of Christian Laettner.
Oh, Josh Richardson to Dallas. What's going on?
Whoa. What's happening? What's happening, guys? Keep me updated.
What's going on? What's going on?
Whoa.
We got some.
Oh, yeah. Shams tweeted it.
Oh, well, we're getting something.
It doesn't say that. It just says Philadelphia is finalizing it, trading Josh Richardson to Dallas. Sources tell The Athletic.
There's nothing else to it right now.
Uh-oh.
What is happening, guys? Come on, guys.
Got traded. We got to find out for what.
Being told, if they somehow get Seth Curry back in a friggin' deal,
that would be awesome, dude.
I'll lose my shit tonight.
Seth? No. Hang on.
I'm making that up. I just am saying that would be amazing.
Dude, what is it?
Luka?
No, it's Seth Curry. No, it's Seth Curry. It's
Seth Curry. Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
Let's go.
Oh my God. What a deal.
What happened?
They got Seth Curry.
Seth Curry's coming to
Are
Philly?
you kidding me? Yo, let's go, man.
Yo.
This
Let's
is
go.
this is a good. Oh my God.
This is the greatest draft night in the history of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Oh, shit. Daryl Morey, you beautiful human being.
Are you kidding me? That is. I mean, he can shoot, man. You guys know this.
Oh, my God. Listen, 2 years ago, whatever it was, when he became a free agent, I was banging the table for Seth Curry. I wanted him here so bad. Going into that year where they ended up losing, where they got Jimmy Butler and everything. Yeah. I wanted Seth Curry here so bad. Oh my God!
It's it's J-Rich and the 36th pick for Seth
right.
Curry.
Fine. I'm okay not picking a 36. Yeah. It's giving me Seth Curry.
That's your Tyrell Terry pick, Chris.
Yeah, it really
Seth Curry. I mean,
that was my first thought.
I mean, it's a no-brainer, man. Like, it sucks they're not going to make the pick, but that's big time, dude.
But let's be honest, right? If you're picking at 36, who are you getting that can give you the instant gratification of a Seth Curry?
Yep.
I don't think you're getting anybody, right?
So maybe Isaiah Joe, but it's not a slam dunk that he's going to translate.
It's not a slam dunk. It's Seth Curry is a proven commodity.
What's his contract?
I don't know, but
I don't know if he's on a year or two left. I forget what he signed when he went. He just signed him. Dallas just signed him.
29 years old, average 12 points.
Seth Curry's married. Seth Curry's married to Doc Rivers' daughter.
He is. He's married to that.
Nah, get out of here.
He's married to Doc's daughter, who, by the way, is smoking. And Seth is now going to play for his father-in-law. Now all they got to do is bring Austin Rivers every game.
Yeah, it's 4 years, 32 mil.
4 years, 32 mil.
When did he sign it? Oh yeah, May 15th he signed it.
I thought he just signed an extension. So not only that, you're now getting a Seth Curry for a few years. Like you know what I mean? Like that's wow.
Yeah, he shot 45.2% from three on 5 attempts a game.
There's I don't know what the stat is.
All right.
He's going to be all time. There's a shooting percentage stat out there where Seth Curry is at like the top of the list.
I can't believe they got the better Curry.
44% from three. Career.
I find it wildly hilarious. Just wildly hilarious that Daryl Morey took like one look at the roster and said, "What the fuck is this?"
He's like,
2023.
Like he was basically just like
look at Chris has it like the numbers breakdown.
Yeah.
So 2021 base $7 million. Okay.
All right. I think you nailed it, Tiago. That's the Tyrell Terry of the draft. Seth Curry's coming to Philly.
I mean, my God.
Yeah,
This guy is actually from Dallas.
Yo, it's Vin.
That's my brother.
Vin.
That's my brother right there. That's Vinny.
All right. So we don't have a pick until what, like 50 something? Like so the Sixers
49, right? 49.
No, 49, yeah.
49, okay. So
they can still get a shooter there.
Gio just went off the board.
When we woke up this morning, okay, if you would have told any of us sitting in this room, you'd get rid of the Horford contract.
Oh, yeah.
You bring over Danny Green. You draft Tyrese Maxey, and you get Seth Curry on your roster in the span of 24 hours.
Slam dunk, man.
I mean, it's exactly. It's one of those times where, like, you hope, like, when everything started happening, and you got Doc and you got Morey, you started thinking, oh, the what ifs, with the what if scenario of what this roster can start to maybe look like. And like Austin said, you know, like, you thought Morey might ease his way in, but he must have just looked and said, oh, hell no, we're changing this shit right now. And before you know it, you've got a roster that can contend. I know the East is getting better, and they're not done yet, obviously, but you now have something that looks like a roster that fits, pieces that fit together, that you could go out there and, people could be excited again about 76ers basketball.
Dude, Coyle's got all the numbers right here.
So he's basically like a $7-8 million a year for the next 3 years.
Yep.
I mean,
So,
Jesus.
Daryl Moore is essentially Mr. Clean, right? Like that's what he's the bounty picker upper. Like he's the quicker picker upper. He's completely just trying to cleanse the entire Sixers roster of everything that's vile. Cassius Stanley. Yeah, let's go Cassius Stanley at 49. That'd be great.
Exactly. That's the guy you want to get at 49. Just put him in the G League and develop. There's no more minutes left. So you want G League guys.
Yeah, I like that, Jack. Jack, when are we coming to your place? Let us know. We're gonna do a field trip to Ireland. That'd be so fun.
Oh my God.
Yes, that'd be
career 3-point percentage. Steph Curry 43%. Steph Curry 44%. As Austin said, the better Curry is a Philadelphia 76er.
Does this have any impact on Furkan or anything like that?
I gotta think they're gonna try to turn Furkan into like Luka Doncic, right?
I'm not sure enough, man.
By the way, Vin has quote tweeted Shams and is asking for credit for the Seth Curry to the 76ers.
Oh my God.
You love to see it.
Yeah, Jay Rich tweeted 3 minutes ago.
I
mean, I'm happy for him. He's going to play with Luka Doncic. Like, who wouldn't want to do that?
Listen, it could be a decent situation for a guy like Jay Rich out there.
Yeah,
he was not going to fit what they needed him to be here. But you can also take this and say Jimmy Butler got you Steph Curry.
Wait. They own Seth Curry's rights until like 2023. They had Daryl Morey is just wheeling
3 or 4 years.
Daryl Morey is wheeling and dealing right now.
Nice.
And Doc's wait. We can't neglect the fact that Doc said go get my son-in-law because I want to be able to have him in the doghouse as much as I possibly can.
Yeah,
wild.
Isn't Jay Rich expiring next year too? He's expiring, right?
Yeah,
he might.
Jay Rich is expiring contract, $10 million next year.
Yeah. Wow,
Interesting.
That's a good move, man. Holy shit.
Wow.
All right, how would you grade the Seth Curry move, Austin?
They don't make a letter better than A. I guess A++. Is that where you go?
Dylan.
Mike D says Seth Curry is a bench player. He is the Walmart version of his brother. Well, seeing as his brother is a Hall of Famer,
the best player of all time,
the entire league is over.
I think the Walmart version of Steph Curry on the 76ers.
Like at least think about what you're saying first before you say it.
Yeah. There's just somebody that, just wants to be miserable. So they're just going to find reasons to bitch about a great move to get rid of the $10 million cap hit of Richardson, who wasn't going to be needed.
Tell him, Vin.
There it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
No, Dodge. It's definitely an A++. However, Austin wants to phrase it. Look, Daryl Morey came in, took one look at this roster, like you guys are saying, and he's doing literally what we've been asking to do: surround Joel and Ben with spacing and shooting, and he's done that so far in one day.
Seth Curry is going to play more minutes than Tyrese Maxey, correct?
Wait.
Yeah.
I had what's his name? Teo Maladone going to the Sixers. In my report.
I know.
I was there. Yes, that's a really good. I like that move.
You know what this does, which I like? It takes away the excuses from Embiid and Joel now, right? I mean, Joel and then Ben. Like you got your space, you got your team. Like go prove that you guys are big time stars now, right?
Yeah.
And that's what this is doing. And if you can't do that, and I don't say you have to land a championship, but you have to show that you guys are big time stars in this league. And if you can't do that, then one of them might have to go in the future.
Right.
So.
I agree totally. We said when Brett Brown was fired, we said, okay, Now's your chance with another coach to show it. But now, not only do you have the new coach and a championship pedigree coach, you're now getting a roster of what was said needed to be around you. So you're 100% right. Those two have no excuses. You can't have the sulking Joel. You can't have the Ben that sticks up his nose at everybody that tries to help him out. And if you do, you're right. One of them's going to have to go. But, my God, the roster that they're putting together. Does Mike D watch basketball? He doesn't play substantial minutes. What the hell are you talking about?
I'm telling you, Isaiah Joe, Cassius Stanley, Jordan Wara. There's some interesting guys there at 49 that could slip. Possibly.
There's a lot of good names.
All right, I'm about to eat my food.
Jason, what would you grade the move?
I think he's the kind of player you can hide on a team like this. And he is a perfect fit offensively, obviously. So, he's going to continue to be able to shoot the way that he has done in his career up to this point. He's got a very similar playmaker with Ben Simmons as he had with Luka. So I think it's a really good fit. And, obviously Josh wasn't happy in Philadelphia. We just talked half hour ago that they had to move one of the wings and they just moved one. And they also shave about $3 million off their salary, and they eliminate the risk of an unhappy Josh Richardson not signing. So, at first I was surprised they had to give up 36 because I think Josh on balance might be a better NBA player, but fit wise, I think it's a much better fit for this team.
Yeah. I like how they're getting back to wait, the Sixers drafted Theo Maladone, right?
No. It was for another team.
Fuck. I gotta do that.
I'm still waiting, by the way, for Maxey. I've got the Zoom up.
Sixers are whatever they did at 36 going to Dallas.
Yes.
Yeah. Shit.
And I think
then who goes to? But they drafted somebody at 34.
No, that pick.
That goes to OKC.
That was a Horford trade.
Really?
Yeah.
They through the 34th they got Horford.
Yeah. So much for that promise to Isaiah Joe, huh? So much for telegraphing picks, right?
Yeah.
All the complaints this morning were, we always telegraph our picks. Not this time.
Smoke screen for once.
Smoke screen.
I love how it's just going much quicker now than it was because that was a painful.
The 22 to 30 was pretty rough, right?
Yeah.
Oh man. So we got 49, right? Sixers at 49.
Wait, Jason, how did you get the NBA communication send you that for Tyrese Maxey?
Yeah, I'm still waiting, and there's 131 people on this Zoom, and we're all just sitting waiting for someone to become available. So,
damn it!
Yeah,
I wish they would accept my application by now.
All in due time. Be patient.
This is the Daryl Morey Zoom. This is the Daryl Morey Zoom, Jason?
No, this is Tyrese Maxey.
Okay.
So the NBA is making players available. So, yeah.
That Seth Curry contract is really friendly too. For 3 years, under $9 million a year. It's a friendly contract for what he brings to your to the table, especially on that offensive side of the ball, man. I'm really impressed by that.
Yeah, I still think they have one too many wings, but but now you're starting to see what the shape of the roster is going to look like.
Mm-hmm. They finally surrounded them with shooters, which is interesting.
Right. So if you had to go up with a starting five right now, you go with Ben, Deni Green, Tobias, Joel, and then Seth Curry. That's your five.
Who's your second?
I guess they're not going to get Zach LaVine. So I mean,
yeah, that.
It's hard to make it work.
I don't know. I mean, like they don't.
It's hard to make it work now.
They still don't have a shot creator though, do they?
Yeah, that's what I'm going.
But
Like,
who's a shot creator?
I think like maybe DJ Augustine. That's the guy who you're going to bring in free agency.
Or Langston Galloway. That's my thought.
Would you start Danny Green and Seth though?
Oh, Danny Green, right?
Yeah, I think Seth may come off the bench to start.
Yeah.
I think you start Seth and not Danny Green.
Okay.
Is there a free agent out there that you could get with that mid level?
Yeah, there's a couple.
That could be the guy. That, one of those guys that you need. One of those extra.
I think they're going to try to use that on a guy like Nerlens Noel.
Yeah.
Man, I'd love that.
So I think you do need Shake. We're forgetting Shake as a shot.
I'm not sold on Shake as a shot creator.
Yeah, who's the closer?
Well, I mean, you now have a guy that knocks down threes. It creates the gravity that JJ Redick used to give them. And you live at the line. You try to break the will of the other team by fouling all their bigs out, and you see how the last 2 minutes go.
We have two interesting ones here: Shake, Curry, Harris, Bennett the 4, Embiid, or Simmons, Green, Thybulle, Harris, and Embiid.
Yeah, and I think they're going to use Harris a lot more as a pick and roll initiator.
Mm-hmm.
He was used that way a ton with Doc before when he was with the Clippers, and I think they're going to get back to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
don't forget, JJ off the
that.
bench was way better than he was starter. I like the Danny Green as a versatile defender next to Ben.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of Shake as a starter. I like Shake the player, but I'm not. I'm just not this believer in Shake as a starter.
I've been, obviously I've watched him now.
Yeah.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna go eat. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and I've seen the progression of his lower body strength lead to his ability to get to his spots easier. And there really has been a pretty drastic progression. He's a slow, fast player, but I wouldn't necessarily, I know he's 23, 24 now, but I still think he's got some burst upside that he can grow into.
Yeah.
I don't disagree. I like I said, I almost like him as the guy that runs that second team, right? I like Shake as a guy off the bench, but at the same time, we got to see how they totally fill this roster out at this point.
Are you ready for us?
Oh, I gotta run.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Great.
Good luck.
Just everybody queued.
Guys, we've gotten 9 dislikes, 9 thumbs down so far tonight, which is actually pretty good considering
thumbs up?
our first massive.
We got 9 dislikes because I'll tell you right now why. Some people thought that we were going to be showing the actual draft on here, and B, there was a few people that didn't want us talking about the Sixers mostly.
On a show called Party on Broad that is all about Philadelphia sports on a general basis.
How many likes did we get, Chris?
69. Very nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Great number.
All right, so I don't know where that's at. Like the dashboard says it's almost at 15,000 views.
Wow.
Okay.
Hold on. Mike D. Hold on, buddy.
But regular it says
Alec Burks isn't on the Sixers anymore. He's
what?
not No, Alec Burks isn't signed.
Yeah, he's not going to come back. He's a free
he's a
agent.
free agent.
Yeah, get him out.
I know. Well, I'm saying like this, that person like Mike Alec Burks. This might be like Alec Burks at the 1 in the starting lineup. And I pointed out that Alec Burks is not going to be on the Sixers this year.
So let me just get this straight from Mike D. He likes Alec Burks. He wants to know if GR3 is still on the roster. Neither one is. But Seth Curry is not going to make a difference.
Yeah.
Rob, you're going to get us our 10th dislike.
I'm okay with double-digit dislikes on this one. Listen, sometimes you got to take a dislike to get the right information out there.
So who's the secondary ball handler on the team right now?
Right now, it's going to be
Jake?
Tobias Harris.
You think so?
Yeah, but I think they're going to make a play for like a DJ Augustine.
Yeah, that has to
point
happen.
guard of Orlando.
I think you're
That
right.
has to happen.
Yeah, I don't think they're going after Nerlens. Like, I think they need a ball handler there, man. Like, or else we're back to the same issues we had last year.
Does this cancel them out of going after a Joe Harris in free agency?
Yeah, I would think so. Because, I mean, Denny Green doesn't dribble. Thybulle doesn't dribble. Joe Harris doesn't dribble. You start getting into, like, similar situation we had last year. So
I would, I tell you what, Augustine would be a really nice player for this team. Secondary ball handler. I agree with you there.
All right, so like not being as emotional as I was, Tyrese Maxey was a phenomenal pick, but I just don't see his path to playing, at least for a while. Like, Tiago, where do you see Tyrese Maxey getting on the court for the Sixers this year? Because I don't see that path.
I don't think they're going to have him come in and run the offense, right? So I think that's too much to ask. I do think that if the shot improvement is there, then he's a good enough defender right now to get you some backup minutes at like the 2 or even perhaps like the 1. But to expect him to come in and run an offense, that's probably too much to ask right away. But I do think that, if the shot's there, that he can play like 5 to 10 minutes a game. Which is more.
Do you project him as a better off-ball guy or on-ball guy?
I see him as a like creator type. So really? I do think over the long stretch, yes, I do think that he can like legit become a shot creator for your team. So right now, he's got to work on, again, finishing at the rim, passing off the live dribble, make sure that he sees the entire court. But he's a guy who can get downhill. He can create contact. He can do all that.
We didn't see that at Kentucky, though, correct? Like, that was Emmanuel Quickley's job.
They kind of toggle between both of them. Quickly did a little bit. Ashton Hagans did that a little bit. Maxey did a little bit. They kind of had like a 3-ball handler system going on in Kentucky. So, yes, he did do a little bit. Not as much as Quickly, but it was part of his game as well.
All right, cool. All right.
That's a good spot for Trey Jones to San Antonio, it looks like.
Well, what pick are we at, Rob?
We're at, I know 42 was announced on Twitter, but I don't think it's been announced yet on TV.
No, I think we're at 42 right now. I think the pick is in. Yeah, Trey Jones went 41.
A lot of good players left. A lot of good players left here.
Isaiah Joe's still on the board, by the way.
Isaiah Joe, Grant Riller.
Isn't it nice? Isn't it nice to watch?
You're not taking Grant Riller now, right? Like, you can probably cross that off.
Yeah.
But isn't it, to me, it's really nice to see when the Sixers trade picks, they get proven talent in the league for it. It's not like they're selling this pick for second-round picks next year, right? They sold 2 picks this year, but you've brought in Danny Green, you've brought in Seth Curry, you've brought in Terrence Ferguson. I mean, you've brought in and you've gotten rid of 2 contracts. Listen, Dives, when we did that show a couple weeks ago, we talked about if they could find a way to get rid of 2 of these contracts like Jay Rich and Al Horford, that's a win. And they did that. And not only that, brought back legitimate talent that fits what they want to do on this roster. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how you could sit here and be upset about this. I'm a little upset at our man Mike D over here, who is still just, he just tried to make the argument, Danny Green and Seth Curry, 6 or 3 teams and 6 teams in 3 years between the 2 of them. Danny Green also won back-to-back titles, with 2 of those teams. And he was a coveted guy on those teams for them to get – they wanted him on the team.
Especially defensively. Especially like the Raptors and Lakers. That was a good defensive player.
Here's what I'll say. Like, bad players don't get traded, right? If you're a good player, you get traded because that means teams want you. If you're a bad player, you're not going to get traded because teams don't want you. So – that.
By the way, not kind of off topic, but remember the Klay thing? We didn't know what it was. The fear is that it's a significant Achilles injury.
Yeah, that's what we said. It popped up a little while ago.
When I was eating my dinner, damn it.
Yeah,
that's really sad.
That's unfortunate.
Really sad.
Anna Horford, 44. Damn it, Prince Blue got me.
Oh, we got a Chris Kumaji comment here. I love Chris Kumaji. So I covered the Blue Coats last year, and I loved analytically, the guy was one of the best in the G League last year. A ton of fun to watch. tallest guy I've ever seen in my life. I take it back. Taco Fall. I watched Chris Kumaji versus Taco Fall last year, and that was so much fun. So much fun. The Sixers still have the pick at 49. That is still in the works for getting there, I think. Nick Richards just got taken. So
Kentucky. So I'm going to run by some names that are on the board still. Nico Mannion is on the board. Cassius Winston, Ramsey from Texas Tech, Jordan Nwora, Grant Riller, Devon Dotson, Isaiah Joe, Cassius Stanley. Killian Tilly is a great shooter at Gonzaga. So Tyshawn Alexander, who I love, Mason Jones, who I love. There's a lot of talent on the board at 49, man. A lot.
Yeah, I really like Isaiah Joe. How about that promise at 34? Was it at 34? They said like previously reported. So
they promised them, yeah.
I mean, if you can get Isaiah Joe at 49, fuck yeah. I mean, when we did our mock draft, I had Devin Dotson at 49. So I'd be pretty happy with him, even though, I mean, when you take Devin Dotson and Emmanuel Quickley, Tyrese Maxey, so they're kind of synonymous, right?
Although Milwaukee's taking Jordan Nwora.
Are they?
Yeah.
They did it! We got him drafted. I got Jordan Nwora drafted. I did it. I did it. Let's go. Let's
Cassius
go.
Stanley.
I got Jordan Nwora drafted.
I think Bogdanovich got Jordan Nwora drafted too.
Listen. It's okay. I got him drafted.
What do you guys make out of that Bogdanovich thing? Like, he just said no to me.
I got Jordan Nwora drafted. Let's go. Let's go. I hope he hits like 18 game winners against the Sixers this year. I hope he wins games against Sixers that aren't even existed. Not even played games. Let's go. Back to dinner.
As you guys can tell.
Tiago, you're the guy who I'm interested in what people just think. I'm not even for the Sixers, but just as a guy. And that's Cassius Winston from Michigan State. Just a solid floor general for them.
Yeah.
I'm curious what you guys think of him as a player.
Yeah, he's a great pick and roll player, phenomenal shooter. I have zero faith that defensively he's going to translate. Like, he's just a slow player, like very slow. But again, to what Jason was saying, like on a team like the Sixers, you may be able to survive with him on the court because you have Joel, you have Ben, you have Tease, you have like plus defenders across the court. So yeah, in the second round, like for sure, because I do think like his shooting is legit and he can shoot off the bounce, he can shoot off the catch. So yeah, I think he's a guy who's definitely worth it at 49.
Yeah.
Chris is defeated. He's like, I wanted Tyrell Terry. I was like,
Chris looks like me after Cam Johnson got drafted last year.
Listen. Obviously, for the record, did I not say Tyrese Maxey falling like 1,000 times before the Sixers picked?
Yes.
And I'm pretty sure we could watch the tape and be like, Tyrese Maxey here at 21. So anyway, I'm just at the end of the day, the Sixers need shooting, and I think the shock was they went Maxey. I think my shock was that they went for a guy that they're going to have to wait a year or two on to develop a little bit, and that is not the Daryl Morey code. I think that is a bit shocking considering we're in a 3-year window, and that is where I'm just a little bit like. As a Sixers fan, like 2-3 years ago, I'd be like, yes, 100%, amazing. But
in a sense, they got you 2 NBA proven shooters tonight.
Correct, and that you're 100% correct. No joke.
And also think from the standpoint of like Maury's probably thinking like 2 steps ahead, right? So he's thinking like, if in the future I need to make a trade for a star. Like Maxey has a higher upside than a lot of these draft picks. So I can attach him on a trade if I need to, and if it works out that way. So whereas like just a shooter may not have the same type of value than a Maxey would in a trade. So yeah, he could also be thinking from that standpoint.
Yeah, which is not something I expected. Like in my mind, I didn't expect. Like in my mind, I was like thinking Desmond Bane, instant player you can plug in and get production from. I don't have much expectation for Maxey to be a big player for the Sixers next year. I think Seth Curry is going to be a much bigger factor in the offense. Well, I love Maxey. We had him on our big board like pretty high, and I think he's going to be a great player. I'm just not. I don't see the fit yet on this offense like I do with with Tyrell Terry. I think Tyrell Terry is a better fit in terms of moving off ball, running off screens, shooting over screens, putting more pressure on a defense in terms of in transition, pull up, that kind of stuff. I'm very interested to see what the plan is for Tyrese Maxey moving forward, because I just don't know how much the ball is going to be in his hands.
Yeah.
This tweet is awesome from Primetime Regger. Al Horford, Josh Richardson, 2 seconds, 2025 first. In Tyrese Maxey, Danny Green, Seth Curry, Terrence Ferguson, 10 mil in cap space. Daryl Morey, you beautiful soul.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, so that's my only, and that and I'm trying to be as like realistic as possible. Like, how much would you expect Tyrell Terry to have the ball in his hands on the other side? So, full disclosure, I get it. So,
I see Tyrese in the gym every day in LA. Kid can hoop. So happy to have him in Philly.
They're both the same age, right?
Yeah.
Like they're both young kids. I think they both showed flashes. I think I think the takeaway there is that they're heavily favoring the defensive end over spacing. I think it's clear that Doc Rivers is looking for a defensive identity. When you look at Danny Green and Terrence Ferguson and Tyrese Maxey, that's the focus, is to bring back a defensive team, which really was super inconsistent with the Sixers last year. Which you never know what defense you're going to get with the Sixers in 2019, 2020.
He said he wanted to have the best defense in the NBA. So
did he say that?
Yeah, Doc said that.
Oh, I didn't know that. All right.
So maybe there was something to that, not just coach talk.
All right.
Although Seth Curry's not going to help that, I'll tell you that.
No.
So here's the deal, right? So Boston's on the clock, and according to Shams, they're going to be selecting Yam Madar at number 47. So when you look at the board and you look at Mannion and you look at Riller and you look at Joe.
Do they have a pick 55 still?
Yeah, they still have the other, but what my thought you're going to get one of these guys that, you've been naming here at 49. So if you had to choose between all of them, is Joe the guy, or are you more in on a Nico Mannion or a Grant Riller or something along those lines?
Wait, are you reporting that
there's only one pick before us now?
Yeah. 47 just went Yam Madar at 47 to ball.
So 48 and then us.
Yes.
All right, I need to get on track here.
So the way that I'm thinking from 49, like there's going to be no minutes probably next year. So you got to think like long term, and somebody somebody you're going to put in the G League and develop. And the guy who I've been on for a long time, sorry Rob, is Cassius Stanley from Duke.
Yeah.
I know you probably don't want to hear it, but
I tell you what, the kid's a good player, man, and to get him at 49.
Yeah.
Golden State's going Nico Mannion at 48.
Yeah, you're right. Cassius Stanley's another one. Which way do they go here? I mean, they're going to have options, which is cool. You know what I mean? Which is good for them right now.
Yeah.
You have the two Cassiuses out there because you have Winston still sitting out there.
Yeah, they have a lot of options.
If you're picking at 49 and 55, you could pick a Cassius Stanley here at 49.
Yeah.
You might be able to get Isaiah Joe at 55 if you want.
Right.
I mean, you're only 6 picks away.
I mean, he's 21 years old. Isaiah Joe is 21. He's not like 23, 24 like Obi Toppin or some shit.
Oh man, they're set up really well here to make another really good pick.
Yeah.
But I mean, the tweet yesterday was what? Isaiah Joe at 21 or 34?
34 was the promise. Like, who would you even draft in stash here? I don't even know.
Stash, I don't know because I don't know what's left in terms of international guys.
It's not many.
Thiago, would you honestly worry about that, or would you just take the guy that you were talking about taking at 34 if he's just better?
Yeah, you talking about Joe?
Yeah,
Isaiah Joe.
Yeah.
I mean, you can take him. I wonder, like, he's probably not going to have a lot of minutes next year. So, like, is he okay with like going to the G League on a second round contract? I don't know. Maybe he wants to sign with like a undrafted free agent or some other team. There's also that, like, when you get picked the second round, like, you have a team friendly contract attached to your name. So he may be like, you know what, I want to go and draft it and then dictate where I want to go. So there's a little bit of that probably goes on as well. I would take him. I would take him. I'll take Cassius Stanley for sure.
All right, so we're on the clock, I guess.
Yeah,
we are.
Killian Tilly? Oh man, no.
I mean, you're not you. I guess Isaiah Joe. Just take Isaiah Joe, just to get shooting. You can never have enough shooting. Like, you don't go guard here.
It's gonna be Joe, I think.
You don't go guard here. You don't need more big men.
I'm doing a ton of refreshing. And it's like, this is like the first pick where they're not 20 minutes ahead of time.
Yeah. I think it's gonna be Joe.
Isaiah is definitely a more complex player and has higher upside. I like Isaiah Joe. I just don't know where he fits.
I had a first round. Oh yeah. Jonathan Giovoni. The sister targeting Isaiah Joe with the 49th pick. Let's go.
Dude, how do you have that? There it is. Oh, never mind.
Let's go.
And listen, you got to think of it from this standpoint. You got to think of it from a value standpoint. You were going to take this kid at 34,
exactly,
or 36.
Yeah,
and you're going to get him now at 49. He's known as a shooter. There's no pressure for him to come in and have to be a guy this year with the way your roster is being constructed. So why the hell not? I mean, I think that's a great pick.
Right on.
One thing about Isaiah Joe.
Value. You nailed it, Rob. I think value is the key word here.
Yeah. And one thing about Isaiah Joe, like, a lot of these shooters are like big defensive zeros. Like, he's not. Like, he's a good help defender. He's a good team defender. He's long. He reminds me like a little bit of Robert Covington. I'm not saying he's Robert Covington. I know Rob doesn't want to hear that. But if you forget the process years aside, like, he's got some defensive value as well. But from a shooting standpoint, like, he's the shooter, one of the shooters of the draft. So,
all right. So we've got Tyrese Maxey,
and his range is crazy.
His range is insane, man.
Yeah,
you watch the videos. Holy crap!
And that's what I'm watching his highlights now. I love a guy that can kind of create separation and step back and knock down a three.
Yeah.
And he's got that part of his game. That's exciting. That's
7
exciting.
foot wingspan. He definitely has that NBA frame. But yeah. So what do we got? We got Tyrese Maxey. We've got Seth Curry. Isaiah Joe, Danny Green,
and
Ferguson.
Yeah.
All right.
Getting happy. Chris is getting happy.
I'm happy. I'm still. I'm not rational right now. I am 100% not rational. So.
And I think Tito's is playing a role here too, Chris.
Exactly, 100%. 100%.
Well, here's the deal. Sixers fans that were so annoyed, Bleacher Report just popped up. You know who the pro player comp is for Isaiah Joe? And you guys can tell me if you agree or disagree. It's Landry Shamet. So you were all pissed when we traded the guy away.
I don't see that at all.
I don't see that.
He doesn't have that ability. He's more of a throw and catch and shoot, stand in
Yeah.
the corner, catch and shoot kind of guy. Like that's
I
not.
don't see him coming off screens like that.
Yeah.
But he can shoot, man. Here are his numbers. So he attempted over 548 3-pointers in 2 seasons at Arkansas. That equates to about 11.2 3-pointers attempt per 40 minutes. Think about that.
Love it.
That's all he does is shoot 3-pointers. Average 37% career-wise, which is a little bit above average, NBA average. Was down last year. So he shot over 40% his first year, down to 34% his second year. But he did play with like a knee injury. So I think that had something to do with it in his sophomore year. And he had like over 100 assists, close to 100 steals. So he's more than just a shooter. Like he can pass the ball, he can create havoc. So I think he's just awesome value, man.
Yeah.
49.
We made a whole video on Isaiah Joe and his fit with the Sixers. So
Yeah.
still watching.
That's where I got all my information on the kid from your video. I watched it the other day. When I started seeing his name pop up, I'm like, I got to just check this kid out and see what the deal is.
He's fun.
And I in your video talking about him, so it was good stuff.
Yep.
But here's the thing, though. Sixers fans have to be patient with this guy because he's going to go out there and he's going to go 1 for 12, right? And you're going to have those games where he's like, why is Isaiah Joe shooting the ball? This is what he does. He's here to shoot the ball. He's going to have some awful shooting nights, and it's okay. It's okay because he's also going to have some amazing shooting nights.
Yeah.
So you just got to live with it.
I just realized that, like, I was always so nervous that, like, did we scout enough? Did we hit, like, all of our players? Like, was there a player that the Sixers could draft and we missed him? So far, we're 2 for 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
man, what a night, man. You know, you want to get yourself acclimated to this city. You need to follow the Daryl Morey way of doing it, man. He became an instant hero in 24 hours.
I mean, I don't want to podcast.
Became an instant hero. And they haven't played a game yet. Like, you know, but it's just one of those things where you're seeing a structure that you wanted to see from this team, you know, and all of it is happening within 24 hours, which is awesome.
Yep. That's what I said when the Morey hire came about and I had my podcast that day. I was like, look, it's just refreshing as a Sixers fan to where the franchise is finally starting to put the right pieces in place. Like you go out, you get Doc, you revamp the coaching staff because that was everyone's number one complaint in Philly. You go out and you get Daryl Morey, and it's like, okay, they finally put the right pieces in place to go get the right pieces for the roster to do the work. And literally on day one of like with the draft, you know what I mean? Like it's already happened.
good night, Ireland. Good night, Ireland. Thank you so much for joining, man. Thank you, Jack. We'll see you in Ireland. Save me a pint. Save me a pint, bro. Should we wait till pick 55 or wrap it up?
No, let's wait. We're almost there.
I got one thing to say. I got like 6 things to say, actually.
Uh-oh.
I'm tired as a motherfucker right now.
Yeah. I need to go to bed.
I'm very happy this draft is over. I could finally have like a life that isn't dedicated to figuring out where like Alexei like crashing of the Saudi Arabian league is gonna go. Like that was I'm very happy that's over. And I think Philly fans should be very happy.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they're what? They went from like a 6 seed, 7 seed, maybe, to I would think they're probably I'm teetering on 3, maybe 4.
Wow, really? Okay.
I mean, so like Brooklyn's number 1 to me.
Yeah, Indiana's out. Indiana's done. You can
Yeah.
scratch them.
So Brooklyn's got to be number 1 to me.
Right.
Number 2, I guess it's got to be Boston.
Miami.
Miami. I would go Miami.
Miami, okay. Then I guess 3 is. I think the Sixers are better than the Celtics now.
Well, do you think the Celtics are done though? Don't you think the Celtics have a move in them in the offseason?
Maybe.
Keep in mind, this off season is short as hell.
Yeah,
that is true. That is true. I forgot about that.
I think they're a 3 or 4 seed right now.
So you put them ahead of Indiana, you put them ahead of Toronto, right?
And Milwaukee.
Oh, Milwaukee.
Oh wait, shit.
Yeah.
Milwaukee.
Yeah. Well, tell them out. Let's do the Milwaukee thing though.
Yeah.
Because Milwaukee, did they get better with Giroux?
You could make an argument that they could be better than Milwaukee. Now, the problem is Milwaukee seems to be a regular season team, right? Yeah. They play real well in the regular season. They win a lot of games. They just haven't been able to put it together in a playoff run. My hope, though, is that a Doc Rivers comes in here. He knows what's happened with this team the last year or so. And, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be – I tell you what, all those years of the East not being competitive, the East is going to be fun, man.
Yeah, it is.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
I just hope we get through the season.
Yeah.
It's
I guess you put like the regular season champion is going to be Milwaukee. Then you have the Nets. Then you have, I guess, Miami. I guess you go Philly or Boston. I mean, maybe they lose in the second round again, but in the first round again. But maybe it looks good. I don't know. It's a weird scenario.
I think that's the key right there, Austin. Like, they're not going to win the title, but they're going to look good, right? So it's not going to be like the mess that we saw last year, which is like, oh my God, what is this? And I think as long as that happens, then okay, we'll say, what is the next step now, right? That's the key thing, I think.
Yeah, I have to see what they do in free agency. I have to see what other teams do, but I mean, I have trouble thinking that they're going to be any worse than like a 4.
Yeah.
I think Milwaukee's going to crash, man. Crash and burn. I'm telling you. I don't think they got better with Giroux. I think it's going to be a toxic situation. Giroux's on the last year of his contract. Giannis is kind of threatening to leave. You know, they couldn't get Bojanovic. That thing has –
See, I would probably flip this because if you go – I would go Milwaukee, Brooklyn, Miami, Sixers, Boston, Toronto. I mean, I think that's a reasonable way to think about it.
Yep.
Guys, like my main takeaway out of this is this was our first big like, legit.
Cassius Stanley, 54.
Oh, man.
Man, I'm sorry, Thiago.
Sixers actually don't pick until 58.
Oh, really?
Do you go?
Devin Dotson, man.
Is he still out there? Dotson's still out there?
I don't know. Dotson. I know that your Grant Riller boy is.
Yeah.
I think Grant Riller is going to be the one.
So here's the thing. I think these guys are saying, like, I don't want to get drafted, and I'll take my chances in free agency.
Yeah.
Because they want us to determine the destination at that point.
Cassius Winston went.
Where did he go?
Oklahoma City.
How about Lamar Stevens?
That's my guy.
I would love to see the Sixers take Lamar Stevens. Oh, I am tired.
We're almost there, Austin. Almost there.
It wasn't like 4 picks away. I would have left, but it's 4 picks.
Honestly, like this has been such a hit. My next thought is like, should we start doing this for like Eagles games and things like that?
I'm 100% down. I'm just a little too loud.
Me too.
So
I'm going to be a prick right now because of how much I hate Doug Peterson. But
like
we're gonna hit 15,000 views soon
on this video.
The Sixers sacrificed the Phillies sacrificed Doug Peterson's brain for Daryl Morey.
I love it.
Fair. It's fair. It's totally fair.
It is fair.
I think it's totally true.
Yeah, I mean, he just completely lost it. You look at Daryl Morey's ability to get out of that Horford contract, get out of Jay Rich. I mean, it's been a terrific night.
Yeah, it is, man.
I'm just irrational because of my bias towards a specific player.
That will remain nameless forever now.
Voldemort.
Man, they got Isaiah Joe in the second round, man. That's incredible.
49.
Are you
Not
kidding
even where
me?
they thought they were going to have to take him.
That's incredible, man. Wow. They might even get Grant Riller, Chris, like in the 58, dude.
Dude, I would love to watch Grant Riller with the Blue Coats, man. That would be a blast.
Cassius Winston's going to be in Washington. They traded for him. Washington traded for Oklahoma City.
Brandon's trying to make me happy.
Cassius Stanley just went too.
What?
Cassius Stanley just went too.
Where did he go?
It looks like Indiana.
Where?
Indiana, it looks like.
Indiana? Okay.
Yeah, I'd be very happy if Norvell Powell stays, and I think he will. He's absolutely what the Sixers need, 100%.
Do they maybe go like a big here? Like, there's some interesting bigs.
Your boy Tilly.
Yeah, Tilly's my stretch 4 type guy. Paul Reed is out on the board.
You can find Paul Reed guys in the G League, man.
Yeah, that's true.
What about Tyshawn Alexander?
Well, I think with Maxey, that's kind of redundant. Defender first, scorer second kind of guy. So I would love Tyshawn.
He's back for more.
For now. For now. Hey, listen, I just saw Emmanuel quickly. Pretty impressive.
I know.
Knicks guy. Impressive guy.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not saying that I know how to draft, but I know how to draft.
I mean, yeah, I was impressed.
I liked him a lot. I thought he was a really good player, underutilized in Kentucky.
All right, guys, we're almost made it.
This has been a 5-hour podcast.
Yes.
Yep, we're over 5 hours.
Wow.
Actually, this is less than half of my longest live stream ever. True story.
What was your longest?
I did over 12 hours.
Why?
What?
True story.
Was it
a Comic-Con for DC Comics. And we did it over 12 hours straight. 11 to 11. And then we weren't done till like midnight. It was one of the best days of my life. It was the best day of 20.
Oh, man. Grant Riller going 56.
Really?
He went? Good,
Yeah.
man. I'm not a Grant Riller guy.
Just
so
fucking take Dotson, man. Just fucking take Devin Dotson. Let him crush with the Blue Coats.
Jason, so what are the Sixers now, though? Like
What's going on here?
Rob, how are you? Oh, there we go.
I don't know what happened. I was just muted.
Like, I think they got to be what, a 3 or 4 seed, right?
Who is Jay Scrub?
I don't know.
all right, now we're entering, like, I don't know what that is.
Jay Scrub? That can't be real. Can't be real.
NABC, I don't even know what the conference is.
That's amazing.
I honestly, I think they fit a lot better and they fit in multiple ways, but I still don't feel like they're done. So it's hard to say where they match up in the East, because you look at, they might be built more like Miami, where all the pieces, where all the,
Yes, I know you.
oh,
Excellent.
hold on.
Is that Kai?
If anybody has any questions, please use the raise hand.
No, hold
feature,
on. I'm still in
or
the NBA Zoom.
there'll be a chat feature.
Give me 1 second.
Sounds like Kai talking.
Yo,
It's the NBA.
So Prince.
Yeah.
So Prince.
Well, I think they fit better.
Prince Blue tweets as Anna Horford. Anna Horford, in this case, he goes, at least my brother don't have to play in them shitty ass Boathouse Road jerseys now.
That's funny. Shots fired. Shots fired.
I'm dead. That's so funny.
Congratulations. Big
So
night.
the one thing I'll say about this NBA, I'm gonna drop it
You,
actually.
Can you tell me what you bring to the NBA? Tell me what your
What
best
is
asset
happening
is
right
in
now?
the NBA.
I'm hoping that we get Isaiah Joe, but I might have to talk to him tomorrow.
I can shoot the ball. I come off screens. I come off hand down.
That's Maxi.
In transition.
I'm finally getting my
No, it's not Maxi.
High level and I'm a winner.
Oh, very nice. Is there anything that you think you have to work on?
I have to work on a lot. Different areas of my game. I have to sharpen up things I think I'm good at. And I definitely have to sharpen up things that I think I'm weak at.
Okay, thank you and congratulations.
All right, sorry about that. Giving you a little taste of what's sitting on an NBA
taunting me.
Zoom is like, much less exciting than this. It's like 15 minutes of nothing, and then they don't even announce who the player is, so you have to guess. So I think they fit a lot better in the mold of the Heat, where everything just kind of made sense. But I think their top end with their 2 stars is higher than the Heat. So where does that put them? That puts them kind of, to me, in the Milwaukee range, I guess, where you really have to see, does it translate to the playoffs? Because for Milwaukee, they are notoriously, a high efficiency regular season team, but you take away a couple of things and it falls apart. Are the Sixers still in that mold? I don't know, right? I don't know.
I have a breaking news. Vin Fosh said he will 100% be joining our podcast soon. Not tonight.
No,
nice.
not tonight. I'm not doing tonight.
100%. Hey,
Is he going to stay in character?
He better.
Serious about his.
I'm 100% expecting like a 17-year-old girl.
Have you not met Vin?
Am I the only one that met Vin?
No, I met Vin.
I haven't met.
Yeah, you did, Jason. You were there. All right.
No, I wasn't there. You're talking about last draft night. But I've met him at the arena, actually.
All right, cool.
So he might be a burner for the team. He might work for the
Doyle
team.
said, Vin's already here.
I love that.
Sadly, it's not me. It's not me.
As soon as
Coyle met Vin, 100%. He was there.
There you go. Yep. This is, by the way, we should mention that we talked a lot about beers and alcohol. Last NBA draft, I know it feels like 5 years ago,
It really does.
but the 2019 draft,
was
we
good.
actually did that live at Victory Brewing Company, and that was a lot of fun. And that's where you met Vin, right?
100%.
Yeah. So we gave out a bunch of T-shirts, and
Yeah, man. That
we
was
probably had 50 to 100 T-shirts. We were
so much fun.
That's awesome.
Crazy how far we've come from that. Like I said, if you judge by these numbers, we're almost about to hit 15,000 views.
Of course, that night I was in Camden, and now I'm in my garage. But I guess we've come a long way.
It will get better next year. Things will be back to normal.
I hope
So are they better than the 2017-18 team?
The starter.
I think they are.
That's the Bellinelli and Ilyasova team.
Yeah.
I think they're similar to that team, right?
Victor's pick is in.
I think they're better than that team.
I think they're similar.
Too soon.
Because I liked a lot of what Ilyasova actually brought to that team. They had the Dario sort of dirtiness with the scrappy play. I think that team was pretty good.
I need to see chemistry first. I need to see how the team gels. That what was that? That was the year they went on like a 16-17 win streak.
And didn't you predict it? I remember you predicted.
I did every game, and that was a magical roster right there.
That was a fun season. That
was so much fun. Yeah. That team just had fun playing, and we haven't seen that since.
That was the Phantom of the Process team too, right?
Sixers picked Paul Reed.
There you go, Tiago.
It's the Bam Adebayo pick, right? So
great defensive prospect, but you can find this guy. They're a dime a dozen in the G League.
So yeah, am I going to see that guy in the G League? Because the question is, they're now where do they use their two ways? They picked two guys in the second round. They've still got Shayok. How do they utilize their two-way contracts? Did the NBA allow the teams to add another two-way?
I think you can have two, right?
Anyone find it kind of like
they need to fucking change that. When are they going to do that?
I just find it whole just absolutely hilarious that the NBA spent how many years trying to get Hinkie out, trying to screw the Sixers up. It took Daryl Morey he was just crack my knuckles 1 weekend to figure out how to get them back to the right place.
What having a real GM does, man.
All right, guys.
All right.
I'm about to go to bed.
Do they end up with Zach LaVine?
No.
Do they or will
they'd have to include Danny Green at this point to make the contracts work? I think
if they can get Zach LaVine, then they're one of the 2 or 3 best teams in the East.
Yeah, it's just really hard to figure out how to make it work now.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
We did it.
We did it, guys.
Yes.
Thanks to everyone who stayed with us.
Man, we did it.
Time, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
All right, boys.
See you guys.
Bye.